What's up, Tim? Apollo, what's up? Can you hear me? Dog. Apollo. Yo, dog. Can you hear me, baby? Apollo. Oh, tight. How you doing? Dog, you sound so tired. Alright. Hey. Okay. You like those videos? We removed that one. That one's not going up. But the other 10 are. And excellent. I need your assistance. If you can lend it just for a moment. I need a code, and I don't think you're gonna be able to help me. To be honest with you, I've tried so many different codes to get this one type of streaming platform, and I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's just like, like an SMS code. I tried so many different phones. Okay, your phone is just a moment. I'll do it. 916-706-8868. I bet it won't even send. We'll see. Yeah. Oh. Can you please tell me what the code is that you just got? Excellent. All right. Perfect. We're going to try this out. If this works, this is going to be huge. I have... First, how's Romeo doing? Duh. I am parent of YouTube right now. And because of your help, I just got another 4 different streams, and perhaps like another 34. We'll see if this works. I'm very, let me say this right now. I'm very suspicious is not the word. I'm very skeptical that this is going to work. It's too easy if this works. If this works, so Apollo, basically with this little device right here, if I did this correctly, I'm going to be live streaming on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble simultaneously with just this little device. And if I figured out how to do it on this little device, then I can do it on an iPhone too. And then I can get a bunch more. Okay, enable camera. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Default or speakerphone, I guess. They only have facing back. Weird. It is a fire from Amazon. Rumble. Okay, we're gonna see if this works, dude. Enable microphone. The one thing that sucks is the camera is not the camera that I want to use. But that's okay. Like $30, nothing. Okay, here we go. Nothing. $30. Like nothing. Oh man. Wait, something didn't work. Is that what you have to do? Yeah. Okay. That's okay. Something good. What's going on? So I have to link these accounts. Oh my god, this account linking is the thing that's going to allow me to take over the world. But man, this is hard. What do I need? Basically, getting out the message to as many people as possible. Oh wait, hold on a second. Oh no, this is good that didn't work. Because this account isn't old enough yet. This account that I have in my hand is it needs a little bit more time to it needs just like a few more hours to become like verified. It needed 24 hours to verify. Okay, that's amazing. All right, well, if we're able to do that with that one. I don't know why Rumble's asking. It's the only one that asks. Okay. But we got it. That's tight. So, what does that mean? Basically, with these little devices. Okay, Rumble, I didn't know about it. But it is going to be the thing that allows me to take over the world. Simple as that. It's just Rumble. And here's why. Rumble, you can stream to like 30 different platforms simultaneously. So, what does that mean for the common person? Usually you have to pay for that service. I have paid for it. I don't pay for shit online because I don't have a lot of money, but I paid for that service for years with different companies so that I could stream on multiple platforms simultaneously. And Rumble just comes along and allows anybody to do it for free. People don't understand how what that can do for you as a social media user. I mean, it basically allows you to arguably, and I think this is a very excellent point, put out more data per second than a network news station. Now, it's not hitting as many people, but a network news station, they're not network news, I would say a national news station, even international. Like CNN is streaming right now on a whole bunch of platforms, but they're not on 34 different platforms. They're on like 5 different platforms. Now, they have a bunch of people watching, so I understand it's hard to compete with them, but that doesn't mean that it's not doable with this software. I mean, that's how good the software is. It's not. I don't know yet. Meaning, what you did for me absolutely works. But if you can, do you have that secondary device? Yes. Can we verify with that? Yes, please. Excellent. I'm gonna send it a code in a moment, and if it works, then this is a game changer. It's an absolute game changer. Sure, take your time. The reason why this is a game changer is because it means that you can basically use these, like a $30. I'm ready when you are. What's your second number? 916. Six 661. 2128. Excellent. Have you seen any of your? It says it seems you're exceeding reasonable limits on requests. Please try again later. Okay. Well, that's absolutely fine. We got one of them done right now, and we might try it tomorrow or another day. But that was very helpful to me, and so I want to just firstly say thank you. Secondly, were you able to look at any of your social media yet? When I say yours, were you able to look at any of your social media yet? I haven't posted these videos yet because I just got the okay. But what I want you to know is that I want you to take a look at them and make sure they look good before. They're in a list. I sent them to you in a list. So you have a list. There's a list there and a link to every single one of them. All you have to do is click the link. No, it's both. It's both. You're absolutely right. It is logins, but it's the links are in there as well. All that information to this project is located in the same location, and it's in that spreadsheet I sent to you. You are right, though. It is the logins. Well, you gotta understand, they're all gonna have their own followers. But boy, can I tell you something? I posted on my Viral Rabbi account the 10 videos we just did, and they got like 1,000 views, like way more than 1,000 views. They were really popular. People commented on them. Yeah. Sure. Hey, somebody just joined. Oh, maybe they here, I'll send you a link to my account, and you can see for yourself what people say, because then it's live information. Excellent. And you see how all of the links are there? I'm really proud of that. The fact that you go to it and you're linked with all your stuff there, and it looks really nice. That's really hard to do. I'm telling you, on everything. If you go to Reddit and you look at other, like your other links, you've got on there the website, you've got on there, like, there's a whole bunch, you've got on there the Twitter, you've got, and there should be two more. Let's see. Reddit should have the ability for you to see. Reddit.com /, it should be something like, I think the user, Ryoshi DEX. Wow, I am fucking smart with that word. Now, let's see if the other stuff works. You're right, I only see 3 links as well. Why is that? Just one moment, I'll check on the other page. Oh, you know what? I think it might be. That might be the exception, but I'm glad we had that. Let's see, what do we have? The website, the Twitter, the YouTube. I don't know why I wouldn't put the Telegram in, unless something. wrong with it? Or, let me see. I like that banner you suggested, the one that you got on the back of the Twitter. That's a good, I think that's a good look. And I use that everywhere. So I'm glad you had something and it's good. I haven't seen that one. What is that? Oh, Odyssey. No. The new. And it launches next week. Let's see. No, not yet. I mean, if you don't want one, you don't have to have one. But yeah, no, I think it's a good idea. Okay. Excellent. So with that, every single page is different. Every single website is different. So it had to be adjusted. However, sometimes it had to put black in there just to, I mean, they didn't have like a, I can change it if there's one that some of you don't like. I guess there's an option maybe to stretch it. What I did, if it said the image must be 2,480 by 1152 or something, 1154. I just went to imageresizer.com and did whatever it said to do and put it in there. I didn't mess with it. I didn't edit it because really all of that after that is minor. We can, anything you want to make. Like to me, it was important to create the account and then anything that you, the end user, once changed, we will ensure is changed. And I would say as well, the I put what? What is that? Did I do that? Oh, definitely. What up? Go ahead. Dog. Go. You know I'm in 7 VCs concurrently. Dog, did you know I'm in 7 VCs concurrently? I know you are. You're right. You're right. So you want to get him in there? We'll get him in there. Let's go. Hold on. I'm looking at Bitcoin App Vision. There isn't anybody in there. Are you sure? All right. Dude, what happened to Christian music? Well, I understand. Hey, hey, now I know, just to conclude our conversation to my man uh, Apollo. Yeah, so the reason why we didn't, I only had two, pardon me, I only had two on Reddit. The Tumblr, I'm sorry, not the Tumblr, the Telegram link didn't work. It wouldn't accept it for whatever reason. But when you check now, it works. No, I'm sorry, it doesn't work. The Telegram doesn't work, but the other ones are there. We added, I don't even know. Let me see what we've got displayed. We added Instagram and Twitch. I would add Facebook. That's what it was. I was gonna add Facebook, but Facebook ended up being we can't get the custom link yet. So, is there any way, Apollo, you could go back and just look at Reddit and make sure it looks good now? Not that it didn't look good before, but that like two added on your end. Absolutely. When? Joy Bags, how you doing, you slut? He's not here. Oh. Yo, what up, pimp? How are you? Lavis, how are you?
Super good.
Super good? That's phenomenal. Why are you super good, Gustav?
Because they have nice shit.
Absolutely. So do you take long ones or watery ones, or it depends on the day?
I take hard and shitty long ones.
There you go. You're a consistent man.
But without smell.
No smell. So strong, powerful, but difficult to detect. Odorless. Amazing. Goes right through. Boom. Super fresh. Excellent. Now, what is your preferred way of cleaning? Is it toilet paper, bidet? What do you do? Your hand? When you have to wipe, do you use a toilet paper a rag, bidet, your hand, leaves? What do you use?
I wash it off
Like a
with the ultra hard sprinkler.
bidet. That's what we call a bidet. Wow, you are fancy. Gustav, you are so fancy. You take a wonderful odorless, a nice strong odorless shit, you spray your ass with coffee and nicotine with your cigarette. You're just living the dream. You're like honestly, people in medieval times would think you were a king. They'd be like, oh yeah, he's a king. He has these aromatic spices. His shit doesn't smell. He gets his ass sprayed at the end. You're a king. You are an absolute king.
Yeah, for sure, because the kings at that time they were eating, and when they were eating, they were also shitting, and that means it's nice.
You're right. You had it better than everybody.
Chairs up there, the chairs, in the chairs there was a deep, and they could eat and shit at the same time.
So it's just like a tube. They eat and then it goes out. Yeah, wow. Wow. Do you have big plans for your weekend?
Yes. Yeah.
What are you going to do? Slang dick? You're going to pick up chicks?
I go into the woods with my dog.
What kind of dog do you have?
German short-haired pointer.
I know exactly what kind of dog that is. Those are good dogs. They're smart dogs.
Yeah, he's like a little human retard.
Now, German short-haired pointer.
Sometimes he gets pissy and retarded and like all like that, but he's really smart.
And they're very good hunting dogs. Some of the best.
And I like they have their own. Like sometimes they have he's doing what he wants. And I like that he has his own thing going on in his head. Like he fell in love a couple of weeks ago with some stray dog.
Really?
Yeah. Then I went outside the house. I hear noises. Like this, and I saw his fucking.
Like Lady and the Tramp. Like the Disney movie,
Yeah,
Lady
they
and the
were
Tramp.
trapped together inside them. They were fucking.
And you got in the way of love. What is your dog's name?
I saw it all from the first tractor.
What is your dog's name?
Achi.
Achi. Well, you take care of Achi, and you have a wonderful cigarette, you have a wonderful shit, you have wonderful coffee, a wonderful day, a wonderful weekend, and I will see you tomorrow, God willing.
Thank you, man. Till tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hold on. What is it? Io? Io? Io?
Ayo?
Io. It's I love you, right?
Yeah, yes, Kesilu, I love you.
Yish Kishimum is I love you. What is Io?
Ayo means yes.
Oh, Io means yes. Okay. And Lavas means what's up.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I'm learning. Well, I love you in English, and I love you in Armenian. You take care, Gustav. You take care of Yerevan, and until tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye. Take care. That's our friend from Armenia, Gustav. Shout out to Gustav, and shout out to Armenia. Sorry, everybody. Apollo. Can you hear me? How you doing, dog? Oh, that's sweet. Dude, Apollo, why don't you sleep in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Emu space? Yeah, like leave your phone on in the Harry Potter Obama Tanini space. You're in your cab with your dog, but it's like a group thing. We have someone in here right now who does that. Do you know the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email space? You've never been to it? Dog, that's where I met you. Yeah. Yeah. Like, all you do is literally go to their TG right now. I'm live. We're watching TV. We got other people who are sleeping in there. But just talk to me in that one, and there are more people in that one. We're basically consolidating these to where they're the most amount of people. But I can tell you're about to fall asleep. So fall asleep in there instead of in here. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. You're going to be waiting a long time. That's no. I'm here with you. He's not in this room. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I can always, when I see him in there, I can always be like, hey, dog, join. But I understand. It's not a sure thing that I'll see him. No. He is not there. Yo, dog, can you hear me? I think he's shouting. Exactly. Instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. I am. Promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. How you living, baby? Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/people. Promo code 1-800-9-WITH-IT. This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of it. You can't see how it absolutely, please do. You can watch me what I'm doing on my computer. And you can watch me from multiple cameras. Tight. Right. Excellent. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. What up, pimp? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So this is what it looks like when you want to stream on the YouTube studio. Can you see this? Like, it's pink. My mouse is pink.
Yeah.
Excellent. So,
Where are you going to be streaming on? What are you?
Dog, have you ever seen my streams? You have, haven't you?
Yeah.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I'm on.
Okay, I'm not gonna doubt you, my man. Okay, so look at this. I expanded it though. I used to have 5 streams. You know how I'd always be like, you're live on 5 different YouTubes?
Yeah.
So now you're going to be live on 10 different YouTubes. Actually, more than that.
Oh, did you grab that device work and everything?
I'm not even counting that device. This is all other devices. So basically, here's what I did. Here's what I figured out, and I'll show you in a second. Okay. Can you see my screen? I can see it. Can you see it? Yo, Apollo, can you hear me? I am. I'm here, Tim. My app crashed. I gotta get it back, so I'll be right back.
continue to follow the men's NCAA basketball. Purdue made it to the second round. This was, even if you're not going to watch. Thank you for that. Yeah, you should root for your own alma mater. What? I was too busy drinking in Harry's. I didn't pay attention to any of that. Oh, you're such a rush. No, we have a decent chance this year, so. Right on. I'll chase again. Hey, Daryl, have a great weekend, and make sure you call us again, and safe travels back to Long Beach. Thank you very much. Take care. All right. Let's talk to Daniel in Oceanside. Daniel, what's going on? How you feeling tonight? I'm feeling wonderful because I'm finally out here again. Last time I was here, this game, there was just for fun and no prizes, so hopefully I can win a prize with the t-shirts then. Well, that means you're going to win. Everybody wins. The Twala decides who gets what prize.
Yo, Pimp, can you hear me, baby? I'm back in action. Better than ever. I might be better than anybody's ever been in the history of mankind. I mean, there have been some people who have been a big fucking deal, but never as big as I am. All right, here we go, baby. Oh, boy. Okay, can you see my screen? Yeah. You know what's amazing? When you type Rabbi Rothschild, this account shows up. It was banned earlier this week, and I appealed the ban and won against YouTube. It's the only one I've ever won. And now my shit comes in higher than fucking Lord Rothschild. That's big. Okay, now look at my live stream. Oh, this is horseshit. All right. You okay, dog? Yeah. Did you know instantaneously, or did you have to think about it for a moment? Oh, I do. I mean, I'm a big fan of Chris Rock. I would just watch. I was like Netflix or Amazon Prime, and there was something funny. I just search Chris Rock. It's always fun. I'm sorry I made it so easy, but congratulations, Daniel. Oh, and thank you so much. And I'll make sure that you do get that T-shirt, and I mean that sincerely. Wonderful. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. All the crew there. Thank you so much. Wait. We thank everyone except Mark. Correct? You stop that right now. Well, yeah, I have a guilty pleasure. It's not weird, but actually, Mark Bronner has this amazing voice. I'm not kidding. Mark Bronner has like really soothing voice. Bill Kelly's funnier than Mark, but like when Mark reaches me, I'm not sure how to respond. That's like your sister Mark. It's like a half compliment. Yeah. I think maybe we should cut this off right now. Daniel, I believe everything you say, and I appreciate it. You are funnier. No, you're funnier than Mark. He's lying, cut it off. He's lying. Daniel, I want you to have a great weekend. We'll make sure we get that T-shirt to you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great weekend. This later with Mo Kelly. More of your calls, Nate, and more of Nate That Movie Cult Classic when we come back. Can't like AM 640, and yes, I am funny. You're putting these people up to this, and they're all everywhere. iHeartRadio app, and now you, Mark Ryder, will have the chance to be funny in the KFI. I will not have this. Okay, regrouping. The federal government has entered a partial shutdown after the Senate missed its deadline to vote on a $1.2 trillion spending bill. The House had passed it earlier today, and the Senate had until midnight Eastern time to make a decision. The shutdown is expected to be brief and have little impact. Those Senate leaders announced they have the deal to vote on a funding package early tomorrow morning. Final passage of the bill is expected to follow. A convicted killer has walked away from a halfway house in Santa Ana for the umpteenth time. The first escape was during his voluntary manslaughter trial. Orange County
DA office's Kimberly Ed says Mike Souther is extremely dangerous. He stabbed his own mother to death when he was 13 years old. He was convicted of manufacturing a shank in the jail. He attacked 3 correctional officers, sending them all to the hospital. She says, however, judges continue to give the now 20-year-old breaks. Following the 2017 killing and escape in 2019, he cut off an electronic monitoring device in 2022, caught a felony vandalism charge in January, walked off again this week. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Couple in Compton who've been fixing potholes because the city isn't doing it has been asked to stop. The couple says they received a letter Monday saying they're breaking city code because they're making unauthorized repairs without permits. They have fixed 38 potholes since they started early this month. Residents say the pothole problems have been going on for years, and existing home sales have increased 9.5% in the last month. The National Association of Realtors says it's the second straight month of rising sales and the largest monthly increase since February 2023. ABC's Elizabeth Schulte says, meanwhile, mortgage rates have gone up.
That's exacerbated those monthly home payments. And while you have this big housing shortage of single-family homes, you don't have that same thing going on in the apartment rental market. There are a lot more apartments that are available.
Schulte says the average monthly payment for a new apartment lease is about $2,100. Sounds like weather from KFI. Cloudy, lows in the low to mid-50s, mid-40s in the AV. Rain tomorrow, highs in the low to mid-60s with mid-50s in the AV tomorrow. And then we should have about a 30% chance of rain Sunday, and the sun allegedly is coming back on Monday. Right now it's 60 in Fountain Valley, 59 in Los Alamitos, and it stalls out of the way on the 405 in Culver City. Driving southbound right at the 90, it's been moved out of the carpool lane. Your drive is recovering from the 10, and as you make your way up the 101 southbound in Hollywood, you'll see brake lights approaching Santa Monica Boulevard. That stays busy until you make your way across the 110. Traveling on the 91 eastbound at Anaheim Hills, you're seeing brake lights approaching Weird Canyon Road. That drive stays slow until you come across the Gypsum Canyon Road. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. To be 21 or older, Indian only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixit can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about regular worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixit. Visit Dupixit.com or call 1-844-DUPIXIT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to all for the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit. No sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
The Tulsa Towers Foundation has been standing up for America's greatest heroes since 9/11. Heroes like retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Michael Cardos, who served for 20 years and received numerous commendations, including a Bronze Star. They were used through exposed toxic burn pits, service-related cancer to his life. Tulsa Towers gave him privilege at his family's home, enabling his widow and their 6 children to stay forever. Most of the families can pay $11 a month to Tumble to Towers. T, the number 2, T-Dot. Once fans, we love to win. Somebody's been hurt in an accident, though. They make me clubs everything. That's where the attorneys at Sweet James come in. Sweet James helps injured and accident victims recover by getting the medical treatment needed, helping their car and delivering the most amount of money possible. They run a 98% winning record in every case, big or small. They win the most. They're going to need that kind of firm because big insurance companies are stacked against you. Big now. Until they win if you hurt in an accident. It's Sweet James. 809 million. That's 809 million. 809 000 or Sweet James. NFL Total Access, the podcast, is getting ready for the NFL Draft. I'm your host, Andrew Levy, and I'll be delivering 2 shows a week to make sure you're caught up on the latest NFL news, every free agency move, and how it changes the draft needs of every NFL team. Draft experts, talent scouts, mock drafts, and shock drafts. Do NFL Total Access, the podcast, on the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcasts. Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now's the time to do business. Smart and I'm willing, and that's all it takes. That president is coming home from California in a Johnny, do you know that movie? Remember that movie? Two legendary actors.
I'm gonna guess because what is it, Dave?
No. Dave, I think, is more of a comedy. I'm gonna give you a hint.
Right.
In that scene are John Malkovich and Clint Eastwood. And Clint Eastwood plays a Secret Service agent who, in the backstory, originally was a Secret Service agent for JFK. And John Malkovich is trying to use that memory against Clint Eastwood and trying to kill the then sitting fictional president. No?
Something,
You're there.
Okay.
You're there.
When something is burning, it's on.
fire, line.
Say it. Yes.
Take it.
Yes. I always tell people, trust your gut. More times than not. Yes, yeah, people sometimes overthink. It's usually the movie which comes to mind. It wasn't a bad guess with Dave.
I actually was in Dave as a child. I was a child. Yeah, I was. But my made the cutting room or hit the cutting room floor. But I am in a scene with a bunch of children where they are around the dinner table and they are eating the president. I am at that table as well.
I did not know that.
Yeah. They said it, I'm like, oh, I'm going crazy because Dave is so awesome. That's awesome.
Well, Johnny, first, thank you for calling in. Thank you for continuing the musical legacy of education. I can't express that.
My kids are the best. I do the best for them. They're going to the competitions, they're winning the awards, and that's all I can do.
I love it. I'm pleased to know that people still learning music history and music theory, more importantly. I think it's a lost art. Thank you for doing that.
Get your trumpet out.
I think I'll see my mom tomorrow. I'll go by the house. I'll see if I can find her. She knows where it is. And so I'll post it on social media.
That old Bundy out or whatever.
I think it was, as a matter of fact. I think it was.
That's funny.
Yeah. Well, Johnny, I was going to all night, but I have to get to run. Make sure you get your prize, and please call in again sometime.
Much respect to you. I love the show.
Appreciate you. Just later, we'll tell you when we come back, the lightning round. If you're online, just stick around. We'll get you a call. It's going to be fun. When I say lightning round, when I come back, have time for all these conversations. Lightning round. Lightning moves fast. Today, we'll do this next class. K5 864 live everywhere. Now, I'll read that. I'm not on K5 to crowd this one. The city of Huntington Beach is leaving the California League of Cities over Proposition 1. And it's noticed that they fear the measure's mandates would proliferate group homes in neighborhoods. And scientists have discovered an ancient amphibian species named after Kermit the Frog. Fossilized species uncovered information in Texas in 1984 that sat in a collection at the Smithsonian nearly 40 years. It's named Kermitops gratis, not to be confused with the Mononosaurus. Crash on the tape downtown LA. For the Geeks found just before the Battle of Guinness, CHP currently has all of the blocked off right now. See, practically the side of the way, so it's causing a heavy traffic on Mount Avenue. As you make your way on the 5, heading south on Griffith Park, you're seeing green lights approaching Los Feliz Boulevard. It's a slow crawl from there to Stadium Way, and then Palmdale 14 northbound will be able to work. So, Palmdale Boulevard to Avenue M, the right lane is shut down, set to reopen for you at 8 a.m. Watch for delays as you approach that area. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. Pedro Marino. In college hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly 68 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gamble with a problem. Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. This is a radio ad for the Pixent Dopamab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Pixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. It can help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, swelling of your face, lips, and mouth. Doctors out there working on problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit. No sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in 36 bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. This subseason, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control with coverage you can count on. Cut the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, intercom sweat resistance sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
After 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation promised to make sure we never forget. Since then, it's been supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Cook, who was killed in Iraq. Cook left behind a pregnant fiancée who gave birth to a son who would never meet. Tunnel to Towers paid off the mortgage on their home. America's heroes need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org. You over 30 and getting off life insurance? It's time to get a quick quote from Ethos. A better, easier way to get term life insurance, all online with no medical exam. Answer a few health questions and you could be approved for up to $2 million. Isn't it worth 10 minutes to help protect your family's financial security? Ethos, up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
NFL Total Access, the podcast, is getting you ready for the NFL Draft. Your host, Andrew Lady, and I'll be delivering 2 shows a week to make sure you're caught up on the latest NFL news, every free agency move, and how it changes the draft leads with your NFL team, draft experts, talent scouts, mock drafts, and shock drafts. To NFL Total Access, the podcast, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G Business.
This week on How Money, a landmark woman could save you a lot of money when buying and selling a home. Plus, where's the opportunity in the job market? It might not be where you think it is.
How to Money with Joel Larsgaard. Sundays at noon on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Riots and civil unrest began about 4 years ago. You promised us federal funding to rebuild our community. What happened?
What happened was that we got some pretty big news for a while, so we all came down here, Bush, Clinton, Wilson, all of us got our pictures taken, told them what we wanted to hear, and we pretty much forgot about it.
Could you just say what it was?
Super. Because you haven't really contributed any money to my campaign, have you? Is there any idea how much these insurance companies come up with? They pretty much depend on me to get a bill like that and roll it up in my committee during the election. And that way, we can kill it on our election.
Troy, do you know that cult classic movie? Warren Beatty. Co-star Halle Berry. One word title. Yes. 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 Congratulations, you won.
Thank you.
Troy, how long have you been listening to the show? Very quickly.
A long time, man. A long time.
Well, we appreciate you. Thank you for being with us.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
You all have a great weekend. Let's go to Travis in Granada Hills. Good evening, Travis.
Hey, Mo.
Travis, you ready to do this?
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
All right. You can choose 3, 4, 8, or 10.
And wait.
That's 10 you will get. Here we go. Push it up.
Just makes how far away are they?
Countermeasures are activated.
Need some help here.
U.S. fighters, this is Air Force One. We are under attack.
This is Taylor Flight. Closing on your position. ETA 2 minutes. May not be here in 2 minutes.
All right, Travis, there were a lot of hits in that clip, even though there wasn't a lot of dialogue. Do you know that cult classic movie?
I think that was before Clear and Present Danger.
Correct actor.
I'm gonna have a tough time. Very bored, but
Listen to this. Listen to this.
U.S. fighters, this is Air Force One. We are under attack. Force One, we are under. Fighters, this is Air Force One. Fighters, this is Air Force One.
Yes, Air Force.
thank you.
Was it too on the nose? Was it a little too easy then?
So I totally thought it was the other movie that I thought. So,
Yeah, I understand.
thank you.
No, that's all right. We got to run, but
And I want you to know what I was in Florida for 2 months. I was in the every night.
oh, thank you. Travis, I really do appreciate that. Thank you. And it's showing up in many ways. The show is blowing up in a good way. Nothing but great growth. And it's because of folks like you who keep rocking with us. Thank you
Now, I think I found some ways to put back the homeless section of the Simpson-Garner Works bill. Mr. President, I have done something about you today. No, it's a last-minute change. Now, the way I see it, we need $650 million in order to keep the project. Now, some of this can be done. It seems to me through some simple changes in our cash management. For example, according to the OMB, we've got 17 defense contractors who are delinquent in their contracts. Just too fair. I believe so, yes. So even though they're late, we keep paying them on time. Well, makes sense. Yeah. John, can you recognize that classic movie?
Sigourney Weaver's first lady, a young Dick Graves.
Yes. John, why are you dancing around? You knew the movie. Well, John, fantastic job. Very quickly, how long have you been listening to Lady with Bill Kelly?
Right.
Yeah, you've been with us since the beginning, and we appreciate it.
Yeah. Wait to see if you get Southside in there, but you have to dump that. You have to dump it, but we'll see if that's going to be one of the other numbers.
It was in the running, but I did not put it in. But that's a good choice, though.
Yeah, who would get that?
Well, you would have. But I got to run, John. Thanks so much for calling in tonight.
Okay.
All right, be well. Let's go to Timur. He's going to close us out. Timur, you ready? Timur. Going once. Going twice. Okay, gotta go. Gotta try. All right, we'll do. Anybody studio? Mark, let's see if you can guess this one. Kevin?
My mom worked jobs like that. My dad is that. I remember coming home from work just bone weary. You know what I mean? And I know she wanted to play with me, ask me about school. But sometimes you're just too tired to do anything but heat up the TV dinner.
Is that Primary Colors?
You got that?
Yes! Wow! So I'm not going to wait for the end of the clip. That's Travolta's clip, right? Yes, it is. Hey, yes, it is. I knew we were in a hurry. Have a great weekend. Be safe out there. With the exception of that. I'm not going to the bank. Rest of the day. Yes, be safe out there. Even though it may be raining, thanks to Mark Rodder. Great job, you guys, except for Jamal and the rest of our. Coming up next is Coast to Coast AM. It's later with Mo Kelly. We'll see you on Monday. Can't buy AM 640 locked everywhere. The iHeartRadio app.
James. 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 James.
Hey, what up, Rabbi?
Dude, those Cornhuskers, I'm going to tell you what, they looked great in the first half. There was a time where they were up like 12 or 10, I think, at least. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sort of.
Oh, yeah, sort of. So you're judging me now? What the fuck, man?
I'm just saying, it's a little muffled.
You're right. You're right, it is. And we're going to fucking fix that. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, yeah.
Son of a bitch.
I was just kind of vibing out to Apollo's snores.
Dude, how amazing is that?
It's super relaxing to me.
So, dude, sometimes I impress myself. You're like, dude, how are you taking credit for another man's snores? Yeah, but I know you're cocky as fuck. But dog, you're taking credit for his snores? Oh, you're goddamn right I am. And if you want to know how, it's like this. Just one moment. James, can you hear me better now?
It's a little better, yeah.
Just a little better. Okay. Well, it's the best you're gonna fucking get right now, dog. All right, so
I don't need much, bro.
I know you don't. That's why we love it. All right, so we're in. Paul and I were in the crypto DJs lounge. Do you know about that lounge?
I have no idea, bro.
Okay, well, I don't want to. I can do whatever the fuck I want with VC. I spread RVC to everyone. Literally, there is a fucking picture of it right there. So I can tell people about it. He's got a VC. Check it out if you're interested. It's in the things that I'm connected in. Oh wait, you can't see that. Fuck. You want to join it? I can send you a link.
Yeah, hell yeah. I joined the Mass Lounge.
Yeah, you like that. Dude, James, did you try the image creator?
Not that one specifically, but I've used similar ones in other like Discords and stuff.
They're tight as fuck.
For sure.
All right. So the crypto DJ lounge doesn't have anything like that. But here's what I did. Sometimes I just impress myself. So Apollo has a what's that man's name? Sorry, somebody just sent me something. Oh wait, I have to tell you why I'm taking credit for my man snoring. So we were in the Crypto DJs Lounge, which is Apollo's Discord, and I talk to this guy all the time, and so I can tell when he's really tired. I'm like, dude, you're really tired. He's like, I know. I'm just waiting for somebody, and I'm like, all right, well, that person said they were going to go shower and do a whole bunch of shit, so they're not going to be back for a while, and you're going to be asleep. Why don't you join me in that Harry Potter Obama sign Ken Enos space? He's like, I don't think I've ever been there. I'm like, dude, that's where I met you. What do you mean you've never been there? He's like, oh, okay, well, it's been a long time since I've been there. I'm like, all right, well, just come on in and fall asleep. You're going to fall asleep in this space, so just fall asleep in their space. They have more people there right now. And as we were having a conversation, basically, I'm in a whole bunch of these chats, and it's in our best interest, since these are just small communities, when there are a couple of, like two good groups going on, to let them know, and then to join up, and then meet new people, and be like, oh my God, I didn't know about this, and all this other shit happens. It's really cool. So, with that said, how the fuck am I going to send you to the DJ Lounge? I know how. Oh, I know why.
I remember when he came to visit you. That was super cool.
Super cool. Dude, Apollo has a heart of gold. Let me tell you how cool a guy Apollo is. Of course, the pizza was amazing. But he also... So, I'm not sure. I mean, fuck it. Again, this is my space. And I'm telling you, it helps our coin anyway. He has a decentralized exchange, a token, and an NFT that are coming out. But he's a truck driver, and so he doesn't have enough time to manage all that shit. And I do. So he says, hey, well, and honestly, I'm telling you this, James, I'm the most, I think it's arguable that I am the world's foremost expert in some areas of the world. One of them would be signups for social media. And so I explained to him, dude, I don't know why people don't do what I'm going to tell you to do. But if I were starting a coin, this is what he basically came to me. He was like, look, I said to him, aren't you launching a coin or something? And he said, yeah, but I don't know how to market it, and I don't really know how to do it. Okay. So I say to him, I don't know why people don't do this, but if I were doing it, I would go to, I just gave a number, the top 100, but at least the top 20 biggest social media, and create accounts with them that are all standardized, that have the same name. So that if anybody's like, hey, how do I follow you on social media? You just say, I'm at whatever the name of the project is. It's not like, well, we're this on Twitter, and we're this on YouTube, and we're this on Rumble, whatever the hell it is. No, it's just boom, one thing. Now, everybody wants that. Hell, I wanted that. And I'm not even, I can do that because I've had so many of my accounts banned. But it's possible to do if you're doing a brand new set of accounts at the very beginning and you don't have any copyright strikes, you haven't pissed anyone off, all that stuff. And if you treat them really well, they can, make you billions of dollars. So I said, what you need to do is create 20 of the social media accounts. Like, I just don't have time to do that. And, I don't know what to write and all the other stuff. I'm like, look, dude, we can just have ChatGPT do it. He's like, so I tell him all the stuff to do. He's like, I just don't have enough time to do it or energy. Would you do it for me and I'll pay you? I was like, oh, okay. So we came to numbers, nothing crazy. Honestly, what I did for him was like when I worked as a project manager, I charged just like $65 an hour, what my contract is, my last contract, which actually it's more than that. That's what I was taking home. So it's almost close to $100 an hour, but nevertheless, that's what they budget for me. To help him, I put in probably like 8 hours of work. But here's what we did. I created the top 20 social medias for his brand, and they're all interlinked with all the different social media. I told him, though, no matter how good your SEO is, and no matter how great your Instagram is, no NFT is going to blow up off of Instagram. No NFT is going to blow up off of TikTok. I know the power of TikTok. No, nothing's going to blow up on TikTok. Nothing's going to blow up on YouTube. Where an NFT will blow up is one place and one place only at this current state of social media, and that is on Twitter. It's the only place it's going to blow up. That's the only place where people are actively talking about NFTs every single day, sharing them every single day, at any given time, 24 hours a day. What do you think of that, James?
I think that's a very accurate assessment.
Exactly. And so what I explained to him is this. If you really want your project to go big, you have to understand, even if I help you with all this, it's still probably going to fail if you don't continue to nurture it. Basically, this isn't just to set it and forget it, but your social media can be for right now. So you've got the top 20 accounts. We're going to put some content on there. We're going to link it really well, and you're going to dominate SEO for your terms, whatever you need. And we've got those. So what I told them, and this is all like weeks long of social media and marketing meetings that I've just already had with startups and at all levels of business. So I know how it works and I know how to do it really quickly. And I told them, but the way that you blow your coin up as a truck driver would be this. You host Twitter Spaces whenever you're driving your truck. And now that Twitter Spaces has video, there are a lot of people on TikTok who drive a truck and people watch them or just watch where the truck's going. It's really interesting when there's nothing to do and just watching what the traffic's doing, that's really interesting to people. And I explained to him, if you host a Twitter space and you share your video, that could be interesting to people. But even more so, you're the lifeblood of your coin now. You're the lifeblood of your token, of your decentralized exchange. But that's how you meet people, and that's how you can advertise it. But the only place that it will ever blow up is Twitter Spaces right now. It will never blow up on YouTube. It will never blow up on TikTok. It will never blow up on Instagram. I'm on all of these. No one is talking about this shit, even one iota close to as much as people are talking about it on TikTok. Now, somebody may make the argument, dude, it could blow up on Discord or it could blow up on Telegram. And I still disagree. It won't blow up. It might get a core audience there, but you can't share the information like you can on Twitter. On Twitter, something cool could happen in the Twitter space, and 100,000 people know about it within 1 minute if somebody tweets about it. That's a really interesting way to go viral, and that's why it's a very powerful tool.
Yeah, I agree. Crypto and Twitter are hand in hand, and it doesn't really exist anywhere else.
No, it doesn't. Which is really interesting to me, that these social medias basically have all found their niches. Snapchat is like kids 12 to, well, hopefully 12, but probably even younger, I'm sure, to like 16. Instagram is like 17 to 30. Facebook is like 30 and above. But then you got TikTok that has emerged that is now filling all of those areas, and particularly with the youth. But none of those people are serious. Even YouTube isn't serious. Twitter, people lose their jobs over their Twitters, like way more than they lose it. I've never heard of anybody, it's happened, I'm sure, but no big influencer is dumb enough to risk their TikTok account with like a random, maybe they would, or maybe people do say some stupid stuff on Instagram, but not like they would on Twitter. There was the whole Twittergate thing where they would go back 6, 8, 10 years in what you said on Twitter and dig through it and get your deepest, darkest secrets. And like there was a website that archived all the old Twitters, even if you deleted it. So then they could look at what you deleted versus what you really posted. And then they could ask you, not only did you post this really controversial thing, but then you deleted it. So you knew it wasn't right later on. Why would you do such a thing? They could confront you on this shit. They can't do that on fucking TikTok. They're not going to do that on YouTube that much. They don't do that much on anything else. But on Twitter, Twitter has that cachet that, I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with, it has whales on it. These others do too, but they're not active on it. Twitter Spaces is where it's at. The Twitterverse, the epicenter. I'm telling you this, James, I really feel this, that I am at the epicenter of the crypto NFT world. I know some people may think that the epicenter might be like, I don't know, where Polly is, or crypto Slumdog Millionaire, or where, you know, even Elon Musk or whatever. But I'm telling you, I'm right now live in 7 different Telegrams. I hear where all this shit is going on. I'm in Twitter Spaces all the time. I'm live streaming it. I don't know how I'm not the central hub now. You know what happens in the center of a storm? A whole lot of nothing. Meaning that's not the eye of a hurricane. I shouldn't say the center of a storm. Center of a storm many times is very powerful, but the eye of a hurricane generally is not. The eye wall is. But, you know, when you're at the center, it could perhaps be very calm with all the shit going around you. And if I'm not at the center of it, we're moving up there. I mean, we've got, I compared this, like James Slammer, we've got more like, who I would say, I don't know, is a top 100 crypto influencer. He's leading one of the bigger projects out there. And he fought BitBoy, who I would say is a top 10 crypto influencer. And at a certain point, And who's the number one? It's probably Elon Musk or somebody like that. But if this was a real ranking, which I'm sure somebody could make a lot of money doing this someday to make this a real ranking, I wouldn't necessarily be anywhere on that list because I don't have any big bag or anything like that, but I would affect that list, meaning like my tentacles are in all of these things. Anyway, I think that's very cool.
Guy, but yeah, what you're doing is unique, original, and interesting.
Beautiful.
And be careful what you wish for, Rabbi, because it's most likely going to happen to you.
I think so. Little by little. I mean, you have been here for the whole road, at least on Telegram, and you've seen, like, it's like pretty late, and we've got a bunch of people in here. I mean, it's just bound to happen. And I keep saying that we keep growing like a snowball effect. A few people here, a few people there. I've got this guy, Gustav. He's from Armenia. He's come in now, I want to say it's 5 days in a row. He comes in every single morning there, and he takes his shit, he smokes his cigarette, he drinks his coffee, and he says hi to me. And that's how we started out. He starts his day, and he likes it. I learned he has a bidet today. I learned he takes big shits, but they're odorless, which is quite interesting. And he uses a bidet. I know this is not information that is pertinent to you nor about what you care, but it's a really unique platform that I have where I, with random strangers across the world, have very comfortable conversations with them.
Yeah, I like I was in here one morning and that dude came on and I could hear like a dog barking and yeah, he was just like smoking a cigarette, taking a shit.
Exactly. His dog's, I learned his dog's name. Okay, his dog is a German short-haired pointer. His dog's name is like Ahmed or something like that. It was like not a normal name. It wasn't Fido or something like that. It was like Ahmed. And all right, well, that's cool. But yeah, he's really nice.
That's a great dog name.
I agree. And then, do you know Scroto Gremlin? He's the guy from Greece.
Greece?
Yeah, he came back in today. We're like, where the fuck were
I haven't
you?
seen that dude in a minute. How is he?
He's well. He was doing something. He got busy with life. And he was depressed, he said. And he told him you should come back and we'll cheer you up. But the more social interaction you have, hopefully the less what do you call it? You have, dude, Steve, why can't Steve speak? Dude, Steve, we see you and we're gonna make it so that you can speak.
There's a shield right now.
Oh, okay.
On the chat. Hang in there, Steve. 1 second.
He's gone.
I see.
I hate that shield. I get it, but I don't think it should affect people in here. Because that shit happens.
Yeah, we need 4 more reposts on this tweet.
It's always a fucking repost, too.
Steve can speak.
Steve, tell him. There's a shield up right now. You'll be able to speak in like 2 minutes. So just stay calm, stay patient, and we're going to make it so you can speak. Oh, fuck, man, dude. I told you, dog, just be patient. Dude, I didn't tell you, James. It's happened to me, but my life is this data. And it's important to me. And I think all the time, like, what happens if Google just comes in one day and says, you can't have accounts, like Twitter's been saying, or whatever. It's like, well, I have the backup of it on Instagram or on other platforms, but definitely the bulk of it is on YouTube. And I kept losing YouTube accounts. They would go through, and I have like 100 YouTube accounts, and they'd go and they'd purge like 60 of them. So then I'd only have 40 left. I'd make another 20, so then I had 60. They'd purge 40 of them. So then I only have like 20 left. And, every time they take down an account, it's thousands of hours and thousands of videos all gone. which makes it very difficult for me to gain any kind of foothold when it comes to um, social media. I mean, people are like, dude, you're live all the time, but you have 3 followers. It's like, no, I know. You have to understand, I've had 40 accounts that have been banned. I have tens of thousands of followers, but they all get lost. And but it's something that happens. And I had 2 main accounts. I shouldn't say 2 main accounts, but 2 accounts that I was like, okay, these are big. These are going to be big. My Rabbi Rothschild. Just to have at Rabbi Rothschild is kind of a hard thing to get. There are a lot of Rothschilds and there are a lot of rabbis out there named Rabbi Rothschild. So just to get that was a thing. And then also at Viral Rabbi, because I put that everywhere. Well, I lost my at Viral Rabbi account a long time ago for whatever reason. But just recently, on Wednesday, they took my at Rabbi Rothschild account. And when they take your account, it's the vaguest thing you ever get. Here's the thing. My at Rabbi Rothschild account, I hadn't used it in 6 months. I didn't want to use it. I wanted to preserve everything on it. Basically, I use an account for like 6 months, and then I don't touch it ever again. So all of those videos are like archived. And then I don't mess around. That way, there are like built-in safety protections. If I ever lose an account, I don't lose everything. Well, that's why I've got so many different streams going. All right. Well, I noticed I was really proud, actually. This is how I got into this with Apollo. I was explaining to him, whenever I type in Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, this other famous Rabbi Rothschild comes up, who was a civil rights activist with Martin Luther King Jr. in Atlanta. And it's like, it's hard for me to jump that guy because he's got like hundreds of thousands of views. And I don't really want to jump him, honestly. What he's done, or what he did was really nice too. But when you type in Rabbi Rothschild, like very few things of mine would show up because they kept banning all my accounts. Well, my at Rabbi Rothschild account would show up before anything. And I noticed, like on yesterday, it was gone. And I started looking, and I looked, and they started purging a bunch of my accounts. And while I have still thousands of videos on YouTube and tens of thousands of videos on Instagram, and the whole compilation, somebody was like, I want to see your life on, they told me the date. It was like June 1st, 2022. How do I do it? And I go to my YouTube, I said, go to my Instagram. I told them what Instagram to go to. And I was like, all you have to do is scroll down to that date. It's all chronological, my Instagrams. And they're like, oh, wow, you really can go every single minute chronologically. I'm like, yeah, basically. If I can't, it's a better compilation than anybody's ever done in global history. And so he's like, well, anyway, I was a little depressed. Or I shouldn't say depressed, but just saddened. Because I don't really get depressed. That's like a serious word. I get sad. But I'm an overall joyful person, and so I don't want to say it, like I've been very sad in my life and very happy in my life, and I consider myself someone who's quite positive. And if I ever if things are negative in my life, I don't say I get depressed. I do my best not to, because that's just things that make me sad. But I'm not in a state of it. It's not like wearing over me. I'll be fine. Give me a few minutes to think about it and contemplate how I'm going to deal with that. So what had happened, though, my Rabbi Rothschild account was suspended, or terminated, whatever it is, or suspended, I guess, and for no reason. And that just kind of made me sad, because it was like, man, yet another thing they take from me. This was the one thing that I was able to like get above this other rabbi, and it's the first thing that shows up. And I hadn't touched this account, so it was going to stay like that, and I got to get out. And I thought, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to appeal this one. Everybody always rejects my appeals whenever I send them, because I always just say, I don't know why I got suspended, and and basically the email that they sent me was on Wednesday, and they said it's the biggest email you'll ever get from anyone. We're writing to let you know that due to multiple or repeated, which to me is like multiple is repeated. Multiple is just more than one. So if you have repeated, that's two. So you don't have to say multiple or repeated. Just say multiple. That covers everything. But anyway, breaches of the terms and conditions, we've had to suspend your account. If you'd like to appeal, blah, 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 blah. So I'm like, fuck. And it didn't ruin my life or anything, because I went and looked, and I still have thousands of videos on YouTube. It's not like they did a purge and took all my shit. And that really wouldn't matter to me anyway, because as an influencer, one day you're big enough, you'd be able to say, hey, YouTube, you know that I have 3 years of footage on here? And they'd be like, oh, no shit, you want it back? They would do that if you're big enough. If you're a nobody, they don't care. But if you're big enough, they're going to find a lot of interest in that. Well, they had the appeal button in this email that I got. So I'm like, you know what? It's worth it. I'm going to appeal it. And I appealed it less than 24 hours ago, and I was Googling myself or YouTubing myself. I typed in Rabbi Rothschild, and you know what? Boom, showed up right away. They reinstated the account, which is the best news I've heard in a long time, which means Google isn't that tight on their reinstatement of accounts. I just haven't been appealing them because I always lose for whatever reason on Twitter, because Twitter is apparently a little tighter about it than Google is at this point, or maybe it was just in this one case, but that was really good news to me because I still have all my other accounts that have been banned. I still have access to them. So at a certain point, once this blows up, I'll be able to just say to Google, hey, Google, I need those accounts back. Just like you gave me back Rabbi Rothschild, I need all the other ones back too. And I know I can make that work, which is really positive thing to me. I know it's still on their servers. All that shit is still stored. I just don't have access to it on the from the YouTube end. I do have access to it on Instagram and a bunch of other platforms. Anyway, that was a very long way for me to say I got my Rabbi Rothschild account back, and that's even better news than just having it not get suspended. The fact that it was suspended and I won the appeal, that's huge.
I'm happy to hear that, Rabbi.
I appreciate that.
Very exciting.
Definitely.
And I'm happy that you don't get depressed. You just get sad.
Yeah, I do my best not to. I've had some really tough times in my life, and when that happens to you, you either let them get you or you get them. And it's that whole pick yourself up by the bootstraps mentality. I know people don't like it, but you know, I can't say that I'm like the happiest person on earth, but I adapt to sadness, I think, as well as humanly possible.
I find your spirit to just persevere. I mean, rather inspiring, I guess, to put it, put briefly. Yeah, it's like what you're doing is not. You're a pioneer, I guess, in a lot of ways. You're a trailblazer, excuse me. And yeah, like there's no guarantee, but like you have a belief and you have a plan and you stick to it. And I like that. I like that a lot.
I appreciate that. You know, it's fun to me. You're absolutely right. I am a trailblazer or a pioneer. Just one moment. I'm going to see if I can remove an echo. It's driving me crazy. Okay, it should be better now. I listen to podcasts, as you know, a lot. And there's this one podcast series that it might be my favorite series, even more than Joe Rogan, perhaps. But I don't know. Joe Rogan just has so much content that it's probably still Joe Rogan. But from a purely podcast standpoint, purely audio, there's this one called the Explorers podcast that I absolutely love. And especially in the toughest of times, I listen to this podcast series because it makes me realize what I'm going through. Number one, isn't that bad, but also there are people who have made it through a hell of a lot worse to do the great things that mankind has accomplished. And I'm doing that in my own way digitally. And the cool thing about it is it's being archived And just like these guys, when Sir Edmund Hillary was climbing Mount Everest with his guide Tenzing, hold on, this is important. I know this man's name and I can't remember it right now, but he actually made it first. The guide of this, no, Shackleton's Antarctica. Before I look it up, let me see if I remember it. It's Tenzing Norgay is his name. Tenzing Norgay. So Tenzing Norgay was a guide from Nepal, and he made it to the top of Mount Everest with Sir Edmund Hillary. So that's an inspiring story. Ernest Shackleton. I love that story. That might be my favorite story of them all. What's going on, John Appleton? How you doing, baby? What up? We're talking about podcasts and surviving and things. How are things in your neck of the woods? Excellent. So I was saying that I was listening to this podcast series that I really enjoyed. We were saying that, in a lot of ways that what I do is unique and trailblazing for society, just to share the world with the world the way in which I do, and to create all this data. And I was saying that one of the things that inspired me was some of these explorers of previous days. So Ernest Shackleton is a very famous case. Phoenix, how you doing, baby? Welcome. Phoenix, if you weren't aware, I was just explaining to the room I was listening to a podcast series, and one of the podcast episodes had to do with Ernest Shackleton. So Ernest Shackleton's a fabulous story. If you're not aware, he, as I recall, was born in Ireland and grew up poor, moved to some areas of England for some time, got to study under Captain Scott, I believe, Captain Scott, I believe, and made it to Antarctica. And everybody wanted to be the first man or woman or person to actually make it to the bottom of the Earth, to the South Pole. The man who did that, actually, his name is Roald Amundsen. If you know who that is, he's a Norwegian, and most people don't know this. This motherfucker went everywhere. He was the first person to the South Pole. He was the first person to the North Pole, and he was the first person to traverse the Northwest Passage, if you know what that is in Canada. Basically, going from the Atlantic to the Pacific, north of Canada, which is very difficult to do, and you can only do it in like the summertime and stuff. Anyway, so this one motherfucker from Norway did a whole bunch of shit. A lot of people confuse Ernest Shackleton with being the first person, with Roald Amundsen being the first person at the South Pole, but that's not true. Ernest Shackleton wanted to be the first person to be at trip was, hey, John Appleton, can you hear me? Hold on a second. Oh, never mind. Who's got music? Can you guys hear that? Is that you guys? Okay, thank you for telling me that. Wait, the reason why I said that, I appreciate you telling me that. As I told you guys, I'm in, oh my God. Hold on. No, it's not the neighborhood, but kind of. So I'm in a bunch of telegrams right now, and one of them just got lit. It's that Crypto Degens launch, actually, that I was telling you about, James. Okay, so quickly, to finish the story of Ernest Shackleton, he ended up, the thing that makes him a special man is that everyone from his expedition survived. and it's just perseverance. They lived in Antarctica for 2 fucking years. Can you imagine? Like, not just 1 year, but multiple years because the ice was so bad. And like all the rationing they had to do, they brought down cows. There were cows on Antarctica, and like they had to do everything they could so that these cows didn't die. Cows don't do well in Antarctica. Like people didn't know what it was like down there, so they thought, well, maybe we can plant crops and things. And absolutely, like it's just so uninhabitable that the terrain just doesn't. Nothing survives. And the stories that these men had, basically, they had a boat that got caught in the ice, and the ice. They had planned for the boat to be able to take, like, to lift up when the ice would crack, would come together, but it wasn't able to. It destroyed their boat, so they just had a little raft. Basically, Ernest Shackleton and a small team of handpicked guys tell the guys on Antarctica, look, we'll be back for you. We're getting in a rowboat, and we're going to go in the Southern Ocean, and we're going to go to try to find somebody to help you. And they end up from a rowboat, basically, going into the ocean, getting to, it's called Elephant Island or something, South Elephant Island. And the reason why it's called that is because it's like an elephant print foot or something. Anyway, it happened to be a whaling village, and they ended up being able to tell people, hey, like, and here's the thing, even when they get to this island, it's not like they just took the rowboat to the dock. There was no doing that. They had to take the rowboat to like a mountainside and climb the mountain, and then they literally had to climb a mountain before they got there. So not only did they have to survive a rowboat on the ocean, on the Southern Ocean, but then they had to climb a mountain to survive this. And the worst part of it was not the climb up. It was the slide down because there was no way to stop, and it was very, very steep. And they basically, I think, I remember reading something that they were going down the mountain at like 50 miles an hour sliding, like without any way to stop. And that could have easily killed them. Anyway, they get to this little fishing village, tell the people there, look, we have a whole crew of guys on Antarctica, and they're going to die. We need to get back and get them. And they were able to rally people to go back down there and save these people. Like, can you imagine somebody's like, yeah, I'll be back for you. I'm going to get on this fucking rowboat. And that motherfucker came back for you. So I think highly of Ernest Shackleton. I don't think of him to be like the greatest of all great men. Because if you know anything about his personal life, he was not the highest of moral people in some of his relationships. But nevertheless, none of his guys died on that trip, and I think that's really admirable. Dude, James, I'm going to get you in Crypto Degens. It's been several movies, actually. But none of them have been big in the United States. I mean, I've watched 3 of them, because this is a really fascinating story to me. And they've all been British. Because it's like a European thing. It's not very... It's honestly, most of America didn't really... I don't want to say know about, but like, America doesn't have any ties to the South Pole. We don't have any claims to it. Do I think I'll be a movie? Yeah, I think I'll be a large series of movies. But to be honest with you, James, I think every person in my life will have a movie. I will be like the center spoke movie, which will be a series on Amazon Prime, I believe, someday, perhaps. Why there? I just had a dream once that that's exactly where it was. And all my shit is hosted there one day on Amazon Web Services. I have a certification in Amazon Web Services, but it didn't have to do with that. Anyway, but then all the people in my life, they all got their own movie eventually. And they all would like coincide together with this one. There's like one movie that kind of they all to which connect. So I could definitely see that happening. Exactly. And the name of the movie is just known as the documentary, I believe, something like that. Or the series is just known as the documentary. It's something like that. Hold on. I think so. It's the name of there's a rapper Game. He has a documentary. He has an album that I think was called The Documentary or something. Yeah, it's called The Documentary. That's what it'd be called. Because that's what it is. It's a documentary of the world. And so the name of it being a documentary, it's like, it's on everything. It's on cryptocurrency. It's on someone's life. It's on sports. It's on beauty. It's on fashion. It's on love. It's on everything. Okay. But you know what it isn't on? The crypto Degens Lounge right now if I don't send you a fucking link. Okay. So why am I having so much trouble sending you this link? I know. Because I'm in so many different. No, not yet. Absolutely not. Dude, he's in there. He's in there right now talking. And I'm going to send you a link in just a second. And you're going to shit yourself. Dog. James Kaminsky. Can you please... I'm adding you as a member. Dude, did I just pull you in there? How the hell did I do that? That's tight. Don't leave. What's up? How you doing? Yep. Hey, Apollo. I'm bringing people in here. Apollo, I'm bringing people in here. That's fine. Apollo. You have the sweetest snore. No, we love to hear you snore. I'm not the only one who said it. We have a whole room of people who are all in agreement, Apollo, that your snore is very soothing to us. I have one of them here now. James, can you please either confirm? Agreed. No, it wasn't. We were listening to you, baby. You're very calming, Apollo. I'm right here. Can you hear me? Your snore was soothing. Exactly. You just sleep. Dog, I do it every night. I'm about to do one right now on 5 different streams. Dog. I'm telling you, if you and Romeo did that in your cab, you would get a ton of people. Apollo, by the end of this, dog, I'm going to have you live streaming your whole fucking life. Dude, dog, Apollo, by the end of this, I'm going to have you live streaming your whole life. You're going to be going down the road with 14 different devices. Absolutely. I'm going to... Exactly. That's what you're gonna do. You and Romeo, and you'll have more viewers your first day because of Romeo. People are like, oh, he's got a dog. I'm gonna watch just because this person has a dog. That too. It's very calming. It puts us at ease. I thought about it. I didn't tell you that. You're a man with a good snore. Dog, you gotta be able to take a few jokes here and there. No, I didn't think about you in a sexual way because of your snore. But I dog, I'll tell you this. If I had to go gay for any guy, Apollo would be high on my list because he brought me pizza once. He knows the way to my heart. Wait, let's review what I said. If I ever had to go gay, so that's all basically a what's the word? If I had to go gay is a oh my word, what's the word for which I'm looking with late? It is oh it is a it's like a possibility. What is the word for which I'm looking? It's if. It's basically I can't think of the word. Anyway, it doesn't. Yeah, that's close, but there's a word starts with a C, and I just can't think of it right now. Um, anyway, well, it's like a qualifier, but that's still not the word that I'm looking for. Uh, yeah, it's that too. But by saying if I were to go gay, that gives me an out. But then also, I didn't say it would be you. I would say you'd be pretty high on the list. Why? Because you were really nice to me. I don't want some. If I'm going to be gay, I don't want to be gay with somebody who's mean to me. But there are 4 billion chicks out there who I want to fuck before I want to fuck Apollo. So there you go.
If you had to choose one experiment,
There you go. There you go. That's a good point. Dude, some of them. Here's the funny thing. Apollo saw a TR3B, but he was more excited, at least on that day, that he saw a B2. I think because it was the week before, right? He saw. Okay, so it was even that week. So, but he was in Missouri. He was so excited that he saw this B2. He's like, yeah, it was last week I saw this B2, which is really cool. We were kind of wondering why it was there. But anyway, but then he's like, oh yeah, and I saw a TR3B in near Sacramento, which people see B2s all the time. The TR3B was the really exciting one. And so let's hear it. That's a TR3B dog. Absolutely. Dog, Apollo has some amazing stories. No, he's not. TR3B.
She said, "What is his name?" I said, "I don't know, sorry." "What's your partner?" "Linda." And then in a second she says, "Well, this is like a motorcycle accident, and he died instantly. He didn't suffer, he runs 30 miles a year right away." I knew that, but then she wanted to give me a bunch of other information. I didn't know. She's like, "Well, this is for little kids, and then something continued the little kids."
They're my baby.
And also, something about the bandit kind of thing. I think that everybody's casting. And then a bunch of other things like that. So I said, I don't know if there's a writing off of that stuff. Then driving home, I called Linda and told her about Deborah hitting the actual information about
I've heard that too. Dr. Julie Wood, I think, is a proponent of that. There's a book I think that was written. It's called Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. Has anyone heard of this book? Okay, so it's by Dr. Julie Wood, I believe. I don't even know if this is true. Quiet Weapons, Silent Wars, or something. Hold on. But it's exactly what James is saying. It is by Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, an introductory programming manual. This is a top secret manual said to be found by accident in 1986 by an employee of Boeing aircraft. Oh wait, hold on. This might be completely different than. Okay, what is this? Hold on. That's a different thing. Religulous. It's by Bill Maher. That's correct. Catch me if you can. Catch me if you can. Okay, so the book by Judy Wood is called Where Did the Towers Go? Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars is a fucking creepy thing. Okay, so apparently this was just a random manual that was found by someone at Boeing. It's also the name of a studio album by Wu-Tang. And that's interesting that Wu-Tang has a book or an album for this. Also interesting that this doesn't show up for anything. Okay, so it's called an introductory programming manual, but what is it? This is a top secret manual said to be found by accident in 1986 by an employee of Boeing actor. He bought a surplus IBM copier for scrap parts at a government sale and found the manual inside. The manual outlines a plan to control the masses through manipulation of industry, education, and politics, and to divert the public's attention from what is really going on. Surprisingly, it is claimed that much of what is outlined has come to pass and makes interesting reading for those exploring the deeper levels of the social structure and how it may be controlled or influenced. The book tree edition includes all the important charts and diagrams not seen in other versions. It is an exact replica of the original, aside from some minor alterations to correct print quality. Found in this edition only is a new 4-page introduction. It explains why we may never be certain of the true origin of the document, despite the fact that someone has stepped forward and claimed that they assembled it from multiple sources. So anyway, that's a really interesting thing. Take care, James. Thank you for coming, and feel free to come to the Crypto G Gens Lounge whenever you want, baby. Take care. See ya. Alex Sage, can you see that I'm sharing video right now, but it's really dark? It's like super dark video. Well, yeah, you can see me though. It's really dark though, isn't it? Okay, cool. So did you say we're watching Fifth Element or Catch Me If You Can? You what? Do you like The Office? Do you want to just throw? Yeah. Do you want to just throw on any random app? I can throw on The Office. Do you want me to put on The Office? What do you normally watch? Okay. Have you seen The Many Saints of Newark? It has Joey Diaz in it. It's the predecessor. Have you seen The Sopranos? So it's the predecessor. Oh, okay. Well, it's the prequel to The Sopranos. Okay. What else could you see that's good? Have you seen All the Money in the World? It's about the Getty family. Dude, I agree. Shit's amazing, dog. Dude, I had it write 5,000 character descriptions for 13 YouTube accounts tonight, and it did it so quickly. Just so good. It's just amazing. I agree. Definitely. He does. We've had this discussion. He doesn't think so, but I'm in agreement. It's gonna get so good. It's gonna be so good. I think that they'll eventually get it. Perhaps I could be wrong on this, where it's like it never has an accident. Just there's no trucking accidents anymore. No. Well, wait. Hold on a second. Perhaps I should have clarified it by saying where it has zero at-fault accidents. So maybe somebody hits it, or there's an act of God that destroys it, but it basically never makes a mistake. We could get that. So other people could hit it. Okay, that works. I'll live with that. That's what the word works for. I'm in agreement with you, though. I agree. Though, I think I'll probably be one of the last men with whom I'd ever drive. Because he does it for a living, and he does it all the time in all kinds of conditions. So he might be one of the last true truck drivers out there. He is. Absolutely. He's going to make a whole bunch of bank as the industry closes because he'll be one of the last remaining people, and he's already very well diversified and invested in cryptocurrency that hopefully by that time he'll be able to retire. Yeah, hopefully it's the latter. Former, sorry. Oh, sorry about that. Definitely hope it's the former. I'm in agreement with you. Yo, dog, what are we watching? Have you seen Ex Machina? Ex Machina? Ex Machina?
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Artesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails.
Isn't that amazing? Dude, it's so good in comparison to how good AI was 2 years ago.
Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, berries, and flavors. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Artesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next capsule.
It's funny, like, I remember when we used to say, like, oh, AI doesn't draw fingers well. It doesn't do hands well. And then the next iteration of it does it really well. It's like, well, what else doesn't it do well? You tell me what it doesn't do well. In the next iteration, it'll do it perfectly.
Premium cocktails on demand. You can get lucky just about
I've seen the debate between Trump and Biden, which is very good. I mean, if you told me that took place, I would believe it. Apollo 13, are you there, dog? Apollo 13 sleeps on more streams than I do. He deserves it, though. He works hard. I can't believe what he does. He's like a modern-day cowboy. Seriously, he's like riding the rails, basically. I don't know why I can't hear it well. I will. I think it's because I'm in here. Just for a moment. Let me bounce down and see if I can hear it better.
Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance anymore. An agent offered us the 10-year, $500,000 policy, $50 a month. Then we called Select Quote. Select Quote found us identical coverage for $19 a month, saving us $369 a year. Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, Select Quote could save you more than 50% on your life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. Select Quote. You shop, you save. For details on several licenses at SelectQuote.com.
Increases to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important skills of their future. We transform your future reference. Don't talk during my swing. I'll let it slide this time. Results. Even with props distraction, I still got it farther. Let's go. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Phonics and spelling apps. First month for just $1. Visit HookedOnPhonics.com today and unleash your child's
As they say, you only live life once. Definitely hitting a tree. I got you called in. I'll get it this next time, I suppose.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
That's fine, I guess. Well, folks, looks like you'll be paying twice. Just like you will be waiting. Your shit. Just you wait till the light. Your heart is
Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett. Set up for George now.
Yeah, I'd rather be on
Say
stroke
hello,
3 than
Alex.
stroke 9.
At Richard Serrett. S. Why? Because I love you. R-E-double-T. Nathaniel Rateliff. And baby, I lost my way.
So close.
The FBI has arrested a rather unusual gang of suspected bank robbers. A teenager
That might
and
just be
two
the worst
children
idea
aged
I've heard.
11 and 12. The authorities dubbed the Little Rascals, according to local media, report the trio of troublemakers allegedly robbed a Wells Fargo bank in the city of Houston last week. During the heist, one of the youngsters is said to have slipped a menacing message to a teller who thought the taunts might
Jesus
have
Christ,
harm.
Doc, can you hurry up?
The
I
gang
gotta get
got
Daniel
ripped and they subsequently made off with an unspecified amount of ill-gotten money. You can read more of the story and find out how it ends. That's the carousel of the Coast to Coast AM.com. And if you like what you hear from me tonight this morning, visit my website, strangeplanet.ca, strangeplanet.ca, and there you can stream and subscribe to my podcast. This is Strange Planet. New episodes drop every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And if you want to get deeper into Strange Planet, you might want to think about becoming a premium subscriber. There are 3 subscriber programs to choose from. You get access to commercial-free listening, bonus episodes produced just for you. And you'll also receive my monthly newsletter
shit.
segment, Strange Planet.
What do I hear? Alex, say, yeah, I watched half of it. It's funny. I don't know which one came first, that one or the one. Have you seen the one where Biden and Trump debate, but it's a video? Right. The sound is right on. It's dead on. There's no doubt about that. Right. I mean, I don't think he always sounds 100% consistent now. Sometimes he's mumbling and tired and stuff. Right. I understand what you're saying. Apollo, can you hear us, baby? Or are you snoring away, sawing logs with your dog? Dog, he said he was just saying what? That's not a bad problem to have, though. Being nice and toasty in a cab.
Visit us at uncovered.com or one of our many stores.
I've driven a Limo for 11 years. It might sound glamorous, but it's tiring.
I wonder if there's just like an intermediate setting.
I got to a point where I was in severe pain. I couldn't bend my leg or stand straight when I got out of the vehicle.
Oh,
And I fell and jarred my neck really bad. Could not drive
okay.
or lift anything for months.
Well, are you gonna put on a movie?
With George Norrie, everything he said made sense. Once I eliminated the bad foods and started giving my body the right nutrients, I could feel the difference right away. I started sleeping through the night.
Dude, have you seen Saw?
And I was driving again in 3 months. I went from 230 pounds to
Have you seen Cloverfield?
My life has completely changed. I am so grateful to Dr. George. My name is Brazil.
Have you seen?
Visit criticalhealthnews.com. Sign up for the newsletter to receive Dr. Wall's 10 Bad Foods list and other invaluable nutritional advice. Call 855-949 radio to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855-949-7234 and criticalhealthnews.com.
No. Did you see? I'm sure. Like I'm naming like what I think. Because I don't know. I'm not like a huge fan like you are. Do you like the what is that thing called? That movie with the sound that goes off? The Purge. Do you like the movie The Purge? Right. Did you see Jackass Forever? Same. I could watch those all the time. Oh, you know what, actually? I did not like Jackass Forever. And here's why. I know you haven't seen it, but you've seen clips or whatever. I have changed in what I think is funny over the years, and I no longer find animals in skits funny. Meaning, like, I don't like animals having to have handlers in Hollywood and having to like be caged up and stuff. Like that's not its normal environment. Anyway, Jackass Forever, every other skit involves an animal, and also Johnny Knoxville doesn't really do any stunts. None of the big guys do stunts anymore. Johnny Knoxville didn't really. Steve-O didn't. Bam Margera wasn't in it. Of course, Ryan Dunn is dead. So like half of the cast wasn't there for it. So they tried to bring in other people. And they brought in a girl. And honestly, she didn't do anything cool in the whole show. Except she got stung by a scorpion on the lips for like, that's the only thing I think she did in the whole movie. And then they had, I don't know. They had like some guy who could fart on command, which was pretty funny because he could like stick a dart in his butt and fire it across the room, like whenever he wanted. It's like some kind of gift that he has. He literally can fart whenever he wants. And yeah, I don't know how else to describe it. And but honestly, I like their old skits, like when they have no money. And, you know, like if they break their arm, that could mean their whole career. Like they don't do that kind of stuff anymore. And Jackass 1 was just, in my opinion, groundbreaking from the idea that it's going to be a handheld movie. And a movie, it's just a bunch of different clips, but put together. I thought that I find it kind of very sophomore humor at times, very funny, but also the newer ones are not very good. Like at least I find they don't do anything that involves like getting hurt anymore. That was always the fun shit. Like, hey, we're gonna get shot with a beanbag, or we're gonna get paper cuts inside our like the webbings of our toes. Like that kind of shit. That kind of shit is like brilliant in its own way. What isn't brilliant is like all right, well, we're gonna spend like $250,000 on this stunt, and like people don't want that. They want the simple things that they do with their friends. And so I watched all of them again, and I watched the whole series again. And if you watch the series, the Jackass series, it's like a time capsule of a time, like a more innocent time in America, where there are no cell phones, there's no Wi-Fi. Like these guys are just skateboarding. Like people don't really skateboard like they once did. Like, and like take video of it and like show it to their friends. Nobody does that kind of stuff anymore. And these guys did. And it was all captured. I mean, in my own way, as I watch it, the director of the Jackass movies and the director of Jackass the show, I don't know if you know who he is, Jeff Tremaine. You're a movie buff, though. I'm sure you probably know who that is. And I don't think he gets enough credit. Obviously, like most of his shit is just like jokes, but I think he's created a genre that is really has billion-dollar profitability, and I think as well is I think he's just done a good job with a lot of the movies he's done. In fact, Jackass 1 to this day might be the hardest I've ever laughed in a movie. I can see that when they're on the bed together. I can see. Right. What movie are we watching, Pimp? You keep talking. I'm finding this movie. What are we watching? What the fuck? I thought you were going to stream it. You mean to tell me you said to the room, hey, we're going to watch a movie, and that was only for you? You weren't going to stream it in the Telegram? I understand. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I do that shit all the time. I use the royal we, so I respect it. All right. So if you want to stream it, are you streaming it on your phone or are you streaming it on a desktop? Just turn your camera on. Turn your camera on and point it at the TV.
Photographs from the late Victorian era, maybe the era.
No, let's watch it. I was going to mention that. So there's the one from the 70s, right? And then wasn't there another one? Didn't they come out with another one in the early 2000s? Oh, okay, right, fine. Okay. Yeah, I want to hear it. I really do. Because I know, well, let me first say this. The reason why I want to hear it is because that movie has a special part in my mind. When I was a kid, all of the kids would always want to know what the scariest movie was. And like we would hear like, oh, it's like Scarface because they say the F word so many times in it. But there was no internet to be able to check this stuff. And where I lived, at least the video stores didn't have like really bad movies. And I think you'll know this better than I do. Was it Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Either came out unrated or X, or maybe it was like NC-17, or maybe it was R in some places. But it had some kind of rating on it for the gore that it wasn't really that widely available. So we only as kids heard it as a rumor. Like, and we didn't even know if it was a real movie. We'd hear like, and I'll never forget, my one friend was like telling us that he asked his parents about the scariest movie, and they mentioned that someone somewhere had seen a movie about a Texas chainsaw or something like that, but they didn't necessarily know what it was. That's all I remember as a little kid, and then of course I've learned about it since. If I understand correctly, it's loosely based on a real story. Is that correct? Yeah, that's right. He was taking pieces of like their hair and their teeth and stuff, right? Right. Yeah, totally right. I remember seeing a picture of him. That's what I thought. It, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Okay, so I knew there was something about the rating of it, and that's why it was so taboo. Right. To be honest, I don't. I never saw it. I think I mean, when you get in the horror genre, you've got to have some thick skin for some really shitty movies. Meaning, like, not all horror movies are good. Obviously, not all movies are good, but there's a lot of bad ones. A lot. Exactly. So you have to have a lot of patience for it. And if you don't have a lot of time or it's not really your niche, you're just like, look, I'll only see the big ones, the most famous ones, the scariest ones. But like, if they have 8 of these movies, I don't have enough time to watch 8 of these fucking movies. It's a long time to me. Do you like Final Destination? Final Destination? Yeah. Oh, you're saying Texas Chainsaw Massacre is one of the worst of all time. Do you like the movie Final Destination? Have you ever seen the movie Fear? Dog, you're telling me you are a horror movie fan and you've never seen the movie Fear? What up, ass munch, you little shit? You're sitting here on your own thumb, milking yourself. How you doing? What up? Listen, hey, listen. If you are quiet enough, you can hear Apollo dreaming. Apollo 13. He's someone in this chat. You can hear him dreaming. He's snoring like a little angel. Word mockingbird. Alex Sage is going to be sharing his screen, and we're going to watch a horror movie. We were just talking about the movie Fear. The movie Fear stars Mark Wahlberg and Reese Witherspoon. It's from the 1990s. It has a special place in my heart because it was, I think, the first R-rated movie that I ever saw. It was definitely the first what I would consider horror movie I ever saw, but it's not a traditional horror movie. I think it's more considered a drama, but does have some aspects of a horror movie in it. Apollo 13 just coughed. Apollo 13 just coughed. He's alive. Dog, here's what you do. You go to Telegram. You download Telegram for desktop. Then what you do is you have to use your QR code. Can't you? Yeah, how the fuck do you have a password for Telegram? No one has a password for Telegram. It just sends a code to your phone. Right. Oh, you have two-factor authentication on? Sorry, dude. Weirdo. Dude. What are you doing? Now I want to know what you're doing in your Telegram. We have Ass Munch in here, whose Telegram literally is just one long stream of porn, and his is just number. So, Alex, what are you doing that you need a two-factor on Telegram? Oh my God, I hate you. I hate you and everyone like you. I hate two-factor authentication almost as much as I hate evil in the world. Two-factor authentication sucks. I remember back in the day when you could make all your passwords password. It was amazing. Nobody cared. Nobody stole from you. It was just the early days of the internet. But in all reality, the current two-factor authentication system sucks. The best way to do two-factor authentication, if you're going to do it, is you actually don't have a password for websites anymore. Here's what you do. If you want to log into, let's say, Telegram, you log in, or you just send it your email, and it sends you an OTP to your email every single time. That's the most secure way to do a two-factor authentication. Hell yeah, you were able to disable your password, so now you can get on like a normal person. But we still want you to send us links to all of your Telegrams. We gotta take a look and see what in the fuck you're doing. I didn't either. I would have been down for it, because then I could make like 1 million Telegram accounts. But yeah. Yeah, the phone number's the big one. In fact, it kind of sucks the way the setup is. Normally, for websites where you just need a phone number to log in, or you need a phone number just to verify, but with Telegram, at least on my devices, it doesn't always store. Usually it does. On my iPhones and stuff, it does. But there's like Chromebooks that I have, it doesn't always store. So if I ever use Telegram on a Chromebook, I have to use a unique telephone number every single time. It sucks. I know. First world problems. What do you want me to do? Alex Sage, have you downloaded Telegram for desktop? Dude, we need a play-by-play. It's okay. So he's getting into his Netflix right now, and we're going to watch, we still don't know. Hey, Ask Munch, have you ever seen the movie Fear, starring Mark Wahlberg and... I'm down. Well, you'll be here with Apollo. Apollo has a dog with him. Alex is here, and I'm here. I know, that dog would be bear bait. Right, exactly. They're like, wow, this thing has an appetizer and a main course. Alex Sage, have you seen Catch Me If You Can? Dog. How haven't you seen it? It stars Leonardo DiCaprio and Tom Hanks. It has Amy Adams in it, and that other hot. It has so many hot chicks in it. No, but it has. Dude, it has so many hot chicks in it. Hold on. Catch Me If You Can. Dude, she gets shit in my bed. All right, Catch Me If You Can. It has one of the best casts I've ever seen. All right, here you go. It has Leonardo DiCaprio, Tom Hanks, Christopher Walken, Martin Sheen, Ellen Pompeo. That's that bitch from Grey's Anatomy. She can get it. It has Jennifer Garner. You know that bitch who was in all those credit card commercials. It has just one moment. It has Natalie Bay. It has Elizabeth Banks. It has Elizabeth Banks, dog. It has even more hot chicks, and it has Amy Adams. It has 4 hot chicks. Amy Adams, Elizabeth Banks, Jennifer Garner, and Ellen Pompeo. Those are the 4 hottest chicks. There's also Caitlin Doubleday and some other hot bitches in it. This movie, he hooks up with so many hot chicks in this movie. We want to watch whatever one you want to watch. Dude, I don't think Apollo needs to worry about that. You okay? Dude, look, Apollo put himself on mute. Look, Apollo put himself on mute. So he put himself on mute. But I'm saying he put himself on mute as well then. Because he was snoring. And I know you muted him, but I didn't mute him, and he muted himself. I don't think so. He's still... I'm an admin as well, and he's still unmuted for me. Wait, I should say, his mic is muted, but it's not like red with the line through it, like you muted him. I'd love to. Listen here, slutbag. Do it again, and you know what? I don't even know if I can. I know, I am. It doesn't give me the option. Weird. Hold on. Because I can mute Apollo, and he's the owner of the group. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe I'm not seeing it correctly. Can you mute me? Oh, that's who I can't mute. Sorry, I can't mute Alex Sage. I can mute you. You got it. As much, I have you muted. Now, I think you're just muted for me. So, I can't hear it, dude. Hold on. Wow. Please do. Let's see it happen. Slut, you never be able to mute me. I'm the coolest motherfucker of all time. All I do is talk. I run my mouth wherever the fuck I want. I won't ever stop talking. Dog, you're right. So admins can mute other admins. Dog, so admins... Oh, dude, you have to do something special. Are you using, I know, I gotta tell them what to do. Are you using Telegram desktop? Alex, your microphone's up. Can you hear me? Alex, there's this little button he has to press. Alex, can you hear me? Alex, dog. We can see it. Alex, can you hear me? Alex. So there's a little so do you have Telegram desktop? Alex. He muted himself again. I'm gonna unmute him. Can I do that? Oh, that'd be really creepy. Yo, Alex. Did you download Telegram desktop? That's mean. That's mean. Don't do that. Alex. That's super mean. Dude, Alex, I'm sorry he did that because that's mean. Okay, so do you know the screen where it says share screen? Where you can choose the windows there's a little button in the bottom left corner that says share system audio. And you want to press share. Yeah, it does. I'll show it. Well, I shouldn't say that. Hold on. I shouldn't say it does. I don't want to doubt you. I cannot. Can anyone else? All right. So here's what I'm. Okay. Do you know? Can you see my screen? Just one moment. I'm going to show you my screen with my. You're right. Hold on. Now you should see it like on a computer. Okay. So, excellent. If I go to the screen share, you know the screen share button? I know. Sure. Do you know the screen share button that is like here? At the very bottom, there's a okay, and then right here, there's a share system audio button. Put your mouse on the screen one, and then see if it says share system audio. No. Oh, now I can. Yeah, now I can. Now I can hear it really well. LFG. Very good. Wait, what fixed it, Alex? Okay, but you still don't have the ability to. You don't have the ability to share internal sound, or that little button never showed up. I know. I just think it's weird that the software doesn't show that when that's like internal to the software. No, I think you hacked it, dog. You're an international hacker. We need to look out. Watch you. Somehow you hacked the Telegram software. I'm just kidding. Okay, so that's really great. Good job. Let's watch it, dog. I can. It says including hammers, meat hooks. You're cool. It is, and this isn't your fault, Alice. This is just a movie. It is super dark. Right, Ass Much? I think that's how modern movies are.
This is one of my favorites in terms of famous last words, and that was now comes the mystery. Just before he passed, now comes the mystery. That's the way I feel. I mean, I'm not in any rush to die. I'm not in any hurry. I'm afraid.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm saying it's not even anything that we can control. That's just how movies are nowadays. They're just really dark. Especially horror movies. Exactly. Yeah, took the words out of my mouth. And, I mean, not to even outdo that, but it is the remake of perhaps the most famous horror movie, or maybe not most famous, but the most infamous horror movie of all time. Definitely. Oh, very cool to know. Yeah, it's fine. I'm so sorry. I'll fix it in a second. There, it should be fine now. You can't be.
You're not supposed to like our main characters, so if you hate them, there's nothing wrong.
What we're doing here is how
the main character out on stage.
all right. Let's see. Kenny is in Rochester, New York. First time caller. Hey, Kenny, welcome aboard.
What up, pimp? I watch whatever you want to watch. I'm fine with either. Cool. Let's do it. Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre or Texas Chainsaw. It's embarrassing.
That's exactly right. You're very funny, Alex. There's no creativity. Dude, you can't beat the admission price. Dude, last time I was here, I was watching this horror movie, and then we barely got 2 minutes into it, and the purveyor of the movie said, "Do you want to watch the original version of it?" I was like, "All right, whatever, dog." Pow, pow, pow. Thanks, baby. Honestly, Alex, you could have told me that was the original. It was so dark. I'm okay. I believe you. Dude, is that my man Apollo? No, it's not. Dude, I was thinking when we were doing the whole muting people and unmuting people, how crazy would it be if the admin could unmute someone and just listen into their lives? Like basically, Apollo is asleep right now. But if we as admins just unmuted him, we could listen into him. That'd be crazy. Exactly. Yeah, you fucked it up. You fucked up. You fucked it up, ass sponge. Damn you. So in the future, you know how you avoid that? Is you just turn down his volume for you. Did you change it? Yeah, when I came in, it was at 11% too, and I moved it to 100% just so it'd be even with everybody else. But I don't know. That's very confusing to me. Usually, when I have a setting like that, even if I'm an admin of something, it's not a global setting, or it tells me you are doing this for everyone in the room, not just for you. It is weird. But at least we're not one of these jackasses who has Telegram on two-factor authentication. Jesus Christ. What a douche canoe. What asshole wants that in their life? Oh, sorry, I can't talk to you on Telegram. Why? Because I can't remember my fucking password. Who has a password for Telegram? I just want to say, while Apollo, I know he's not here, he's a really nice person. Really, if you don't know him well, he's a really good guy. Do you know he and I met in real life? Apollo and I met in real life. Two. We shared pizza in the park in a picnic. It was wonderful. It does. It really could have been. Meaning, like, we had this Asian chick who came up to us and wanted to know what I was smoking, allegedly. Anyway, he'll tell you about that. He loves telling that story. Basically, we were just randomly sitting on this bench, and this random chick comes up to us and is like, "You guys smoke the ganj?" We're like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "You got any doobies?" I'm like, what are you saying? She's like, "Do you like the green?" I'm like, what do you want? She's like, "Do you guys have any hash?" I'm like, what? Huh? I'm like, "Can you just leave us alone?" She's like, "Do you have any of the 5-leafed flower?" I'm like, what? She's using all these terms to say, "Do you have any marijuana or cannabis?" And she's using all these like narc terms. She's like, "Do you have any, marijuana? Do you have any," like all these weird terms. So anyway, I'm like, maybe. And she's like, "All right, well, where is it?" I'm like, "At our house." She's like, "Oh, you don't have it here?" I'm like, "No." She's like, "Well, you want to go get it?" I'm like, "No." Even though I was smoking a chain like right next to her, basically. I just didn't want to be too involved with her. But we got all of this on camera, so it's all uploaded to Instagram. It was amazing. Dog. Remember that time? I'm just going to give him some shit. Remember that time when Alex Sage didn't suck dick at displaying different movies? Ass Munch. Ass Munch. What was your favorite part of the movie? Was it the part where it was super dark or the part where he stopped it? I enjoyed that part as much as I enjoyed this part. This part's good too. Oh, look at him. And then he makes it really nice and it's like super advanced. I love it. Honestly, I love giving people shit. Oh, no shit. Do you have two-factor authentication on? Do you have to send a fax so that you can get that one-time password? Do you have to send a fax so that you can get the one-time password for your two-factor authentication for Amazon? Okay. No, we see it. No, we're just giving you. We're not giving you shit. Your stream is amazing. We're just saying it's really hard to see what's going on because it's very dark in the movie. Yeah, they make me know that there's something going. If not, I would be like, "Oh, the picture's broken." But the fact that there are white letters on the screen tell me no, it's just very dark. You want me to turn it up? I don't know if I can. What up, Pim? I love Seinfeld. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm just far away. Wait, what does it do? Wait. Wait, so it really was being black, right? Oh, no shit. Oh my god, it was like, I'm not seeing anything in this fucking movie. I feel like such an asshole. I feel like such an absolute dumbass. Like, oh, fuck. I was looking at a black screen. Here I am making jokes about it. Like, shit, if the fucking white letters weren't there, I wouldn't even know this is a fucking movie. And it really is fucking black screen. I'm literally like, as I'm watching it, I'm like, oh, is this like, I really thought like I'm looking inside a closet or it's like in the woods. I didn't know what the fuck it was. So you're telling me that Netflix still shows the letters, but it doesn't show the picture? Okay, so you want to know how you can get it to work and not be a slut? Here's how you do it. You take your phone and you turn on the camera and you point the camera at the screen, and then it works perfectly. Do you understand what I'm saying? Dog. Do you understand what I'm saying? You take your camera, your phone camera, and you shoot it at the screen. So we're just watching it through the camera. You don't share your screen. Does that make sense? No, absolutely not. We are having a sleepover tonight, and you're all invited. What we're going to do is we're going to get Alex to figure out how to turn on his camera and point it at his screen. If he can't figure this out, I don't know if he's going to make it in life. What? Dog. Literally, all you have to do is turn on the camera and point your phone at the screen. I can write these steps out to you. Here they go. Step 1, get your fucking finger out of your ass. Step 2, turn your camera on. Step 3, point your camera at your screen. That's it. That's done. Okay, I'm ready. Did you take your thumb out of your ass? That's my question. I like it. So you're skipping step 1 and going directly to step 2. Excellent. Word, Mockingbird. Look at this guy. Now he's figuring it out. Hell yeah. I fucking feel like I'm in Texas. I feel like I'm there. Dude, Alex knows what's up. He's got this shit working. He's gonna make me put on my glasses so I can really see what the fuck he's doing. Alright, so Alex now has his camera pointed at his TV. That's perfect. That's exactly what we needed him to do. I understand. This part's a pain in the ass. What'd you say? Oh, no, wait. No wonder he likes movies so much. Oh, okay. Yes, perfectly. Beautifully. I feel like I'm in Texas. Do you know why I said I feel like I'm in Texas? You got it, baby. Yeah, he's a movie buff, but the 6 movies I named, he hasn't seen them. He didn't. Exactly. No, he totally has my respect for seeing all the really shitty horror movies. Ass Munch, how did you get your nickname Ass Munch? He just called you Ass Munch? Who called you that? I gotcha. But it doesn't have anything to do with tossing salads? That's what I was going to say too. It's really bright. Exactly. I'm like surprised at how bright this is. I'm over here like, man, they shot this damn movie in a closet. It's super bright. Yeah, that's fake. You know there are a million things available, and Ass Munch wasn't one of the last things. Right, exactly. You mean Ass Munch 1 was taken, but Ass Munch wasn't taken? You know you like eating butthole. I am shocked. I'm shocked at how bright this movie is. Exactly. No, it's really good. Now, I could see that. I was just going to say, it's amazing to me that it's a horror movie shot during the day. Do you still have the white text on? The subtitle? See, I'll really be able to tell you how dark this movie is once I see those subtitles. I'll have something with which to reference. A reference point. I love it. I think it's the future. The funny thing is, I've actually taken people's streams like this and re-streamed it on different platforms. Like, just if I didn't have access to a certain sporting event, I'll take someone's restream and restream that.
Waiting on a tax return? Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% to 25%. If you're in a bind this tax season, like our U.S.-based restoration specialist,
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. To talk to a dictionary, call the line right now at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. For West of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is a Coast to Coast Live. With your host, Richard Silver.
Sitting in the and he is said to help people find objects, sometimes it's referred to as the real. So last week, my family and I were to campuses and residences, and that's about a 5-hour and then we got home a few hours later. And we left them back in the restaurant, 3.5 hours in the direction. Anyway, we searched the next day. We searched the house again. My wife to see if they had found nobody was picking up the phone. So we searched the car, every surface in the house. No descriptions. So then, this was and right there on her desk, next to a picture of me, on her desk, so she brought us some photos and helped us
If it comes up to like random times, it'll be fucking hilarious. Like, the whole time, it's boring, you know what I'm You gotta admit, when Benny Beth came on, trying fucking shit, it's so cool. It's good, bro. I can't lie. It's a good thing, bro. When you got
John, thank you for that. Fresh into a year, right? All right.
That's what you went the other day, and I
How are you?
what? Yeah, I need to you know, it kind of depends on the day for me, but I like fuck over the fucking Dutch master, you know, I'm not picky. Bro, I like darks. I like cigarettes, the small ones. Yeah. Yeah, you need regular fucking Newports, bro. Honestly, American cigarettes are just like most American beer. Yeah, that's why you need Newports, bro. Cigarettes, I like it from Poland, Russia. They got that good shit. Yeah, when it comes to killing themselves with cigarettes and alcohol, they're the experts. Bro, I bet this Russian stick, bro. That's my favorite was. She just like, shocked you did not just say that. Literally was born in Russia, and she's telling me she likes American beer. That's crazy. I like the cigarettes from fucking India, bro. The extra chemicals. Bro, India is one of the most uniquely weird places I've ever seen. Yeah, no, it's like absolutely sounds like I get diarrhea from going there. But yeah, dude, I heard like it's like a famous thing. Indian food. I've never eaten Indian food. Yeah, they make up their meat, bro. They make it with their feet and they wipe their ass with their foot.
That's a real question, man.
Bro,
whenever I speak to dream handlers, it's always stressing how important it is to keep a dream journal. It's something I've found out it's just I've never gotten around to it. But I'm wondering how many of us will discover if we journal we have a dream. How many of us will also discover that we've had prophetic dreams, depression dreams like that. Let's say first time called.
I guess it's an accomplishment, but it's fucking kind of weird too. Bro, my face is crazy though, bro. America's done a lot of crazy shit nowadays. Bro, and for like young women pouring themselves online, it's an interesting thing. Yeah, what a time to be alive. And I don't mean that in a good way at all. Bro, man, you must be other people in the 60s that are married to you know. You know, this even approach.
I like the part where you carrying around with a bug.
I gotta run. We're up against the break here. But great call. Thank you for that. Juan in Texas getting some amazing messages on his issue. Bruce Springsteen, we take care of our own. This is the World Radio host.
Leonardo DiCaprio's national treasure. Margot Robbie, he's fine, bro. She's 23 when that came out. She's kind of pretty good, bro.
Website portfolio
What?
while simultaneously answering
She's kind of like older than fuck now. She was like 23 then. Yeah,
you have what it takes.
she's like 30.
And at Cox Business, we
She's
have the
like
IT
she's fucking 50
solutions.
now, to be honest with you.
Visit coxbusiness.com for details.
45, I would actually pretty old. I would say 40. But yeah, James, not the best.
Not everyone can
Yeah,
afford
no, Australians, I'm fucking probably.
Bookings plus website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and pixel.
I want to do heroin and die outside the microwave.
And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions that you can work it out. Visit coxbusiness.com for details.
Yo, I want to just do heroin and addicted to alcohol. Talk about people who like such an art and I was like, what I was telling them, like, well, the worst that is not going to be acid. It's that hard.
And turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets.
Exactly.
College basketball's most frenzied time of the year.
Yeah, so, okay, this is a classic question. Alright, would you rather get that or heroin?
Sportsbook
Heroin.
use promo code
How about crack or heroin?
customers can bet
Heroin. Alright, how about meth or crack?
instantly in bonus bets only at DraftKings Sportsbook.
Right, crack.
Promo
That's
code
last.
That's
Yeah,
promo
because
code
it's the last one.
Friday easy day. Sports between
You know,
bonus bets are 168 hours of issuance. Eligibility and restrictions apply.
I feel like the way people answer that question, oddly, says a lot about them. This is their way. I feel like the way people answer that question, oddly enough, says a lot about them. Oh yeah, that's everything about them.
Since this is radio, you can't see
You just figured out about certain sites are not bad. That's crazy.
or how much block a key source of information inside the body.
Now that's a answer right there.
How it helps you steal from me. But you can see how the Dixon can help you.
And you know we have to set it around.
Individual results may change reactions to the brain condition. Get up right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of the face, lips, mouth,
I'm just messing around.
without new orders.
But anyway,
Try pain,
I think it looks like we're done. Is that weird?
parasitic infection.
I'm just messing around.
Without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your Dixon specialist about Dixon. Visit Dixon.com or call 1-800-444.
I love it so much that it's like,
No matter what the day brings, tap on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. It's the best piece of new love. Pictures to
more like scared movies don't like it. Like it's a little shocking, but to me that you don't like more movies, I'm scared. Yeah. I just think that's a plot line for each level. These kind of movies,
Go to juicyjuice.com.
they are, but sometimes that's the magic, right? Like the best one could, if the best ones are both simple, right? Yeah, you gotta get the simple stuff right, you know? Because if you try to actually fuck shit up and everything just sucks. Or there's like Blair Witch, there's actually no plot line in that fucking movie at all. I love Blair Witch.
So they sold an hotel agreement. What you're telling me? Yeah. Like 1 month, come back to wow. Yeah. Just more rely on a guy like it. Next level advertising.
818-501-4109. The first time.
Players still like Detroit.
501-47.
No, I mean, like in terms of like how long he was. Oh, yeah. So you left left either for okay. Gotcha. Yeah. You want to think about later project. Heroes, okay.
With your next host,
That's
sitting at the table, Mrs. Mary Staples and Stronger.
that rabbi has got a fight trend out.
Contact in the desert, which is just around the
Burn
corner.
the sun.
Two very big reasons. Number one is
Everything's on.
10th anniversary, hard to believe, 10th anniversary of Contact
Hey,
in the
Rabbi,
Desert. And
you turn up your mic, bro.
this
Yeah, we
Contact
can't
in
hear
the
you.
Desert will feature Coast to Coast Radio, George Norrie and George Knapp together on stage for
Rabbi.
the first time. With more details, some real
A lot of fun. So save the date. It's May
Oh,
30th
that's
through
much
June
fun, yeah,
4th.
actually.
It's
Oh,
Contact
yeah.
in the Desert. Richard said it's the 10th anniversary. A ton of people are there. Richard Dolan, Jerry Streeter, the list just goes on and on. And for the very first time, I remember this before myself in Contact, so we Captain Rock. And see this Georgia George. We're just going to stick George Norrie, George Knapp on the stage. We're going to put some microphones in the audience. And just let people know. It's very right fun. So you can go to Coast to Coast AM right now. We're in the events section. There's a ton of information. Get your tickets.
You gonna relax, bro?
Contact in the Desert. All right. Hey, you just tell me where you are on my bag. So we're good. No, take some time. All right.
Yeah,
Welcome back.
you can bring it away sometimes.
Great.
Bro, I had to take on like that project that people completely just bailed on. Bailed. Like, let's put it this way. I was supposed to do like a nice piece of alternate project, right?
Around 6 rate cuts by the Fed this year.
And
And the inflation
I
data
just
came out
need
quicker
to
than
take them
expected.
over.
Diversifying portion that you say
Make
is a
certain
global
things
diversified group that help you convert an existing IRA
Yeah.
or 401k to a
Wow.
cash-secured IRA.
Yeah. So
Like
I
Coast
said,
98,
it's not long.
get free info kit on gold. The top
Yeah.
specialist.
I was already having a single one before that.
Next comes
And then I had
98.
My name is Chris Ryan, founder of Untucked. 13 years ago, we pioneered casual style
one of my
and
best
original
friends trying to
Untucked
call
shirt.
the other guys.
Over the years, applied the same
Well,
obsession
you
to
told me-
perfect fit.
You told me
Fans,
about that
players, and
part.
sports coats.
That was you calling it.
We literally got you covered from head to
You're
toe.
like, hey, check
We
out
also
this
have a
one.
great men's collection, just launched the big and tall line too.
Yeah.
With 20 new stores opening in 2024, we now have over 100
Yeah.
more.
I had to
Visit
make
us at
something that.
untucked.com or
Wow.
one of our stores.
It's time. I need to tell you, Chico's no longer with us. He stopped using a zebra, and no one's seen him since. I know what you're thinking. What's a zebra? Crazy name, right? And I asked the same thing. What's that BZ spelled back? It stops you and no you'd start. Now they're telling me it's zebra 91. It's 91%. That means I'm mixed up everybody. I discovered solutions, not even close. So you gotta buy the one that works or the one that doesn't. Guess what? You're gonna buy a zebra 91. Hey, what happens if it doesn't? Of course it's gonna work. It's zebra 91. I don't know. Zebra 91 has a 91-day money-back guarantee. Everybody else only why? Because they don't work. I've been looking at it simple enough. Get a zebra 91 today. Go to zebra.com. CYPPAH.com. That's zebra.com. CYPPAH.com. Remember, it's everything spelled backwards.
Like 5 more minutes, then you go TV hashtag.
All right, let's go to the natural line and Don is in
These next 5 minutes are actually really dope, so I would actually, yeah. Yeah, sorry. United States in it. But the thing is, if you look at the vaccination rates, they used to fly with military, got
'Cause Yeah. I remember that. I can't believe it's been 10 years. And it's true. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes people are at their best by things that they've watched. And it sounds like that was a perfect example. For reminding us about that tragedy, the Alger landslide, March 22nd, 2014. Let's say on to first-time caller, Jody's in Mississippi. Jody, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Thank you for taking my call.
My pleasure. That's the dream.
That was a great project. I don't know why.
Yeah, so you're watching for a week.
Love the project. Really got fucked up.
I need my 10% your job.
And all of a sudden I could hear like this drunk, not seeing anything. And my mom looks up and
an expert on Jungian archetypes, symbology, I've done a number of shows with dream analysts and so forth. I'm trying to remember what they would have said, or they said about wheat fields. I mean, without being an expert, I would think when I think of a wheat field, I think of harvest, I think of bounty. So it's, a wheat field maybe could represent abundance, when you're looking at prosperity. On the other hand, if it's, if a wheat field is like, if it's dry or if the field is kind of barren, that might suggest, the opposite. There's a sense of lack or depletion. So, do you remember what was the wheat field like? Did it feel like it was healthy and bountiful? And how are things in your life? Do you feel like you have bounty, you're blessed? Alright, well, maybe that dream was just a kind of a reaffirmation about where we are in life. That, sometimes we feel like we're really down or what have you. Maybe that was just a reaffirmation that you do have
consistently Google or whatever, then it's got a chart. And there's these two pillars. And next to it, there's a sun on the left-hand side. And you're out here. And this side is actually right? Or a planet. And what if you look at it, it's covered up. So I was wondering if it was kind of like they knew or trying to see that it was kind of familiar with masonry, kind of like the symbolism. It's got G in the middle, but I mean, kind of weird. 9/11, you know, you've got these kind of
Well, I see the chart. There are two columns, and one appears to have the globe of the Earth, and the other one, I don't know, some sort of I'm not sure what that is, another planet. Yes, you've got the arc, looks like an anchor, there's a beehive, some aprons are in there. It looks like these two columns are sitting on a chessboard. I wouldn't know where to begin with all the symbols here. I mean, whenever you have two shapes, I think it's kind of natural to sort of gravitate towards, oh, well, the Twin Towers. I don't know if that's necessarily so in this case, but there's a lot going on, for sure, in the Freemason chart, and maybe we should have a Mason come on and explain, or some of the researchers Freemasonry explain what all these symbols are. Yeah, there's a star, there's the all-seeing eye, there's a heart. What else do I see here? Looks like am I seeing a cow? Something that looks like a trophy, or maybe even a coffee urn? My lord, I have no idea what that means, or what that means, any of them. But that'd be a good show. We'll get someone to talk about the Masonic chart. All right. Let's take a time out and celebrate work. That's how I got to Memphis, taking a second break on Coast to Coast AM.
That's how I got the
Not everyone can upload an entire image library onto a photo shoot, managing online bookings for a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Not everyone can upload an entire image library onto a photo shoot and managing online bookings for a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Home decorating, it's perfect. And different situations to shoot all the time. So decorating, home decor, and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. Excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook apps. You customize any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet 5 bucks to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only at DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Bonus bets expire 60 hours of operation. Experts in the club. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/view.
You don't want to look at that.
1-800.
Texas chainsaw, bro.
Many here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around
Bro,
HIV.
you came in time just for the crazy shit. Like, what? Bullshit, but now
There
you're
are effective ways that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to stay undetected, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be detected. If you're living with HIV and
Dude, I wish I had some good snacks on this truck.
learn more about Treat HIV today. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings,
Yeah,
juicy
back
juice
up.
for the good stuff. Get nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them healthy and healthy. Juicy juice is only sweetened by flavor, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in forms like apples, pears, spices. Learn juicy juice
Damn, look at that.
juicyjuice.com.
Good starting as we can.
Here with new Banana Boat 360 comfort with advanced
That's what I'm talking about, that, bro. The other girl died.
means an
Yeah,
all-new
better
Mystic
take that
fragrance.
down.
It smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control
Is this a little periscope? No, it's not the wax. That's
This is a radio ad for the patient.
yeah, they advertise that they made it 1 month there.
Moderate to
So,
severe
you guys are not very good. Why can't you
But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of it. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps you block cancer inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps you reduce skin from pain, but you can see how the medicine can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about neurological eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
On America's darkest day, 9/11, the total fatalities population is the heroes ever since. People put their lives on the line for our country and our communities. Nature help now more than ever. Transmissions of deep good and honor. Never forget 9/11 sacrifices of this country.
just right in your kitchen, served up fresh off the press. And for a limited time, when you buy your artesian, you'll receive a free classic collection variety. That's 6 cocktail flavors to choose from your soda. Each episode is packed with fresh juices, bitters, and extras. Plus, some HGTV every day. Artesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek artesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to artesian.com/gift to get started. That's BORTESIAN.com/gift. Artesian. Premium cocktails on demand.
Waiting on a tax return? It ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns.
So you taking up a load there, Polo, or you just sleeping in this yard? Don't think about that somewhere else.
Our U.S.-based restoration specialists and experts dedicated to helping solve your identity.
You know, back in the Sunday.
All my loan plans are backed by the million-dollar protection package. So when we pursue payments and plan for this money to identity,
Killing out some time.
tax season with LifeLock. Save up to
Yeah, so,
year with promo code news at LifeLock.com.
yeah, pick up the load. Just go to North Dakota. But it was snowing, so I didn't want to fucking call it. Exactly. So I'm going to this question that anything else could answer. I'm going to take that on 32nd of February. I'll take that on 32nd of February.
Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance anymore. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy with $50 a month.
Yeah, man, no way out there.
Select Quote found us identical coverage for $19. Savings of $369 a year. Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, Select Quote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. Go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. Select Quote. We shop, you save. AM 640, more stimulating.
Could you mercy?
Bro, I was going to see it on the deck, so. That good, huh? What? I was getting the deck's going.
Call the wild card line at
Oh,
818.
we just think about another 2 weeks.
The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the
It's gonna be fun just to watch that shit instead, bro. You already know I watch that. That's a really more toll-free.
Call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM.
Because, like, that's how I'm not reading that off.
Sitting on George Norris on X, Richard Sarah and website Strange Planet. This is Mary Gauthier and Mercy. Now you may recognize this from I think it's season 3 of Yellowstone.
And then we get to have that very
California elementary school students would start out as pictures that now would soon turn into the discovery of a lifetime. Last spring, as the Terra Redwood school students were playing in the Santa Cruz Mountains, they found a strange object. The Santa Cruz Museum of Natural History said in a news release, Brian Daniels, the teacher chaperoning the students, told KSPW Action News 8 the kids were building a dam looking for crawdads. They were just in the mud, pulling things out, and one of them comes up and is like, "This isn't a stick, this is bone." Evans told the outlet the children thought it was a bone of a large animal. It turns out was a bit more unique. The students brought their friend Wayne Thompson, paleontologist section up at coasttocoastam.com. And coming up tonight on Coast, I'll be back. A.W. Finnegan joins me in the first half. He's an author and artist who survived Lyme disease and immune tolerance. He joins me to discuss his book, The Sleeping Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, Chronic Illness, and the Imitative Antigens of Biological Warfare. And he'll touch on topics including immune tolerance, the esoteric history of biological warfare, and one of history's most exceptional yet infamous pioneers in virology and immunology, the German scientist Dr. Eric Trump, who pushed the boundaries of immunity studies. In the second half, UK-based author and researcher Maria Wheatley has been studying the iconic English stone temple Stonehenge for years. She'll explain her belief that mysterious earth energies were incorporated in the megalith's architecture, imbuing it with unseen powers. She'll discuss her new book on the topic, The Secret History of Stonehenge. That's tonight on Coast to Coast AM with yours truly. All right, let's get back to open lines on the other side here on Coast to Coast AM.
I want to go on a road trip.
Real people, real stories.
I gotta wait till summer. I just got some more responsibilities. Bro, it's so crazy, bro. That like I just been doing so much shit that like I was literally sick for one day. And I had like 8 different people like text me out of this like pushed up like I actually like it was just like a weird moment where it's like oh shit, like I actually
I have to tell you, that has to be a kind of war.
866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit kindofwar.com.
the more I just progress in my life, the more people I just help. So, like, that's what I was
The crisis here, number one need is food. Because when things go sideways, it's always one of the first things to sell out. If you wait to stock up, all you'll find in the grocery store are crowds of desperate people and empty shelves. That's why FEMA and the Red Cross say you need at least 72 hours of non-perishable food. But here's the good news. For Patriots, the trusted preparedness company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get two free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. It sells for $29 and has been rated 4.4 stars with thousands of happy customers. When you act quickly and buy one kit, you will get 2 more kits absolutely free. That's 3 kits for the price of $58 in free food. Go to freefood3.com. That's freefood3.com. This deal won't last. Go to freefood3.com now.
Well, welcome back to Coast AM. Richard Serrett sitting in for George Norrie, coming to you live from the home studio in Old Fort Hill, just north of Toronto. And let's go back to the calls. East of the Rockies, Cynthia is in Massachusetts. Cynthia, good morning. Welcome to Coast. Hi there.
Whether she wanted her to go or stay. And he said for her to go. And so on the way back home, it prayed that I would have to leave. She passed away. But when
is in Virginia.
What your brother did to us all.
Hi there.
Hey, you're driving. Do you have the same job as Apollo? What are you driving?
Was it expected? Sorry, was your father's passing expected or was it set?
No, that was absolutely unexpected. Absolutely unexpected. He was 65 years old. And so I go to Georgia. My brothers are over there. I told them on the phone, on the way, about the dream that I had, which means really wasn't a dream. But when I arrived there, my brothers are going through photos, and we're just standing there talking about Dad. And I said, well, my one brother says, who is this? He pulls a picture out of the box. And he said, I don't know who this man is. I've never seen the picture. He showed the picture to me, and my I was shocked. I said, that's the old man. That's the old man that was waiting on me and Dad. That's the old man that told me I had to go back. It wasn't my time. I said,
The man with the ugly plaid suit, you mean?
yes, over there, little ugly plaid suit. When they looked over the picture, and the name on it, that was my great grandfather. Last time I seen him, I was like 3 years old.
Wow.
So I figure I'm the best part of this and things done my house, and I'm pretty sure my great grandfather's waiting on me, but I'm in no hurry to go see it.
No, don't be in a hurry. That is a remarkable story. Was that the only time you've had a dream like that? Did it ever happen again?
I've had dreams like that all my life. Most of the time, I'll go to sleep, or I'll just birthday, and I'll see a face of somebody who's 20, 30 years, and you come to the 1 or 2 days, I'll get that person passed away. Same thing on my life. Just, I got to the point where I'm older age, I just won't be sick.
That's quite a gift. Mark, thank you for the call. Dennis is in British Columbia tonight, this morning. Dennis, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Thank you, Dennis. My family was Dennis and Dennis. I'm youngest of 6. that I came to Toronto in '64 and started a halfway house in Toronto, Dundas, and Davie. Started helping drug addicts, but it's a lot of servitude. It's beautiful to serve our Creator and help humanity. And but I want to get to that. I want to get to Lloyd, my brother. He passed over. He was the type that made a lot of money. Jaguars, motorcycles, Harley Davidsons, and he passed over. Oh Lord, I'm talking about you. The family is concerned about him because he was living, he had the most toys way in the center. But he can't take a picture, right? All your toys you leave behind.
That's right.
Yeah, but he anyway, they didn't think he'd make it to heaven. A lot of people went to say, like the jailhouse prayer, there, see Peter, but you have to say the right words to get there. But Lloyd passed over a few years ago, and just days after he passed, I saw Harley Davidsons, I saw different things, and jumping out of airplanes, and he loved to do all the adventures and stuff. But the thing that I'm getting to, Mark talked about hearing at the end of the bed, there he was, powder blue, looking 35 forever, middle-aged, and he smiled at me, and my angels verified she's listening on the other line. She heard me say that many times, looked at me, he said, I'm doing just fine. So, with that, I knew he was in the heavens. I knew he'd made it into the pearly gates, type of thing. And that he got in that hot kettle, or that whole story. And leaving that in the way to go to below. So that's Lloyd, and he is on the other side, and I'll be meeting him. And he appeared unto me. Thank you, Mark, for your story about that tonight. And my other one was taken out of body 5 years ago or so. I was taken to Tibet, to the foot of the line. In short, I spent a lot of time taking you on the bus journey, traveling with my stuff. But when I got to the border, passing into the Tibet area, they stripped me, said you can't go in with anything. So they took my everything away. I had artifacts on me. They took that away. So I was basically naked. And I was among the thousands felt like bowing. There was the baby being born, and he was the next Dalai Lama. And here I'm raised Christian and all this. Wow, thank you for the experiences of dreaming. And would that be an astral travel, like taken out of my body? It was like I was there. I was like alone. It was just so very real, with the rest as they picked up the next Dalai Lama.
So you're not certain if it was a dream or whether you were actually out of your body?
I felt it beyond a dream. It was like I was actually there. That's right. I could just spend quite a bit of time talking about it, writing about it, but it felt like I actually transported into Tibet and bowing with the rest, honoring the next.
What's going on?
Coming into the Dalai Lama that's still living.
Right, okay, so what I was making
That's part of requested that
there is some kind of a spiritual
whatnot. Says it gets back to me in 2 days. I should have it.
What do you think of that?
Well, and once that rabbi started, particularly me and Rabbi fell asleep right as it started. As much as it's on, I would fell asleep. And now me and Patrick are just chilling. Patrick is driving.
Never even came up. I mean, that was not going to have the
One language called tranny or no tranny.
to say that it wasn't in the Bible and removed at some point, but it didn't have any concept. However, that's a remarkable dream, or maybe it was more than a dream. Maybe it was an astral projection, or maybe it was a remembrance of a past life. I don't know. But it sounds like you're in the midst of a new spiritual journey, Dennis, and I wish you all the luck in the world with that. Thank you for the call. Let's see if we can work in Dave, your first-time caller in Minnesota. Dave, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. And I got a story for you. I've got a friend whose wife passed away about 4 weeks ago. And he said the day after the funeral, he was questioning God on, is there life after death? Or we just dust? What happens to us? He said he kind of started to really demand that God would show him a sign. And he got very stern with God about it. He said, I need a sign. And anyway, he said several hours later, he was upstairs, and he said, and it was his wife, and then it passed away. And he said it freaked him out. The hair went up on his neck and his arms, and he refused to answer the phone, didn't know what to do. And he said when it stopped ringing, he said he went running downstairs, and there was her phone, very low on power, shut off, sitting on the kitchen table. And he was so freaked out, he called his son, who lived in a different town, and his son came to the house, and now it's closer to midnight, and he said they could just feel heaviness, moisture, they could feel it.
What's his name?
In the house, and it freaked them both out. They were just freaked out.
So his phone rang.
I think he's been like 5 grand already.
As an incoming call.
Yeah, he got it.
So he knew it was on her phone. It was her phone. Yeah, he ran downstairs and he saw the phone on the table, but it was turned off.
If he does,
how would he know it was low on the
he said 38 still or something. When it's operating 2x, and he thinks he can do it. If it goes up, what he's saying, yeah, good. What do we start with?
Well, regardless whether it was fully charged or had no power, the fact is he said it was turned off, and yet he received a call from her. So that is.
I don't know if I've heard of it, but I haven't.
What do you make?
It was a pre-sale that actually wasn't a fucking run.
I mean, that would freak me out.
But does it scare you, or is it faith affirming?
Well, it would freak me out.
I just want my money back. And I just want to do wellness. I want to make $1 million. I still have like 5 grand to use. That's more than enough if I get lucky. Bro, it's like, yeah, I got about the same. I got about 4 grand.
If something like that happened,
I started with 30. But shit, that killed me. But it's okay. I was big on 2 trades and it just sparked me. Probably wasn't paying attention. Should have felt the break like I am now. Then I see a bunch of races still get sent to team like crazy.
name coming across as an incoming call. Now, she didn't have a
Yeah, I took a break for a year and a half. I can't afford not to make it back. That's the thing. I'll be there with them and selling drugs or, something stupid. I don't want to do that.
And more of the same. We'll
Don't break too much at once.
get right back to the players. Joe South. Walk a mile in my shoes, taking us into the break at the bottom of the hour here on Coast to Coast.
Okay, guys. Some of these pictures are from Instagram. Some of these pictures are from the trans category of Reddit. And here's the deal. For each person that guesses correctly, you get a point. Does this sound good? Sounds good. Yeah, you can drive it. Well, don't crash the car. You get some of the wrong pictures. Now, and honestly, this is either for Instagram this.
Bookings plus website portfolio while simultaneously
Bro,
answering client
this was a
questions.
pain. This did some really fucked up shit to me. That I signed him up for grinder. I went and I found, like, so I took pictures from his Instagram and Facebook, made his full account. I was like, I love fishing, you know, I love going out for ice cream, whatever, bro. And I made it so legit, bro. And then so I went online and I literally looked at so many pictures of male assholes just that could, like, theoretically look like him if that picture is right, no face, no nothing. Oh my god. So I would make a message that was like ad pic for dick pics. And I was like, oh, it was a random shit like my girl checks my phone, so don't send it to my friend. You gotta send it to my phone number, right? And like that doesn't make any sense, right? But these are a bunch of recording students, right? They're not gonna think that much about it, right? And they're gonna flip it. Yeah, so I would send his phone number and I would just copy that message and send it to as many dudes as possible. I would just do it whenever I felt bored of my world of entertainment. And I felt bored. I'm tired of it, but it felt so good, bro. Oh god, that was so nice. He got so many dick pics, so many before I got married. Oh god. Dude, props to you. Honestly, there's nothing I want to do that's still like easy, $800 for the drug free. I kind of just view that, you know, it's schizophrenic, but I feel like if I have to sign up to like the CIA or some other shit, like, and then tell them, like, you know, I'm going to grind their big account, tell them, like, listen, this is me, you know, I like to role play, and my role play is that I like to be in stuff where I want to be, like, trailed by an FBI agent. I always thought they were, like, the nastiest motherfuckers, so I just tell them, like, you know, my feet in, so you have to act like a rape. And I said, you know, I basically just like my people out free when it's raining, that bent over, you just have to fucking penetrate me, look me in my face because I'm a dirty criminal. And I think I just made this like lose his mind and then freak out his family, you know. I know it's not paid to fuck on this schizophrenic, but he's still $800 for you fucking bastard. So what you want to do is like convince them that it's role play. He wants to be like it's great role play, right? Oh yeah, dude. My friend tried to convince me to do that with this guy. He was like, bro, you should like yo, I'm really the like great role play. So I was like, I think that's a step too much for me. No, for me, fucking yeah. Once, like, no, I have a long fucking fuse, so you piss me off to the point where I'm doing that, and you deserve it. You just thoroughly deserve it. Yeah, to be honest, this guy would have deserved, like, bro, I'm telling you, like, my big homie wanted to, like, pull up on this guy with one object. Like, it was bad. Like, I don't want to get into it, but I was just like, you know, like, let's put it this way. The nicest thing I could have done was sign him up for grinder and spend him like a dick pic. So, like, I did him a favor with that one. Oh, dude. Props to that. That's smart. He ever fucking, you know, my brother, you know, quite recently, but he's already probably fought grinder. I did a fucking gay ass, and he kind of, he likes to have sex with anything that moves that sparky. So, and he goes by saying that terrible human being is nothing but rain. It's not that he is terrible human being. That's to say that he's a terrible human being, and he thinks it's just disturbing. So, I wanted to see the buff babies of somebody to read this message. The one for you posted, they got posted. I have a, you know, beautiful, non-binary male looking for love. And I was somebody doesn't live a second. They'll say, I know, I have these feelings that some of you guys are not bad people, and I know that you say these racist, bigoted things, and, you know, I just want you to know I'm here to talk, and I just want you to message me. Please contact me. I want to hear let's talk, let's grab coffee, and the racism and everything that went into my brother.
To have received its brain chip implant, the patient, Nolan said during the live stream on X, that's Musk's social media company, that the chip was not perfect, but that it so his life savings, giving him the ability to play a video game for hours. Without having to rely on from his phone, it's not perfect. I would say we have run into some issues that I don't want people to think that this is the end of the journey. But it is already changed my life. In the news section of Coast to Coast AM. Paranormal Date. The online site genuine singles meet and relationships with more. Senior producer John Danheiser. Hey Tom, Richard, we're watching to meet some people.
What do you say? Other dude, Patrick, what do you say?
He said, man, this was in his
real.
head. It was in his head.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
That's
it's implanted. It's like a human-brain interface. So, you know,
Alex,
Alex,
you get a point. That is a man.
And it's right to the computer video game.
Now, what do you think about this one?
Issues. I was just thinking to myself, that's one question I don't have issues with. That's something, you know. But issues, we want you to meet people. Maybe you're looking to build a friendship, or maybe just need someone to talk to. We'd like you to check out paranormaldate.com. These are folks that think they do. They relate to it. People like to paranormaldate.com. So maybe you're looking for something just a bit more tour. So about Paranormal Date and paranormaldate.com/seniors.
No,
Okay, that is
Tom, thank you so much.
You both get points.
All right, let's get back to your wonderful.
Now, I'm going to go into a little bit of the public section. So here, when it look like gay or transvestite, it has the right angle. Yeah. Is this a woman
We have a great
or a man? That's a man. That is a man.
And we have a guest on here. Her name is Joni Nichols. This is quite a story.
Yes, it is. I think you may be mistaken. I mean, in love relations, we don't see what's under the skirt. My mother used to say, you have to break this down. That's a man. That's a man. I don't know what to say.
At what point, when you started this series, did you
You're 3 for 3. That is definitely perverted, trans-pig, and that is a man. That is shockingly, there's a lot of people, Jesus Christ.
about 6 weeks?
Yeah, I'm currently in college, so I know a lot of trans people. There was one that I actually got kind of close to with a female. She was not healthy in the brain. Not healthy in the brain at all. See, like, I mean, the brain is just not healthy. Yeah, see, from the brain, you know? Yeah, it's an issue. That's like the main issue, I think. That's why I hate this property. People who are actually trans, but I think it's like a fad now. That like, there's just so many people who are just like mentally ill, so they just think they're trans. They're just not. That's what my brother is. That's just sad, because it's just like, you're not figuring out your problem. You're just making more problems. Exactly. And cutting off a dick or your tits ain't really gonna solve anything. It's just extra surgery. Like, they don't even pay for your fucking jaw and teeth replacement, but they'll pay for a pair of titties. Man, what a world. Now, is this a beautiful woman?
The home stretch.
Or is it a man?
We go to the wild card line again, and Danielle is in Granite City, Illinois. Danielle. right. Well, we're gonna say hello to Jim in Delaware. Jim.
Okay, when you get a chance, take a look. Tell us if that is a beautiful woman. I mean, the tits are big. I mean, like, that can be worked on either way. That's the thing. You don't know. Like, here's another picture. Right? Those titties be big. Obviously, big titties. Seeing it from the front, that's a man. Good work, though. Look at this. There's one thing that scared me. Like, seriously, like, the amount of work really, really confused me. Like, not the confusing sexuality way. I was just like, bro, like, I seriously gotta ask them about you and the birth certificate. Like, it's now a reasonable request. Yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest, like, the work with the ass and the titties on this woman, not bad, especially the ass. Like, that is good work, though. That looks like a female ass right there. Definitely. This is definitely a dude, though. See, the thing is, you can just see it in the face. That's the thing with one.
Well,
I honestly think that if there's some that are so damn hard to tell because some of the women, I live in like the Orange County, Los Angeles area. Some of these bitches are, and alright, I came back to the Middle East last year, went to Israel, spent time there, met a lot of beautiful women from all over the world. Iran, Russia, Ukraine, Brazil, Colombia, Canada, everywhere. Anyways, I met them. Like, they were fucking gorgeous, especially the Russian ones. I love Russian women. Yeah, they're beautiful. They're so pretty. So much. And some of them actually shock you. They have some of them straight from like Moscow don't even have an accent. I swear to God, they don't know if she was just like spoken many languages. She was smiling at me. I was such a pussy. I should have asked her out for a coffee or something. Got her number or something. Her and her friend were giggling, looking at me like I look like complete shit. But maybe she likes that look. I don't know. Yeah, she was asking. Gorgeous.
Right. The other Mary Ann in Guadalupe, and of course, way back in 1917 in
that's a fart. That's a fart. It's a woman or it isn't a woman. To me, I would say that is a fact. That looks like a lot of women. It really could be a woman. You don't know. That's a game.
One of the easier things, and it's still hard, the things that I look at are face, arms, like shoulder to arm, shoulder to bicep, and hands. The face here is in between is cut and close. The shoulder is cut and close as well. The hands look slightly more masculine. But this could be a woman. I can't say for sure, but I'm gonna go with not a woman.
Jim, thank you for that. Let's see. Wait a minute. Daniel.
What's up, you little sluts?
she, like, here, I'm sure
Chip better than I thought. You don't know. There's no degeneration.
really, yeah, I hope he's doing well. Yes, this is a woman. And down there, that's just a flop. I got this from Lord Dan. Y'all know Lord Dan, right? Oh, yeah. This is why I sent him a message about the web bot. This is why I get a response. What kind of bot you trying to build? Well, I have mine that's a developer verification bot that has all the what features that you need, like the scan, check holder count, market count, all that shit. And then it helps them through me for a verification process. So that way we know it's a real project and we know that they're not going to run you. Because, like, if we knew which ones were, like, if we had a verification process, like, these tokens or anything, the likelihood of us meeting that token is, like, 10 times higher in a higher quantity because the likelihood of it being is higher. So we have right to verification. One is on mark verification, the same thing they do in Coinbase. We're working with the company that does that. To get that to go, we already see it is possible. And then we have another way of doing it where we just go thoroughly through the contracts, white papers, everything. It's a hard one. This is my president. She's a super from that week. No, that chick from fucking Ecuador. She's from Ecuador. That don't look like Ecuadorian. She looked bored. That's the thing. She fucking straight. Fucking Spanish. And she fucking straight from Ecuador. Also, I gotta be honest. That looks kind of weird. Like, I ain't gonna be that guy, but I guess I got sad. But, pretend. Yeah. Probably a t-shirt. I think it's just kind of like for basic stuff. Like I am a viscose pencil outlook. I'm very hard to press. I gotta be honest. For me, honestly,
That's something for everyone.
I'm not bad lucky by any means. My God, I know I need, work out more. I guess I can't. That's why this is great. But for me, I have to say that some of the things that I've met are complete bitches. So, it just comes with the territory. Penis or no penis. I like uniquely attractive women. That's a dude, bro. That's not even a fight. That's a fucking dude. Yeah, that's looking on that one. Honestly, yeah, it does look like a dude. We don't have a dick.
For the Bible that can happen, and so
Some of the fucking girls used to be, I'm sure, ask
strangers.
asking me to eat though, like, fucking attractive. Like, the girl I know that is Iran, that's a soldier, she's pretty. She's kind of like the other girl, but, like, dark skin. Like, she looks like she should be from fucking, Ecuador, and the other girl looks like she should be from Finland. Like, Russia or something. Both are extremely nice. Sometimes I would make me breakfast every day. That's what I like.
Well, one we knew because
I like it when I don't get cooked because I don't like to cook.
some of them have
So I don't like Texas. See, I like to cook. My flavor is a lot up, and I know I just need someone else to be willing to cook it on. A bitch is gonna be like, no, it's sis, you gotta treat me well. don't put up with like anything but two genders. Really, they're very, very, very into that kind of thing. They party. Oh, the Russian ones don't put up with multiple genders. Yeah, but civilization still, right? It's real. They're okay with it. Like if you're gay, it's kind of cool. Like it's just like you're fine. Or like, there's no word for non-binary there. There's no word for it. We don't have a word. It just doesn't exist. So, and like if you were in like if you were like in Jordan or like Lebanon, you would be gay. So it's weird. You're allowed there. I mean, there's sometimes people Lebanon and Jordan just be gay there, but then the Chinese are very over there. You don't see them. But okay, now this is going to be man or woman, and I know the answer to this, but I also have a follow-up thing about this too. I have a follow-up because for sure, yeah, it's fun. Like I think that's the thing. Like honestly, I'm looking into man or woman. That's a dude, bro. That's the real thing. This thing is second. I think, yeah, it does look like a woman. You know that it won't eat that pussy. I swear to God. Look at it. Look at it. He wants the peanut butter. Sorry, not here. Here's another one. Straight guy or fag? Straight guy or queer? Yeah, that's a harder guess.
And were you successful? Were you successful?
Probably gay. What else you want? They're gay. Gay? Yeah, he is 100% gay. This is fun. I'm gonna do anything forever. And you know what? Someone make me some money. It's like we'll put some soul together. I'll be the game show. It could be I have to figure out what to call it. I'll make this into a game show. Join us today on what we found on Reddit. I feel like people don't do this. You know how we get like 10,000 viewers? Now, is that an ugly woman or man?
Yeah, I didn't want to be seen. Didn't want to be seen. That is Joe. Thank you for that. Let's say we go one more time. One more time. Billy in Texas.
I can't lie. Dude, so when you're fucking man,
Good morning.
I think woman's not. Oh, it's a hard call. Might be a dude. That might be a dude. I'm gonna go with dude. It does, in fact, still have a penis. It was for Reddit. Yes, this is true. You have one other point. Yeah. Let's see what else we can find. That's the one thing. Don't have bad.
Was it a dream? A vision?
There's a lot of alcohol to make that a win. It also was finding some of the pictures that have just let themselves go. Like the average BMI, like Russia, Middle East, is way lower than here. This is category. Here's a hard guess. Because, sometimes, here's something I can do to the training. Sometimes they really do a good job of trying to make themselves win it. Like, they actually, someone's going to go into, like, competitive features. So, when they actually are athletes, it's pretty hard to tell.
Well, they say these things sometimes
But the
doesn't
ones that are
a
really
generation,
hard
so
to tell,
really maybe that
without
was
the man shit,
or maybe that was their way of communicating
and
through
training
their
bumps.
dreams. All right, Billy, great call. Thank you. That's it. That's all we have time for. We're done. For George Norrie, George now.
Your voice, if you get
That's a train
Thank
from
you
Reddit.
for your ears and your voices.
Okay.
Your voices.
Yeah, you're
Until tonight. So
certainly right back in the day. Now, take this one. Here. Okay. That is the OnlyFans model from Instagram. And I think what gets in the way is how small the hands are. That is a big issue when we get. I bet she's still women though. She can grip your dick pretty well. Now, back to our favorite game of Is He Gay? Gosh, my brother is one of these sluts. Oh, here it is. 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 Is this that is possibly look out the drug? Or I'm going to help. Or is it a man? You tell me. That's a man, bro. There's nobody that's no woman. Yeah, it's a dude. What am I gonna say? Yeah, that was an easy one. That was easy. I ran with a smile like that with that up his ass. We have nothing to say. Person, now I'm gonna go to hell with a hand basket, bro. I'll say all this thing. Pictures over here. I don't use like this exist. And they think anyone would come after that down here. It is this. That's important. Right, bro. That's just bro. What the fuck? That shouldn't be happy. Is this a gay dude? Or is it a woman? I think it's a woman. That's a woman. So let's get the revealing results. Our experts say, Mark, what do our experts say? Well, we came to the conclusion that you guys are right. That was a fun. What the fuck is this? Post up, bro.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March 8th is
I got another interesting one. This is kind of the thing where if you were drunk enough, if you were drunk enough,
new customers bet on any college basketball
throw a
match
glass of
and
beer,
enter
maybe,
$100
I know, I mean, because why would they get some person to do that?
basketball's most frenzied time of year.
Right, yeah, here, be careful right now.
To rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code
Are you sure? Because there's, you know, there's no women that should have probably have changed checkers because they look so organic.
That's promo code IHOP.
Okay, that was fucked up.
Is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only.
I was sworn a few times. But what was the thing?
Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? With it.
Today, adults and women are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something to do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective taken as prescribed. Pick up from your and stay undetectable, which means the virus is so low if you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead
Hey, yo,
Sciences.
what the fuck?
You
gotta figure out what it is.
Get a piece of nutrients and
Sorry, where's the head?
for the day. Juicy juice is only sweetened by the fruit.
I think that's supposed to trying to be a man.
Artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles.
That's a classic.
Find
That's
juicy
what
juice
women say in Arkansas.
Taylor. Juicy juice, don't This sun season, pair with Banana Boat 360 with advanced features. It's a new way to swag. An all-new bottle has an all-new mist experience. Drink lightly to cover targeted areas or cool for a long continuous featuring plus sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walgreens or Amazon.
This takes a lot of research and planning.
Prescription medicine for people.
How does it fucking have 7,000 carbon points? All of that's penny points. Sorry. Yeah, alright, penny points.
This is radio. You can't see the effects of Dixon. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema.
And you just have to hold it.
How it helps you from within. Have clearer skin. Individual results more. Reactions get help right away if you have lesions, swelling of your face, lips, mouth, Ask your eczema specialist about this. Visit your
I'm gonna go, guys. Not feeling the best. Alright, nice bit of time ago, fellas. Talk to yourself. Hey, definitely. Again, Alex, let me know more about the nugget. I want to know about that shit. Hey, definitely will, bro. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, no, for it. Thanks for winning the game. We had a lot of fun. It's all good. You definitely make the game, so there we go. I'm not losing everybody like a few days on here. It's just the content keeps filling from all life. I haven't learned a lot here. It's the weirdest place you've not gone. What?
Never will.
Correct. Well, there you have it. All right, next week,
Play for free right now.
For just $1. Visit hooked.com today and potential.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens.
It's
designed for retirement needs with flexible employees. Lifetime income keeps paying you even if you're not out. We'll see it again.
Everything's going up, dude. Everything's going up.
Sounds too good to be true. It's not. It's the period
I'm not fucking work this, but I'll be on tomorrow. I just stayed at home.
One with the other. Start saving now at GameBridge.io. Please visit GameBridge.io/ParityPlans for current rates, product disclosures and disclaimers, and other information.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Bartesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Bartesian, you'll receive a free classic collection variety. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Bartesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Bartesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to Bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's PARTESIAN.com/gift. Artesian, premium cocktails on demand.
EFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. This program has been pre-recorded.
Thanks for inviting me into your home, your long haul truck, RV, camper, taxi, your parents' well-appointed basement with the simulated wood paneling, electric fireplace, and the painting of dogs in night poker. Your lot, that greasy spoon just off the interstate, and your cabin in the woods. Welcome to Coast AM, the very best of late night talk radio. I'm Richard Serrett, sitting in for George Dory, and tonight this morning, I'm coming to you live from the home studio in Old Thornhill, just north of Toronto. 4 days into the official start of spring, and now we get snow. Every year it's the same story, and I never seem to learn. I'm in front of the front hall closet on my hands and knees, trying to dig out the winter boots and the mitts and the toques and the coats from way in the back of the closet. And of course, the ice scraper and snow brush are no longer in the trunk of the car when I need it. I've got to go back into the garage and dig those out. And of course, in a few days, all the snow will melt. We'll get a few beautiful spring-like days, and I'll put the boots and the winter coat and the ice scraper away again. And then, mid to late April, another winter blast, and the whole process starts over. I don't know, is it just me? Guess I should just leave all the winter gear out until early June and save myself the hassle. But it's become kind of a ritual around my house, and my antics seem to amuse the mighty Aphrodite and the twins, so there's that. After the unexpected passing of his youngest son, Mark Ireland began to search for messages from the afterlife and discovered remarkable proof of life after death. In his book, The Persistence of the Soul, he details how he confronted his resistance to engaging in the spiritual and parapsychological practices of his deceased father, prominent 20th century psychic Dr. Richard Ireland, counseled celebrities such as Mae West and the Eisenhower family. On his journey, Mark meets with respected mediums who deliver unexpected messages from his son, father, and others who've passed, and explores the revealing or the healing impact that such messages can have on people who are grieving. Coming up in hours 1 and 2, we'll take a deep dive into the psychic medium phenomena, spirit visitations, afterlife communication, reincarnation, synchronicity, and near-death experiences, pointing to the survival of consciousness after bodily death. Coming up in hours 3 and 4, open lines and your encounters with high strangeness, time dilations, and missing time. Doppelgangers, shapeshifters, extraterrestrials, interdimensionals, greys and sectoids, reptilians, Nordics, tall whites, little people, giants, ghosts and goblins, and creepy critters that fly, swim, crawl, and slither. And I'll also share a personal story about the Greek Orthodox Saint Phonurios, the Revealer, or the saint Greek Orthodoxes pray to in order to find lost things. Welcome to the Audio Imaginarium. Come on in, weary traveler, hang your cloak and a peg, grab a stool, and come gather around the fire. There are stories to be told, and you are among friends. I'm Richard Serrett, sitting in for George Dory, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Why don't you stay a while?
Waiting on a tax return? Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, Lifeline can help.
LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats that you may miss on your own. Even if you're careful with your personal information, if you do become the victim of a tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve identity theft issues on your behalf. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Why wait for your tax refund in vain? Help protect your information immediately with LifeLock. Go to lifelock.com, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at lifelock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often and can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can good healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures. We want to ensure that all kids have healthy meals every day.
Thank you.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today. Mark Ireland is the co-founder of Helping Parents Heal, an organization with more than 24,000 members that assists bereaved parents worldwide. Mark has participated in mediumship research studies conducted by the University of Arizona and the University of Virginia. After the passing of his youngest son, Mark sought evidence for the continuity of consciousness after physical death. On his journey, Mark was able to connect with his son's essence and observed a variety of phenomena supporting the survival hypothesis. Mark is the author of Soul Shift, Finding Where the Dead Go, and The Persistence of the Soul, moving accounts of his personal quest for answers about life after death. Subsequent to the passing of his youngest son, he is also the son of renowned mid-20th century psychic Richard Ireland. In addition to his own books, Mark contributed an essay to medium Alison Dubois' We Are Their Heaven, Why the Dead Never Leave Us. Other projects include the previously unpublished Your Psychic Potential, A Guide to Psychic Development, authored by his father and now available for the first time. Mark Ireland, welcome back to Coast AM. How are you?
Thanks, I'm great, Richard. It's good to talk to you again.
Likewise. Let's begin with your son. How did you lose him?
Well, it was a January day. It was a little bit blustery at our home in Scottsdale, Arizona. And he went out on a hike with some buddies in the down mountains behind our home. I had an odd feeling that day. I tried to talk him out of going, but he was 18 years old, and there was no pushing his spirit down, so he was gone. We went across town and visited with other folks, and an emergency call came rushing back. There was a horde of spectators, ambulance, fire truck, and a helicopter. And a short time later, we learned that he passed, but we were not given the cause of death. So, actually, came to me. He wanted you to know he was there when I passed, and that he gave us the message that we were the best parents he ever could have had, which is the one fuzzy thing we like to hear. But then he gave me the evidence. He said, Brandon's death. Your dad said Brandon's death was caused by a lack of oxygen in his bloodstream that caused his heart to fail. 2 days later, I got the physician who conducted the autopsy, and she said, your son's death was caused by a severe asthma attack that drove his blood oxygen levels down, causing cardiac arrest. So essentially, I got the cause of death 2 days before that from my uncle. So that's not just the cause of death, but kind of the first leg back into my dad's field.
How long ago was this, Mark, that your son passed?
It was actually 20 years. It was 2004, January of 2004. So much has happened since then. It's pretty amazing. That it seems like yesterday to me.
Yeah. And how are you now?
I'm really good. So is my family. In fact, we heal much faster with those folks. Would something like that. I mean, losing a child, I think, is probably the hardest thing a person can go through in life. I mean, I've lost other loved ones, various family members, parents, siblings, and it's just a whole different thing. It's very wrenching. But, I think, like you mentioned, the Helping Parents Heal organization that I co-founded, I've learned a lot through that in terms of the kinds of things that help me heal and carry on. And one of them is this evidence that there's more, that consciousness isn't just a byproduct of brain chemistry, that it's something more primary, something that continues on. So I think that afterlife evidence was definitely one of the factors. And of course, growing up like I did, I had more confidence in that other than the average person relying strictly on blind faith. So we did much faster than most, and today we're great. The bottom line here is that if my son hadn't passed, as much as I agonized over that, as much as I missed him in that physical form, I would never have gone down this path in all likelihood and ended up helping so many more people in a variety of ways through books and through the organization and other things as well.
And subsequent to the message you received through your uncle from your late father, Dr. Richard Ireland, regarding the cause of your son's death, subsequent to that, were there other messages, anything directly you believe that came from your late son?
Yeah, actually a number of things. It was kind of a domino effect. It was really the first thing that happened even before my uncle's affirmation. It was a direct experience, which is called an ADC, or an after-death communication. I wanted a direct family connection, and I'm a pretty rational, level-headed, analytical type person, but I'm also balanced. But I wanted that experience. I went into a darkened room, which was actually my walk-in closet, turned off the light, sat and tried to get into a meditative state for a minute. And within a short period of time, I saw his face still not through my mind's eye, I guess, in front of my conscious mind's eye, smiling, glowing, feeling joyful, which felt great. But then right after that, I saw a symbol, which was a cross with an open loop at the top. And I'd seen people wear those. I didn't really know what they were, so I actually had to Google it after the fact to find out that it was called an Ankh, which is the oldest cross in human history. And the Ankh, the lower portion of the cross, represents physical life, but the open loop representing eternal life. So to me, I got a puzzle that I had to put together, a very simple puzzle that told me my son had gone and was in eternal life. Since I didn't know the meaning of that, I couldn't attribute it to my subconscious mind trying to make me feel better. 3 weeks after his passing, there was one news that circled in Phoenix on an NBC affiliate, and I saw a study being done at the University of Arizona at the time where they were testing mediums under blinded conditions. This particular one included Alison DuBois, who later became famous for the network show Medium, but at that time she was relatively unknown except locally. She was giving a lot of very specific information to these people that she was not allowed to see or directly converse with. And at the end, they agreed that she was right on target with all those things that she said. It was really impressive, and I thought, I'd love to get a reading with her, and I'd love to be in that lab. Little did I know both things would later happen. In fact, the very next day, I got a call from a man named Jerry Concert, who had been friends with my dad. And Jerry said, hey, Mark, I know
that you've been through, and I know someone who might be able to help you. Her name's Alice. There's a phone number you can call to get an appointment with her. There's a few rather young chance, pretty simplistic, you get that call. And I did set that up, but even then she was popular enough that I had to wait until August for that meeting. And in that meeting, I got a number of applications. But one of the first ones actually came from my father. It was pretty interesting because 2 weeks before I saw Alice, a gentleman who knew my dad gave me a box, and inside the box was a full manuscript called Your Psychic Potential, a Guide to Psychic Development. It was typewritten 8.5 by 11 pages. And I asked him, I said, well, where'd you get this? Because when your dad gave it to me for safekeeping before he passed, she was out of state. I'm like, okay, well, 12 years, why are you giving this to me now? He says, I don't know, I just feel like I'm supposed to. 2 weeks later, I happened to be with Alice, and she's like, I have your dad here, and he showed me a book, but I feel like it's his book. And he's handing it to you to take forward. You know what that means. So I'm like, I think I know what that means. As you mentioned earlier, I was later able to get that published. But she gave me a number of hints during that. First was a message from our son congratulating us on our 25th anniversary. Now, I went into this without her knowing hardly anything about it. She had none of this information. And she congratulated us on our 25th anniversary. And actually, we had just had our 25th anniversary 6 weeks prior. She noted a cause of death similar to drowning, like the constriction of the lungs. And when I talked to the autopsy physician, she said that Brandon's cause of death was that the lungs expand to the point of almost meeting in the middle in an effort to gain more oxygen, and it only happens in cases of severe asthma or drowning. So that was accurate. She got my wife's name, Susie, the thing about my death, but a number of other things. And that was really the first experience that I had. I went on to have subsequently 3 more readings that were captured in my first book, and the last one, which was for the Discovery Channel excerpt that's available on my website. People want to see clip of that.
So it's been 20 years. Is there a time when the communication with your late son stopped? I mean, does his soul, does it move on to another realm, or does he still communicate with you?
It's not as frequent, but it still happens. And I would say that I think, he's gone on to another realm, but I don't think it's that far in terms of what you would think of as distance. I think it's in terms of vibrational frequency or something like that. Maybe they would explain it. But I don't feel like I need it as much. And I think that in those early stages, there's probably a recognition on their part that we here need that connection. We need that sense of contact, just because we're going through a hard time. Whereas I think they're in more of a peace and calm state based on at least what I've read in a lot of the near-death experience phenomenon. But just recently, I had a meeting in Phoenix. I was visiting Michelle Claire and Claire Gibson Farah. I brought up the fact that my son Brandon played bass guitar, and she's like, he popped in and she says, well, he told me that his new one had an extra string. I'm like, that's true. Because he had a 4-string bass, and just 3 months before he passed, it was his 18th birthday, and he wanted a 5-string bass, and that's what we got him for his birthday. So I've met all these other researchers in the field since that time, and so I was getting spontaneous messages from some of them once in a while. And periodically, I'll kind of feel like that sense of connection or like an electrical charge through me. And I think about it daily. I pray for them and all those kinds of things too. So I would just say, like you alluded to, it's less frequent, but it still happens. So I don't think the communication doesn't become impossible. It just maybe becomes less necessary.
So many people listening have lost virtually everybody probably has lost someone very, very dear to them at some point. And many are wondering, well, why doesn't this happen for me? Why don't I receive messages? Why don't I see an apparition of my loved one at the foot of the bed telling me that they're okay? Why does it happen to some people and not others, Mark?
It's hard to say, but I think in general, you have to be open to it first, and you have to be aware of it. And we live in a world that's dominated by social
social media, smartphones, just all kinds of things distract us. I think about how my dad grew up. He was born in rural Ohio with no telephone, no television, any of that stuff. And he would spend a lot more time in nature. And I think it's a lot of the connections are very subtle. And if you are not in a kind of quiet state of mind, it's harder to perceive it. Also, when people are in a state of deep grief, it's going to be harder for them to break through that, if you will, to be calm enough to be able to recognize those things. And it's funny you mentioned before to go to bed, because that's one of the most extraordinary experiences my wife and I had. We had gone on a 7-day cruise to honor Brandon for his high school graduation, since he couldn't physically go with us. We took our older son Stephen and Brandon's buddy Stu. And before leaving, we loaned Brandon's bass guitar to a gentleman named James Lawson. And James was a musician. He was a composer and singer. We had met him because he had been on the mountain the same day as Brandon and signed onto the online obituary and gave us contact information saying we could talk to him if we'd like to. That's how we connected. So anyhow, before leaving, he asked if we could borrow Brandon's bass guitar. We said sure. We were gone. Until we came back, the day we get back, my wife's sitting at the foot of our bed, and she sensed Brandon's presence there, and she actually saw him as a shadow figure out of her peripheral vision. The very next day, James calls us and he says, "Hey, Susie, I've got something to tell you, but I don't know how to share it." And she thought he broke at the bass, but he didn't go there. He went somewhere else. He said, "I was recording this new song in my studio, and all of a sudden I felt another presence in the studio with me, and then I saw a shadow figure out of my peripheral vision. I then saw flashes of white light, and I felt this energy, and I thought I was hallucinating. So I got some water, I ate lunch, I took a shower, but every time I came back, it got stronger. The last time I came back, I just gave in and said, 'Okay, Brandon, what do you want?' And he said at that point he was guided to read you the bass line and lyrics to this song called The Other Side. He said, 'It's the best song I've ever written, but I didn't write it.' Whether you like the idea of the song coming through in a channel way or not, it's pretty remarkable that he had the same identical experience to my wife on one day afterward. So, but yeah, I think that's one of the primary things. People's belief set or how they've been conditioned into their worldview, if it's a materialistic one, might be harder for them. And all the other factors I mentioned, like the overly strong grief or inability to quiet their mind enough.
A remarkable story. You still have the bass. Where is it?
It's hanging on my wall. Guitars. Yeah, but it's the 4-string. It's not a 5-string bass. I gave to one of his buddies because I figured it was the right thing to do, but I kept the blue one. Actually, like I said, I play guitar and other music myself, so I used that bass that Brandon used for my stuff, which is really, it warms my heart.
Mark, we'll take a time out and come back and discuss more evidence for consciousness surviving bodily death. Bonnie Raitt taking us into the break with Here Comes Love on Coast to Coast AM.
You got me running from sun to sun. But the funny thing, baby, is that I don't mind. You know, a few good things sure is hard to find. Singing a song, yeah. Oh, no. Oh, my, here comes love again.
Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender and candlelit bath developed by Rainforest Soundscape. Enlightenment, here I come.
Free one-day delivery on backlogs and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Not everyone can upload an entire inventory while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Not everyone can upload an entire image library while joined to a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls and finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dixit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get these the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help you conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
She sees, she says she wants everything she wants. I see she gets. That's my butter in the water. Everything she wants, I want her. Everything she wants. That's my butter in the water. Everything she knows, I taught her. Everything she knows.
This is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Moore. This is Loudon Wainwright III and daughter. A couple in England were left scratching their heads when they spotted a puzzling UFO silently hovering in the night sky. According to a local media report, the bewildering sighting occurred on Wednesday evening as Jamie Grant and his partner were walking their dog in a park in the city of Birmingham. Frequent stargazers during their evening strolls, the duo were taken aback when they noticed the seemingly sizable floating orb off in the distance. At first, we thought it was a star or planet, Grant recalled, but then my partner noticed it moving quickly across the sky. Fortunately, the pair managed to film sum up their sighting, and in the videos, the mystified couple can be heard marveling at the inexplicable orb in the sky. You can check out the video for yourself and find out more about this story in the carousel up at coasttocoastam.com. Here to tell you all about the exciting Coast to Coast AM and iHeartMedia Paranormal Podcast, senior producer Tom Danheiser. Hey, Tom.
Hello, Richard. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. Too much snow, but I'm good.
Listen, I have to congratulate you real quick.
Oh.
Last time we worked together, which was a couple weeks ago, about 2 days later, I got a text from you. You are, I guess, a grand duck daddy.
Grand duck daddy, that's right. Well, they have eggs anyway, so every morning we decide, do we want grand ducks or do we want an omelet?
But these were your first 2 eggs, right?
They were. My son, Zachary, was so excited. We were all thrilled. Yeah, it was kind of a big deal. But now, she gives us one or two every other day.
I got that text and I said he must be having so much fun. Because we had just talked about your ducks like a couple nights before.
Oh, yeah, and it's hilarious to watch them in the snow.
That's a lot of fun. So we'd like to tell everybody about the iHeartRadio Paranormal Podcast Network that we have. A couple shows we have on there. If you listen on your phone, it's real simple, Richard. They can just download it. You can download the iHeartRadio app. If you listen on a PC, just go to iHeartRadio.com. In the search, you put Coast to Coast AM and all the shows pop up. That includes your show and includes a couple other shows that we have here. Of course, we'd like you to take listen, very simple, and you can also go to coasttocoastam.com, go to the top, and there's a little word called podcast. Click that, and Lex has it all laid out for you. Really nice.
Fantastic. All right, we'll talk some more later, Tom.
Okay.
All right, when we come back, more of my conversation with Mark Ireland as we discuss mediums, spirit visitations, and afterlife communication right here on Coast to Coast AM.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. Because when things go sideways, it's always one of the first things to sell out. If you wait to stock up, all you'll find at the grocery store are crowds of desperate people and empty shelves. That's why FEMA and the Red Cross say you need at least 72 hours of non-perishable food. But here's the good news. For Patriots, the trusted preparedness company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get 2 free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. It sells for $29 and has been rated 4.4 stars by thousands of happy customers. When you act quickly and buy one kit, you will get 2 more kits absolutely free. That's 3 kits for the price of one. $58 in free food. Go to freefood3.com. That's freefood3.com. This deal won't last. Go to freefood3.com now.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on Carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay," and my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising that's all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the Carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening." I have to tell you, that has to be a Carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
And we are back with Mark Ireland. He's the co-founder of Helping Parents Heal, an organization with more than 24,000 members that assists bereaved parents worldwide. And he is also the author of The Persistence of the Soul. You also lost a sister, Robin, and she, tell me about the experiment that you conducted and it resulted in an kind of a secret message she left for you.
Yeah, this really goes back to my learning and reading about the Houdini code. So Harry Houdini was a magician earlier in the 20th century. A lot of people have heard the name. He had an interest actually in spiritualism and these kinds of issues, but he became like a disciple of mediums, and he sought them out and tried to prove that they were fraudulent. And in some cases, he had some success, but in other cases, he kind of got caught some people up to make them look bad too. But at the end of the day, before he passed, he wanted to try an experiment to, I guess, give his wife some confidence that his life after that. So he gave her a code that no one else knew, and the code was Roosevelt Believe. And so he told her, if anyone gives you that code, let me see what that code, you'll know that I still exist. So on the heels of that, there was a pretty well-known 20th century medium, psychic medium, Arthur Ford, who actually led her and delivered the phrase Roosevelt Believe. It made the New York Times. It was a big deal. But it didn't take long for these skeptics who love the types to come out of the woodwork and say, well, you two must be in cahoots. You did it for the publicity. Or it was commonly known amongst people in that field or that circle or whatever. So if you read about it today or Google it, it's going to say it was never solved, but it actually was solved. And the wife denied that there was any kind of misdealings there. So when my sister was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer that later metastasized to her liver, and she had a limited time to live physically here on this earth, I talked to her a little bit about this, something that we could do if she was interested, kind of an experiment along those lines, to hopefully give people confidence that life goes on in another dimension or another reality of this life. And she was really interested in doing it. So I thought about the experiment, what was wrong with it, and what I concluded was, well, then also there were, I guess, some scientists of the day believe in psychic phenomena, and they said, there's no proof this was a connection with the spirit. It could have been telepathy with the sinner, the wife. So I thought about those things, and I thought, well, the problem with his methodology was that any living person knew the code, because then someone could always assert that individual still means and said that the code was to somebody else. Or you could have the telepathy assertion saying, okay, well, you live in mind of this person. So what I decided to do, and I talked to her about it, this is what we executed. She wrote a secret message, put it into a sealed envelope, and then initialed the outside. And no one saw what was in that. No one knew what she had written. And then the plan was we would wait a certain amount of time until after she had passed, and then we would reach out to some of the meetings that I recruited at the time Dr. John Watson. He was a neuroscientist who was open-minded and interested in this for us to kind of help me formulate the experiment. In fact, there's going to read just a short thing that he wrote, like kind of as we were talking about skeptics, trying to bash any type of exercise like this. And he says, Mark, you can dialogue with true skeptics because their minds are open. And they're happy to engage in rational discussions of data and theory. On the other hand, you can ignore the knee-jerk naysayers, using the term skeptic or extreme skeptic to describe the bumpers obscures the issues. In fact, it turns them upside down. The skeptical mindset holds that we can never possess certain knowledge, because the dogmatic mindset claims certain knowledge. Dogmatism is the exact opposite of skepticism. And it's clear from the pontifications that the most specific critics of psychical research are dogmatists, not skeptics. So anyhow, we proceeded with the experiment, reached out to a number of mediums, got back a variety of responses, recorded these, put them down, and then went about opening the envelope. It was months later before we got around to it. But what was interesting too was one of the mediums I reached out to was Linda Williamson from England, and she was a fine medium. In fact, she'd given me, I think it was my second reading that's recounted in Social. She became famous because when John met the East Coast medium was well known, his mother passed. They had shared the secret code, and Linda saw that. So that was kind of her claim to fame. But she had told me that we needed to give this time and don't rush it. or you may not get it. So I don't want to give the whole thing away because it tends to eliminate the punchline and the significance of the story for everyone who reads that chapter of the book. I will say that, we got a lot of commonalities of the things between the different mediums. We also had some statements that we knew to be true, like we got the Scottish medium, we got Arizona, which my sister was in Arizona at the time. Another medium in England said Little House on the Prairie, and that was one of my sister's favorite TV shows. Another said, I've got my teeth back. My sister had lost a few teeth. So it was interesting to look at all that before we opened the envelope. And at the end of the day, I'd say that I viewed it as being successful in terms of getting the essence of the message. I'm not going to say it was verbatim. And it also taught us a lot, too, because I've got other researcher friends, and we're looking at other types of experiments going forward. So it provides some good learning experiences in terms of how we executed that, things that could be done better going forward.
If you had to choose one experiment above all the others that you believe or know proves that consciousness exists, consciousness survives bodily death, just pick one experiment that could have been conducted in the last 100 years even, what would it be?
Yeah, I think the consensus among people, at least in terms of the mediumship field, is of the cross-correspondence experiments. I mean, those began with the Society of Psychical Research in London back, I think, at the turn of the century, early 1900s, after one of their founders had passed. And they started, mediums from a variety of locations started receiving spontaneous messages, but they were like fragments. They didn't make any sense on their own until they were compiled brought together, and we formed kind of this a clear message, a mosaic message from all these pieces. So it seemed those provided a clear idea that there was an intelligence behind those. They weren't just random. It wasn't mind reading. So whoever designed that, the person who passed, who had been a psychical researcher apparently, probably knew what would be required to provide the gold standard of evidence. But much like that today, there are what I call drop-ins. And I think those are very compelling. I mentioned one at the very beginning of the persistence of the soul. And that's where a medium gives a message to somebody that doesn't apply to them, but applies to someone else. So it's almost like the sitter serving as a proxy sitter. And in some cases, they don't even know what is going on, and they'll finally recognize a piece of information might apply to someone else they know. And so the example I gave was this woman. I was at work one day, and a woman I knew in Sacramento, California, called. Tried to get hold of me actually by email. Later called. I was busy, and I couldn't take the call right away. Her brother had apparently just died in a motorcycle accident. She needed to talk to me, and I sent her a message. Said, "Look, I'll call you as soon as I can. That's going to be like you." Ironically, that day I'd already set up a meeting with media Debbie Martin, to review the forward I was writing for my dad's book that we mentioned earlier. So finally I get done my work, I start driving, I call Linda, my friend in Sacramento, and she says, yeah, my brother died of a motorcycle accident. He died instantly. And that's really all she told me. But she said, I'm really suffering. I can't do my job. And, please let me know. Because she knew about the first book, and she knew my interest in the field. She goes, let me know if there's anyone that can help. So I showed up at Deborah Martin's house, and when I came to Deborah, it's ironic that I'm here today to look, to talk about my dad's bullets in my dad's book, because a friend of mine just lost a brother. And Deborah said, well, no accident, you're here today because I'm supposed to talk to her. And I'm like, okay, do you want me to call her now? She says, no, let's do what we planned on first, and then we'll see what we can do. A short time later, I said, okay, do you want to try it now? She goes, I can't. I don't have enough time. I have to go pick up my daughter. But why don't you and I sit down, and I'll see if I can get him. So she took a pad of paper out, and she said, what was his name? I said, I don't know, sorry. What's your friend? Linda. And then within seconds, she says, well, this is called a motorcycle accident, and he died instantly. He didn't suffer. He wants her to know that he left his body right away. I knew that. But then she went on to give me a bunch of other information I didn't know. She's like, well, he mentions the little kids, and then something pertaining to the little kids about bath time, and also something about a red ribbon, a banner kind of thing that I think went over his casket, and then went on with a bunch of other things like that. So I said, I don't know if it's right or not, but I'll check. Then driving home, I called Linda. I told her about Deborah getting the accurate information about the cause of it. And then I said, well, she mentioned the little kids. And she says, oh my gosh, well, he had children that we took care of for a while because he had a drug problem. And so we were taking care of him for a period of time. And we literally called them little kids. Was there something about bath time? And she goes, that was her favorite thing. They would have water wars. You put little toilet bowls and bath time was their thing. I said, what about a red ribbon over a casket? She goes, yes, motorcycle buddies bought this red ribbon and put it over his casket. So there were more things like that. So those are things that you can read my mind on. And I thought it's probably the next best thing to the cross correspondence experiments of what I call a drop-in.
We tend to hear about, are the frauds, the fraudulent mediums and psychics. It seems like you've had incredible success in finding legitimate mediums. How do you do that? How does one find the real deal?
Well, I think I was led from my dad or whatever, I think it was synchronistic to me. And there are some excellent ones out there. And I don't deny that there are frauds, and they need to be exposed and expunged. I think there are a lot more people that think they have the ability that aren't really frauds. They're just deluded about their ability. But what you're talking about now is really why I developed the medium certification program almost 10 years ago. After my first book came out, I was kind of barraged with people wanting readings and wanting to know who they should go to. And at that time, I knew a handful, but they were mainly celebrity type mediums with long wait lists, and some charged more than people wanted to pay. So I thought, you know what? There have to be more people with disability that are out there, but they're just, unknowns. So I put the program together. I consulted initially Dr. Emily Williams-Kelly at the University of Virginia Division of Perceptual Studies, because I'd been a test center with her on an experiment she did on mediums earlier. So I wanted to learn, what was your protocol? How did that work? And then I kind of built a framework around that. And then Tricia Robertson, who was the president of the Scottish Society of Psychical Research, was now a good friend of mine over the last number of years. I kind of ran that by her and helped refine the process. So in that almost 10 years of that, I've certified 41 mediums, and to pass, they have to go through 5 blinded readings on Zoom with the video off. They don't know who they're reading for. They're given a first name at the beginning. The session is recorded. They have to do this reading blind, and we allow the video to come up later, but we don't want any initial chance of cold reading or anything like that. The reading's recorded and then transcribed, and then the sitter has to grade it statement by statement. So each statement is looked at as either correct, incorrect, or indeterminable. Indeterminable might be something like a future prediction that hasn't passed yet, or maybe a piece of information the sitter can't find out the answer to if it's right or wrong. And then they can also assign bonus points. So say, for example, we have 2 levels of bonus points, a 2 point and a 5. If the medium says, I believe you have a son that passed, and I'm getting an A name, but let's say the kid's name is Aaron. Okay, that's pretty good. I'll give you 2 point bonus for that. But then if the medium says, I believe I have a son that passed, and I get the name Aaron, okay, I'm going to give you 5 points for that as a bonus. So we basically take all the correct and incorrect and determine a percent of accuracy. And it requires at least 65% accuracy to pass. We set the indeterminable statements, and some of them include them in the metric, unless they exceed 33% of all statements, because that would indicate to me that that's not a very compelling reading, and then all these ones over 33% would be deemed incorrect. So at the end of the day, they have to have a total score of at least 75, which is either 75% or better, or 65% minimum, and the 65% would equate to 65 points, and they would have to have at least 10 more points of bonus points it as a public service. I don't make a dime from it. In fact, I spent thousands of dollars on the website development and maintenance, and I have a volunteer who helps me with the schedule and score, and just the countless hours of my own time. So it's a public service. If someone wants, a reference to that, they can go to my website. There's a link to it on there. And I'm sure you can use the website address.
We've linked up to your site at coasttocoastam.com. Mark, another time out as we approach the top of the hour, back with more of my conversation with Mark Ireland, Persistence of the Soul. And now from Rolling Stones tour de force magnum opus, Exile on Main Street, here's Casino Boogie taking us into the break on Coast to Coast AM.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game, entering $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from you, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles or juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
When a service member or first responder dies or is catastrophically injured in the line of duty, who's there for them or the families left behind? Who's helping our homeless veterans and our nation to never forget 9/11? The Tunnel to Towers Foundation. More than 95 cents of every dollar donated to Tunnel to Towers goes to its programs. Never forget the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
Hey, it's Jay. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Bartesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Bartesian, you'll receive a free classic collection variety. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Bartesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Bartesian today for free shipping with a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Bartesian. Premium cocktails on demand. This subseason, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, Interfill, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Waiting on a tax return? Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues. And all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, so we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Help protect your information this tax season with LifeLock. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
Looking for practical biblical principles for everyday living? Want to gain a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year. Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Really well. You're counted here today. Has anyone seen the driving room?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Land Casino. Cash prizes that get quicker than a guest register.
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
AFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Norrie. Say hello on X. At Richard Serrett. S. Why? Because I love you. R-E-T-T. Nathaniel Rateliff. And baby, I lost my way. The FBI has arrested a rather unusual gang of suspected bank robbers. A teenager and 2 children aged 11 and 12. The authorities dubbed the Little Rascals. According to a local media report, the trio of troublemakers allegedly robbed a Wells Fargo bank in the city of Houston last week. During the heist, one of the youngsters is said to have slipped a menacing message to a teller who thought the tots might have been armed. The gang's gambit worked, and they subsequently made off with an unspecified amount of ill-gotten money. And you can read more about the story and find out how it ends. That's in the carousel up at coasttocoastam.com. And if you like what you hear from me tonight, this morning, visit my website, strangeplanet.ca, and there you can stream and subscribe to my podcast, Richard Serrett's Strange Planet. New episodes drop every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And if you want to get deeper into Strange Planet, you might want to think about becoming a premium subscriber. There are 3 subscriber programs to choose from. You get access to commercial-free listening, bonus episodes produced just for you, and you also receive my monthly newsletter, Inner Sanctum, strangeplanet.ca, strangeplanet.ca. All right, back to more of my conversation with Mark Ireland as we discuss the survival of consciousness after physical death, and we'll get into the work of his late father, prominent 20th century psychic Dr. Richard Ireland, who counseled celebrities such as Mae West and the Eisenhower family. That's all coming up right ahead on Coast to Coast AM.
Financial experts thought we were in the clear. They were anticipating around 6 rate cuts by the Fed this year, and then the inflation data came out higher than expected. Diversify a portion of your savings into gold with Birch Gold Group. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Text Coast to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold, then talk to a precious metal specialist on how to protect your savings with gold. Text Coast to 989898 now.
My name is Chris Riccoboni, founder of Untucked. 13 years ago, we redefined men's casual style with the original Untucked shirt. Over the years, we've applied the same obsession for the perfect fit through pants, polos, and sports coats, to name a few. We've literally got you covered from head to toe. We also have a great women's collection and just launched a big and tall line too. With 20 new stores planned in 2024, we will now have over 100 globally. Visit us at untuckit.com or one of our many stores.
I've driven a limo for 11 years. It might sound glamorous, but it's tiring, repetitive physical work. I got to a point where I was in severe pain and couldn't bend my leg or stand up straight when I got out of the vehicle. Then I fell and jerked my neck really bad. I could not drive or lift anything for months. When I heard Dr. Wallach on Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, everything he said made sense. Once I eliminated the bad foods and started giving my body the right nutrients, I could feel the difference right away. I started sleeping through the night, My body didn't hurt all the time, and I was driving again in 3 months. I went from 230 pounds to 170 pounds. My life has completely changed. I am so grateful to Dr. Joel Wallach. My name is Ruth Ellen Sanchez. Visit criticalhealthnews.com. Sign up for the newsletter to receive Dr. Wallach's 10 Bad Foods list and other invaluable nutritional advice. Call 855-949-RADIO to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855-949-7234 and criticalhealthnews.com.
And we're back with Mark Ireland, co-founder of Helping Parents Heal, an organization with more than 24,000 members that assists bereaved parents worldwide. He's the author of Soul Shift, Finding Where the Dead Go, and The Persistence of the Soul, and also the previously unpublished Your Psychic Potential, a guide to psychic development, authored by his late father, Dr. Richard Ireland, which is now available for the first time. Tell me, growing up, and your father is a renowned 20th century psychic working with the likes of the Eisenhower family, Mae West. What was that like?
Well, it was pretty interesting. I mean, as you're a little kid growing up, this is your dad. It's just normal everyday life. He knows what's going on all the time. You can't get away with anything. I remember one of my favorite stories I had with my parents when they were first married. My mom had been working on becoming a vegetarian. She'd gone, without eating meat for a couple of months. And then one day she just had this craving for a hamburger, so she went out and got herself a burger back home, and then later that evening Dad comes in, and the first words out of his mouth were, "So Shirley, would you enjoy your hamburger today?"
Oh boy.
That's a little like life was like for us at times, but he always claimed that he tried to not divulge everything because he wanted us to have a normal life. But that said, as I got older, I recognized kind of that it was unusual. Not everybody's dad could do this stuff. And I was proud of him. I would bring friends actually to see the demonstrations and things. And I remember a few of them got some messages that were pretty mind-blowing. One, I can't think of his name right now because it's been so long, but so he sent up a question to my dad. My dad's eyes were taped. Sticky and very opaque. The 3 black blindfolds over that, and then more tape down below the blindfolds on his cheek. They were like little. It was ridiculous. It was overkill, but he would have me write messages on pieces of paper, send them up, and then he would, answer them, but often go way beyond what's on the paper and give you a lot of other information. So my friend, he sends up his question, and my dad gets it, and he goes down a completely different avenue. He goes, "Oh, what about this girl?" I can't remember the name. It's like, "What's about this girl Lynn in Seattle?" And his jaw, he was just like in shock because he definitely told us that he was interested in this girl in Seattle. He spoke to her earlier that day, and he hadn't told anyone about it. So that was just kind of really about my dad. But I would also see, sometimes those spirit messages come through to people that were very comforting. And that's what stuck with me, though, really, was, that I could see, like, he was giving specific information about someone who had passed. There was people touching someone on this side, and I always remember that. But as far as the celebrity connections, those things go, it was interesting. I got to meet a few of these people over the years. When I was 19, I met Mae West. He would often get invited to do demonstrations at her home in Beverly Hills. And this particular occasion, we had finished the demonstration, and then she had offered to give me a tour along with my dad and my sister of her apartment. So we're walking through the apartment. So it looked like it was decorated like it was 1928 or 29. So that was a little bit eerie, but she was very kind. And then my dad has this tongue-in-cheek sense of humor. He's like, "Do you mind if my son sits on the bed so he can say he's been in Mae West's bed?" So it was kind of like that. I met Amanda Blake. Now, some of these names are from the past, so younger people may not recognize them. But she played Amanda Blake, played Miss Kitty on Gunsmoke, which is a show. And then he counseled, I think, like Glenn Ford, and pictures of him with Glenn Ford and David Jansen, who played Fugitive on TV Network show back in the day. And the thing with the Eisenhower, I don't have the whole story, but I have. The Hamlet part of Mamie Eisenhower addressed to my father, dated 1956, which is when they got married, my mom and dad. And it basically was a congratulatory note on behalf of her and my dad. So all I had to do was just assume, okay, well, we actually knew each other, and he was probably, and important to them, so in terms of his psychic counseling or looking for direction, things like that. So there are a number of presidents, I guess, that had interest in this kind of a phenomenon. I think even going back to Lincoln.
How, or why rather, why did you at a certain point in your life resist, I guess, what your father, demonstrated to you, what he knew, what he practiced? Why did you resist that?
I think, all of us are individuals, and not many kids want to grow up to be their parent. That's part of the answer. I think it's that we're different people, for one thing. Now, my dad always said I was very psychic, and I definitely had some very psychic episodes and things that have been pretty stunning, even, a couple of which I would say were kind of like spirit communication. And they were astounding. But at the same time, I'm a fairly pragmatic person. My dad was more look for the moment type of person. I was more careful and practical. He was more risk taking. So just different people. And I think as I grew up, I guess I wanted to take the path. I saw how he had to deal with skeptics all the time and how that would wear a person down. And even, just all the people that were hounding him all the time because they wanted messages, they wanted information, they wanted guidance. I thought, God, I don't know what I would. Then again, I don't know that I thought I had the same level of ability as my dad. So, do you want to be Michael Jordan's son or Kobe Bryant's son, and then try to be, make the NBA? Maybe it's still good enough to be a bench player in the NBA. But I just took a different path. I got married at a young age. I got my university degree, got in the business world. I did really well at that. But oddly enough, it will be several years later, and I get back into my dad's field after my son passes, and all those years in business were actually very good. I learned, how to think critically, how to write, how to speak, and communicate. And I like to talk to people who maybe are non-believers, but they're open-minded, but they're not going to go through those. So I think that balance that I bring is probably maybe good for me to be in the position I am now, and it makes me more balanced.
I have a book around here somewhere, and it's photographs from the late Victorian era, maybe the Edwardian era in England, of manifestation mediums, and pictures of ectoplasm coming out of a medium's, midriff or ear or something, or and some of those obviously have been they're fraudulent early deep fake photographs and so forth. What did your father think, and what do you think of manifestation mediums? Were there any legitimate ones?
It's hard to say for sure. I do think there's something to it to a degree, but I don't know. I've been to two of them, and I wasn't completely sold. I think part of the problem is that none of them today do it with light on. And in the past, I've talked to people who have witnessed this with at least red light on or low light. So I think there is something to it. It would be deemed physical mediumship is what they call it. It comes in a variety of forms. One is what they call materialization mediumship, which is where theoretically, a spirit entity would be draped in this ectoplasm, which is generated by the body of the medium, kind of a flipped, foamy substance of some sort. And then it would encompass them so you would be able to see them and touch them, at least for a short period of time. It's also said to work with what they call trumpet mediumship, which was these metal cone-shaped trumpet things. They're just hollow, that are, said to elevate voices. A voice box could be formed from the ectoplasm and produce sounds and voices. And half-word mediumship, where physical objects are dropped in or manifested into that room, whether they're supposedly teleported from somewhere else or just formed out of nothing, I can't say. But those are some of the common types of physical mediumship that are described. I would think my view is that I think there's something to it that's very, very rare. And I sense that there are more people that maybe more legit in terms of that field than the mental mediumship, especially if you can turn off the lights and ask people to just vote for everything with no ability to do it. Now, the reason they say they do that is because when a medium's in that trance state, they're generating ectoplasm that it could be damaging to them physically, that if the ectoplasm is not still on the ectoplasm, it may be subjected to them and potentially cause them to be severely injured. I don't know if that's correct or not. I just think if it was done with lights on in the past, it should, someone should be able to be developed to the point where it can be done that right now, so that it's kind of the other approach. As far as those old photos, yeah, I think a lot of those think they were doctored. I don't know. I just hate to judge something that I don't know enough about. If I was a photography expert or whatever, maybe I could pass judgment on it. But that's kind of my understanding of that part of the field. And I kind of section that off as a different set of things than the mental mediumship, which is my primary area of interest.
What have you learned from mediums and other experiments in your research about what might be happening on the other side, if that's even the right terminology? I mean, if we're talking about, consciousness existing after death and different vibrations and so forth, it may not be the other side. It might literally be right in front of our face, but I guess colloquially we refer to it as the other side.
I think this whole training ground, a developmental place for us to mold our soul or refine our soul through experience. I get the sense that the other side or the other dimension or place where our consciousness goes after it leaves here, maybe it's there already and we're like remote controlled vehicles for the consciousness. I don't really know, I can't say, but I think it's actually in our body with us now. But when it goes there, I think it's a different realm of experience where it's more peaceful, more, there's a sense of pervading love everywhere, and a light that is beyond just sunlight. It's like a light that permeates everything. There's also a communication mode that's telepathic rather than verbal. You're pretty much exposed. You can't hide secrets. You can't, who you are, full level, your soul, your being, is pretty evident. And so I think there's a gradation of these levels, realms, planes, whatever you want to call. And you kind of, it's like you settle where we're supposed to be. And I'm not saying it's like a heaven and hell, but more like, if you were a murderer or a hateful person, you're probably going to end up, in a realm or a level that's where people that are like you are there. Doesn't mean you can't elevate from that, but it may take a long time. It may take reincarnation potentially, kind of other experiences to round you out, or someone to come from a higher realm to help pull you out of that and get you, conversely, someone who's very evolved, very loving, empathetic, compassionate, and really relegate to another realm that's more advanced. Maybe we could use that terminology. But I've also heard, people saying it's not just like it's floating around, it's just as physical as this world. But which I can accept, I guess, because if you think about it, if you get into quantum mechanics and look at what the physical objects in this world are made of, you get down to the atomic, subatomic level, down to a level where it can't even be observed. It's just really energy
realm, coming and going, electrons come and go. You don't know where they are when they're not here. So there's that's a whole other thing that we haven't figured out is reconciling Newtonian physics and quantum physics. So we don't understand how it works. So it would be even probably harder to understand how it works on the other side. It also sounds like there's no time as we know it. Everything's instantaneous, past, present, future, all kind of run together. And there's no distance as we know it either, which is interesting because that correlates to the whole, the idea of entanglement quantum mechanics, which has been validated scientifically and proven through experimentation, which states that I'm not a scientist, but I give this my best try. Two particles that have ever come into contact in a special way can be separated. The star particles opposite ends of the universe, and whatever happens to them is instantaneously reflected in the other. Now, we're talking about a scope of a 20 billion light year distance there. So if that can happen, it sounds good, at least intuitively, like there's a level below this where everything's connected. There's a kind of a oneness to it.
So, your son Brandon, do you have any reason to believe that he is with your late sister Robin and perhaps your late father, Dr. Richard Ireland? Are they all together? Any evidence to suggest that's what's happening?
Yeah, the one I get the most is my dad. It's always like they hang out a lot. Yeah, but they come through a lot of these readings or other just spontaneous things that these mediums tell me, when I meet them or whatever. And my wife has had dreams of them together. I have too. So I feel like they're kind of together, kind of buddies, if you would say that way. And I've had a little bit from my sister, a little bit from my mom, but it seems like those two are the primary personalities that come through, and I'm not sure what that is. I sense that maybe in the greater plan or whatever is behind all this, that they have key roles. Whereas, my mom and my sister and other loved ones who have passed, maybe they're kind of just stepping back, making themselves known periodically. They're fine, but I have had that a lot with my dad and son.
Do our loved ones who've passed on miss us the way that we miss them?
No, I mean, everything I've heard and understand is there's a sense of euphoria over there they'll still love us and still think about us, but it's not like, I think a lot of the things we experience here because we have a physical body and a brain, pain, and all these kinds of things that experience here may be tied into that physiology and not just our soul, our core soul. So I don't think they experience it the same way. They still care, they love deeply, but they don't have that kind of, from what I understand, there's not that sense of, grief on their side over separation. And in fact, if you read a lot of these near-death experience accounts too, the folks that go over, they'll be like, I really want to leave. I love, my family and all this, but if I had to choose, I almost wanted to leave. I came back just because I felt like I really needed to finish this, or they needed me. But
Mark, I got to jump in here. Sorry, we'll take a time out, open up the phone lines. When we come back, calls for Mark Ireland. Bob Seeger, Shame on the Moon, taking us into the break on Coast to Coast AM. Until you've been beside me, you don't know how it feels. Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot and managing
managing online bookings plus website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Entregas gratis en un día de bombas de baño y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dixit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get instant nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by cream, no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
You say you're lonely. Said you cried the whole night through. Well, you can cry me a river. Cry me a river. 'Cause I cried a river. Now you say you're sorry. For being so untrue. So what? Just cry me a river. Cry me a river. I cried a river over you.
To talk to Richard Serrett, call the Wildcard line at
This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Norrie, welcome back. Dinah Washington, Cry Me a River. A hunt for the elusive hairy being called Sasquatch is planned for a heavily wooded area in Athens, Georgia. The Athens-Clarke County Leisure Services Department is hosting Sasquatch Adventure from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Today, actually Saturday. The program is for those 10 years of age and older, but children must be accompanied by an adult, and is so. Fearlessly, this group, led by highly trained government staff, will search for animal signs, evaluate habitat, experiment with calls and other techniques in search of Sasquatch. The Park Services reported you can read more of this story in the news section of at coasttocoastam.com. If you love Coast, you're going to love George Norrie's stream television show, Beyond Belief. Tom Danheiser here with more info. Hey, Tom.
Hey, how you doing, Richard? We sure are. In fact, if you go to beyondbelief.com right now, we'll put some free episodes up there. We have done episodes of Bigfoot before, and we will continue to do them. So check out the free episodes and then watch the free 7-day trial. And if you take that, you'll get a bunch more shows that we've done. We've been doing the show since 2012. So a lot of shows, 500 or so right now. And we just keep doing them and get stronger and stronger. You'll really enjoy it. So head over. It's beyondbelief.com. Richard, do you think Sasquatch are aliens?
Well, that's an interesting theory because a lot of people see Sasquatch in close proximity to UFOs.
Yeah.
I don't think they're extraterrestrial. If they exist, I think they've always been here.
I tend to agree with you, but it's a theory that a lot of people have. And when you were talking about that earlier, I was thinking about that, so I thought I'd see what you think.
Yeah, well, there's something going on there. I don't know what it is, but there's some kind of a connection between ETs or interdimensionals and Sasquatch for sure.
Well, we'll keep looking for them. Thanks.
All right, Tom. All right, when we come back, more phone calls, questions, comments for Mark Ireland as we continue to discuss medium, spirit visitations, and afterlife communication. That's all straight ahead on Coast to Coast AM.
Waiting on a tax return? Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, Lifeline can help. Lifeline monitors and alerts you to identity threats that you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. If you become the victim of a tax-related identity fraud, Lifeline has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve identity theft issues on your behalf. Plus, all Lifeline plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning Lifeline will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. I wait for your tax refund in vain. Help protect your information immediately with Lifeline. Go to lifeline.com, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at lifeline.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Brett Kitchen, best-selling author, executive producer, and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who've retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money's never at risk if the market crashes. That's right, if the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money saved, call to talk to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value. Call today, you can get it completely free. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. Call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020. Again, that's 1-800-506-2020.
And we are back with Mark Ireland as we discuss the persistence of the soul and evidence that consciousness survives physical death. There was a 19th century congregation sensationalist Henry Ward Beecher, and reportedly his last words were, and this is one of my favorites in terms of famous last words, and that was, "Now comes the mystery." Just before he passed, now comes the mystery, and that's the way I feel. I'm not in any rush to die. I'm not in any hurry. I'm certainly not afraid of it, and it's kind of exciting, actually. What do you think?
I do the same way. I think when the reason I've done what I've done is to try and alleviate people's fear of that, because I think our culture in the United States is well, and I don't know if Canada's the same, we're like brothers, so probably, but it's, materialism still dominates as a paradigm, and that implies that, we're weak robots and all that negative stuff. I don't see it that way. But I think, the people who are open to this, they're going to see it as an adventure, have something to really look forward to in a way, because it is part of your life. You have an entrance and an exit, and everything in between is what we're doing right now.
All right, let's go to the phones east of the Rockies. Lat is in Missouri. Lat, good morning. Welcome to Coast.
Thanks for taking the call. I'm a long-time listener forever, for about days. Anyway, such a wonderful topic. I'm just so glad you're on it. I have a theory of my own about this, and I'm just going to express it. I really don't know anything about this, but a scientist would say quantum entanglement, when everything is at once, like he's saying, that in energy conservation, don't get something for nothing. So it's my belief that possibly the living part of what we are doing now on this realm and this system we have are powering the other side. Anyway, that's my thought.
Interesting. What we're doing here is powering the other side. Thoughts, Mark?
Wow, I don't know enough about the thermodynamics to speak about that, but I'll have to really mull that over.
All right, let's say hello to Kenny is in Rochester, New York. First time caller. Hey, Kenny, welcome aboard. Good morning.
Thanks a lot, Richard. I appreciate the time. I have one little brief story and two comments. The story is my mom passed away when I was 14. She had pre-open heart surgery. She was a very sickly woman. But she passed away, and about a week after, I got this dream. She came to me in a dream, and we went to this little garden. There's a marble bench there, and we sat there. She said, "You're going to be okay. People are going to look out for you." And I woke up from the dream, and I was like, so at peace. Was that real?
Was that real, Mark, or a dream?
I think it probably was real. I mean, we always are questioning these things because in a dream state, you're in an altered state of consciousness. It's interesting. I was going to just share something that happened to me recently, because one of the first things that I had happen within a year and a half of my son passing was I had a very vivid dream. It was more real than waking reality. And I was in a room with 3 white walls, but the 4th wall was gone. It looked like it went into infinity. And I felt it was real. I believed that it was real. Then he said something profound to me. I think it was a couple of months ago, a woman wrote to me, and she said, I found page 188 of Soul Shift, or whatever page it was. She says, I couldn't believe it. I always questioned whether my dream was real. And she says, I had the same exact experience. I met my son in a 3-wall white room with no 4th wall. That was the rest of the universe. But I read that your experience was exactly the same as mine. I believed it. So I think you have to go with your heart. And if you feel it was it, I think that it was real.
All right, Kenny, you had a couple of quick comments.
There was closure with Day. Like I said, she was sickly. I didn't get the chance to see her right then. I was away at job for her. But there was closure, and it was a great feeling to come back from. But then you come back to the reality state, but still, God is in your life,
Yeah, you just gotta hold on to that feeling, I guess.
All you can do there is just ask for them to visit you and maybe get more dreams, or at least
Coast, when I was sitting in for George, I shared this story, and this has happened since you and I talked last time, Mark. My mother-in-law passed away in October of last year, October 30th, Fula, and she died here in the house. And a couple of weeks ago, my son Zachary was out in the backyard tending to his ducks, and our neighbor Helen, right next door, she called out to him over the fence, and she says, "I want to tell you what's happened." And she has on her iPhone one of those, I think it's called a Memo voice recorder app, and she would periodically, she would be around the house, and this, the spirit would move her to start singing, and she would record her voice just for fun. So one day she's recording her voice, and I think she said she was singing some song from the 60s. And what the app does is, I don't know if it's using AI or what it does, but once you finish recording, it will label your recording, and it will offer up a suggested name. And I guess based on what the AI determines the content of the recording. Well, on a couple of occasions, not once, but on a couple of occasions at least, it labeled her recording Fula Sakelaropoulos, my mother-in-law's name. And I don't know if there's something in the app that the AI recognizes that it's in close proximity to this address, and I don't know how it does it, or if there's something supernatural going on.
It's hard for me to say that, like you said, how the AI functions, but I think could be something compelling there, because electronics are notorious for being affected by spirit communication meetings. I know when they come into an area, the electronics start not functioning or screwing up. I remember I had a reading one time. Now this is going back where I actually had a cassette recorder. It worked fine. It had brand new batteries. I checked it out and took it in. During the reading, it would not work. I left. When I was done, it worked fine. So it's a strange phenomenon. And I'm looking at this kind of the possibility that was influencing that in some way.
Yeah. Is it tough for them to communicate with us? Do they have to? I mean, is there I don't want to sound flippant, but like training involved on their side? Do they have to work at it?
It's funny you say that, because I actually thought my dad's probably such a good communicator on that side, because he was born on this side. So I think there's an attribute too that makes some people, or perhaps better communicators than others. I think John Edward said that, it's like the medium of the person on this side has to raise their vibration through meditation or getting into a still space where the person on the other side has to lower theirs to kind of meet in the middle, this middle ground. And I almost feel like that's what happened when I had that dream experience with my son. We were meeting in the middle somehow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the wild card line. Jerry is in Indianapolis. Jerry, good morning. Welcome to Coast. You're on the line with Mark Ireland.
Oh, well, good morning.
Hello, Jerry.
Me and my boyfriend, we've been living together for about, I don't know, a year and a half, something like that. But we're both older, and his son and family had recently experienced a death, except it was kind of different because it was a baby that they were expecting, and the baby died in utero. And so the baby, so they never knew. The baby never talked to them or anything like that, and they were just very, very, very deeply in grief about the situation. Is there anything that to help them understand that life that started, they'll get to see that baby again?
Well, my opinion is that baby's growing up on the other side. And by the time they go over, that baby's going to be full grown. They could actually communicate with that baby or have messages from that baby at some point. And that spirit of that baby, that soul, could have existed before that incarnation too. And maybe it could even be that they have another baby, and that soul but the baby who didn't make it could be that baby. I think those are all possibilities, but in terms of them healing that grief, you might steer them from the organization we're talking about, helping parents heal. We may even have a chapter in India, I'm not sure, but I believe we probably do. They might get some healing just from going to a meeting or even just checking out one of our Zoom sessions. We run those almost daily, the Zoom sessions, and then we have local meets for people, and it might help them to talk to other people who have been through loss similar to theirs.
Jerry, thank you for that, and I'm sorry for your loss or your family's loss. Let's say hi to Thomas in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, on the wildcard line. Thomas, good morning. Welcome. Well, thank you.
Okay, there's one thing you know, it says in a place in the Bible exactly what happens when you die. Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 6 and 7. There's four phrases in our metaphor when you die. So everything's will be loosed, the woman will be broken, the children will take, the beautifulness is started. Next to the dust, clear as it was, the scripture in the letter gave. That's all.
All right. Appreciate that, Thomas. Thank you.
People can, have the religious beliefs. I have belief too in God, and I believe in Jesus. Maybe not the same way that the average Christian would, but I think the thing is, I rely on evidence too, because the Bible has 66 different books that were compiled over a long period of time by men, who wrote those, and then there was men who decided which books to include and which were valid. But anyhow, I'll leave that at that. But I'm a person of faith too, but I think I use judgment and discernment as well.
All right. Bill is in Los Angeles. Bill, welcome to Coast.
Well, hi, Mark and Richard. How do you respond to the proposition that some unknown entity might be deceiving or manipulating us living people for some ulterior purpose? And point out, whatever theological system someone has, that doesn't get rid of determinism. You can have just as much or more deterministic ideas in theology as in materialism. Yeah, all right, Bill.
The great deception.
That would be, there's that possibility does exist of that happening. But I think what you have to do is, again, it comes back to a discernment about what's going on. So, like, if we're going to go religious here, I would say Jesus is quoted as saying, a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. I've seen the healing effect of a good mediumship reading for a bereaved person really enlighten them up and help them cope and move forward, in addition to their own faith, in addition to support from other people, things like that. So to me, they're doing good work. If it was detrimental to them or whatever, it would be detrimental to them taking their own lives. And I've run across a lot of people who were like that. My dad always contended that his gifts were from God. It was a gift from God. And for the people who are really good, it's a natural thing. They're not like doing anything out of the norm. This is part of who they are. They were born this way. So the God that you worship made them this way, in my opinion.
All right, Bill, thank you for the call. Helping parents heal. How do people reach out and get involved if they need help?
Yeah, well, on my website, markirelandauthor.com, I've got links to Helping Parents Heal. I've got links to that certified meeting program I talked about. There's even links to some videos of my dad back in the day and some other things too. So if they just go to my website, they'll find links to Helping Parents Heal and those other things as well. It's just markirelandauthor.com.
And the Persistence of the Soul, that's available on Amazon, wherever good books are sold.
Correct. Amazon, Barnes & Noble, other bookshops. It's pretty much everywhere. Or if you just go to my site, there's links to all of them there, including ones for other countries in addition to the U.S.
Mark, great talking to you again. Thank you so much.
You too, Richard. Thanks so much for having me.
My pleasure. All right. When we come back, open minds. And, of course, You can share your stories, your encounters with eye strangeness, and I've got yet another one to tell you. We'll get to that on the other side, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
We traveled to the slam back in 1962. We played the faces that were home to me and you. We drove to Memphis. We rocked the sun. We walked the streets at night and smoked a cigarette here in the Babylon. There was so much I didn't know about the way that life could go. Here in America, down the block I saw the people stop and stare. You did your best to make a Yankee boy aware. I never thought about the color of your skin. I never worried about the hotel I was in here in America. Oh, yeah, in America. What the places I could stay, they all make you walk away. In America. You were the man who were the glory and the fame. The cowards felt the big college hoops fans. It's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/speedball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Bartesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Bartesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection variety pack. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Bartesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Bartesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand.
Looking for practical biblical principles for everyday living? Want to gain a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
It's your captain speaking. That clear runway, the weather's fine, but we're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. Oh, no, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Attention parents. Watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Gainbridge offers the Parity Flex Annuity. It's designed for women's unique retirement needs, with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say it again, a paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the Parity Flex Annuity, and it's one more example of their commitment to creating a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter holds. Gainbridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all could use more of. And retirement income you cannot live is the ultimate flex. Who's flex? Start saving now at Gainbridge.io. Please visit Gainbridge.io/ParityFlex for direct rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other information.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control the coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, get your fill from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Waiting on a tax return? Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues. And all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. So we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Help protect your information this tax season with LifeLock. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. A fraction of a raindrop. 3 grains of salt. Up to 100 times more potent than morphine. The tiniest amount of illegal fentanyl is all it takes to cause an overdose. Fentanyl can be mixed into heroin, cocaine,
stress pills, meth, and other drugs. It could be in your drugs, and you wouldn't be able to see it, taste it, or smell it. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop overdose.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. To talk to Richard Serrett, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Norrie, welcome back. Kid Rock, featuring Hank Williams Jr. and Redneck Paradise. Saint Honorios is venerated by Orthodox Christians, and he is said to help people find lost objects. Sometimes he's referred to as the Revealer. So last week, my family and I, we drove up to Ottawa to tour university campuses. Our son North has been accepted at both the University of Ottawa and Carleton University. So to help him decide which one he'd like to attend, we toured the campuses and the residences. And that's about a 5-hour drive up to Ottawa. On the way home, just outside of Ottawa, we stopped at a quaint little restaurant called the Old Mill. And then when we got home, a few hours later, I couldn't find my prescription sunglasses. And we looked everywhere. I mean, I thought maybe I'd left them back at the restaurant, 3.5 hours the other direction. Anyway, we searched the next day. We searched throughout the house again. My wife, Monday after night, tried calling the restaurant to see if they had found them, but nobody was picking up the phone. So again, we searched the car, the luggage, every coat pocket, every drawer, every surface in the house. No prescription sunglasses. So then, this past Monday, my wife sent out a fervent supplication to St. Honorios and asked for his help. Minutes after her prayer, she came downstairs to the office I'm sitting in right now, and right there on her desk, next to a picture of me, which sits on her desk, were my prescription sunglasses. So she promised St. Honorios if he helped us find my glasses, she would bake, it's a Greek dessert known as fanoropita. It's kind of a cake. It's a Lenten cake. No butter, no milk, no eggs. So she baked fanoropita. And this was Tuesday. I took it to my Bible study class Tuesday night. Shared my story with my fellow Bible study classmates. Enjoyed the fanoropita. And wouldn't you know it, just about everyone in the room, and there were about 10 of us, had a similar story about their encounters with St. Honorios. When we come back, open lines, and I'd love to hear your encounters with saints. Back with more of Coast to Coast AM. I'm Richard Serrett, sitting in for George Norrie, right after this time.
across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often and can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures.
We want to ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping feed our kids.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. Because when things go sideways, it's always one of the first things to sell out. If you wait to stock up, all you'll find at the grocery store are crowds of desperate people and empty shelves. That's why FEMA and the Red Cross say you need at least 72 hours of non-perishable food. But here's the good news. For Patriots, the trusted preparedness company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get two free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. It sells for $29 and is already 4.4 stars by thousands of happy customers. But when you act quickly and buy one kit, you will get 2 more kits absolutely free. That's 3 kits for the price of one. $58 in free food. Go to freefood3.com. That's freefood3.com. This deal won't last. Go to freefood3.com now.
Welcome back. Richard Sarah sitting in for George Norrie. Open Lines begins, and it begins with Marcy in San Diego. Marcy, good morning. Welcome to Coast.
Hi. I wanted to tell something that I saw about Marilyn Monroe's death and also some information from a book I read about Jacqueline Kennedy.
Okay.
First I want to say, but I said I'd go over and wash it down for Cornelius because he had a medical problem, but he couldn't wash himself. Then you said later, well, Marcy, proposition corny. I'm 80 years old. If I went over, I don't think I would be able to go over and put a smile on his face.
Okay, Marcy, let's keep it above the belt here. Share your story about Marilyn Monroe. Thank you.
Oh, there was a lady on TV about 15 or 20 years ago, and it was well documented that she was best friends with Marilyn. They had started out together as actresses, but she didn't really get famous. But they continued to be very close. And she said that shortly before Marilyn died, he told her, I am going to have a press conference, and I am going to tell everything about the 2 Kennedys, JFK and RFK, and I'm tired of being passed back and forth like a piece of meat. And when I tell what I know and the way they were using me, we'll see how long they can stay in office after that. And it was right after that, pretty quick, that she was dead. And this lady said, the only reason that I'm speaking out is, and now, and never before, is because I have terminal cancer and my time is short. Because I've always thought, if anybody expected that I'm going to tell what I know, then I'd be the next one to be taken out. So, anyway, I read this book about Jacqueline Kennedy, and it said that Kennedy's wife told Jackie, well, we haven't even been married very long, and he's running around like he's a single guy. And Jackie said, well, all the Kennedy men do that. It doesn't mean anything. And they learned that from their dad. But it doesn't mean a single thing. It just ignore it. So, and said that Marilyn had called the White House and told Jackie, your husband is going to be marrying me. He's already told me, because he was stringing her along, what it was. And And Jackie said, well, that'll be fine. When you get here, I'll move out. So it was pretty apparent that if she hadn't talked about her plans to have a press conference and just done it, maybe she would have been able to expose them and make a big scandal. But
yeah, that's a famous story. I've heard that a number of times. And of course, then there's the missing diary that she supposedly kept. We don't know what happened to that. There are so many unanswered questions about Marilyn's death, and I don't know if we'll ever get to the bottom of it now. 62 years later. Marcy, thank you for the call. John is in Clearwater, Florida, on the Wildwood line. John, good morning.
Coach, I'm not thinking of the organization of the show. I had a little story in my lifetime. Met for the first time. We thought we were soulmates. We felt like we'd been together before. We couldn't figure out when. We talked and we found out that we were both there near the World's Fair on the same day, the same exhibit that did. And then a little later, in 1959, we were at the big coffee house, Coffee Little Star, on opposite sides of the room watching Jimmy Buffett. And but we didn't meet them. And then met at Sunday service, and we felt we were soulmates. We started trying to figure out where we were together. And so then one day, I went into a dynamic counseling session, and I found out we were together. And I came out and I saw her in the hall, and I said, "Oh, I found out that we were together before." And she said, "Oh, you gotta tell me." I said, "No, I can't. You haven't had counseling on it yet. It might affect you." She said, "No, you gotta tell me. You gotta tell me." So she said, "Well, we were a couple. We were on this flying saucer together, and in fact, by a meteorite, everybody was killed." And she said, "Oh, wow, that's amazing." I said, "Yeah, okay, well, I'll talk to you later." And so then she went home later that night, and in the morning she called up and said, "Oh, just I'm in the work today. I feel so terrible. My face is all swollen." I said, "When did that start?" And she said, "I don't know." So was it after I told you about when we were together, died in a flying saucer crash? And she just off for months. She said, "Yeah, it was. Wow. Okay, I'll talk to you later." I said, an hour later she came in and said, "Oh, I feel better now. My face isn't swollen anymore." I said, "Okay, just remember, I can't tell you stuff you don't counsel on yet." And she said, "Okay." So that's a way you can find out about your past lives is through dynamic counseling. You find out when you had traumatic experiences before, either physically or emotionally. And
all right, John, thank you for that. That's some first date. Crashing into a meteorite in a UFO. All right, how about dinner and a movie? Esteban is in San Antonio on the Wildwood line. Esteban, welcome to Coast. How are you?
All right. I've had a series of dreams, about 20 years apart. I did research into one, trying to address the house in the early 80s, and a house called Break. And the dream, I remember I had found me there, not real house, a little kid in that house, and walked in that house. Not quite as I remembered it, but I looked up, the real estate things, and there's a hat bath, and the wall was the way the dream was, and basically my parents were friends with the couple, so back when I was on diapers, they spent time on North Lake together. Walter Johnson was a reporter who got burned recently, back in the 70s, but they were on the house for recently, covered in the fire, and which leads to the first series of dreams I had about 20 years after the house was named. Martha's little kid, friend of a Roman, child of a Roman reporter in East Tennessee. And so it's called Walter Johnson on the right of those on the trailers. I read it. My mom had gotten a copy after his divorced wife died. And so it's kind of interesting. That's just where dreams reality, especially with the autistic mind, where the memories are basically almost like constructs or pieces of stone. So I wonder how many of those dreams were affected by me being in diapers, being going through these instance. And I got that, there was a high freak out level when I typed in that address, looked at that house I spent a lot of time in, realized that my dream and the house's present condition matched, and how I had changed since I was there last mid-'80s.
That's remarkable, man. Prescient dreams are a fascinating area of discussion. And whenever I speak to dream analysts, they're always stressing how important it is to keep a dream journal. It's something I've long thought about, and I've never gotten around to it. But I'm wondering how many of us would discover if we journaled after we have a dream. How many of us would also discover that we've had prophetic dreams or prescient dreams like that? Great call. Let's say hi to first time caller. Dan is in Rochester, New York. Dan, welcome to Coast.
Hi, Richard, thanks for having me. Long-time listener.
Thank you.
I'm kind of hard for me to talk about. I'm in my 40s now. Back when I was a young child, my father used to abuse me. Physically. And while we going through court processes with my family, that he was committed suicide. To this day, I still feel like his presence around me. I was always wondering if negative energy and spirits like that come back into your life. But sometimes I go around my house, I'll still hit with yourself and things that remind me of him, when he would come home drunk and things like that. My life partner, Laura, we saying, in a dream, thinking about it. I was screaming in my sleep and have dreams that say things that I don't remember saying, but kind of because were causing some incidents when I was a kid. And that was just, I just wanted to bring up that I always have a concern that a negative experience or spirit maybe from him will come back, kind of torment me, I guess, in your life going forward. It's just always been a concern, and I thought it was kind of relevant conversation.
Yeah, very much so, Dan. And thank you for sharing. And I'm sorry for all the pain and the misery and the torment that you had suffered. Did you receive counseling? Have you received counseling?
I have, but honestly, I get a lot of sleepless nights, which the only good thing about that is I get to listen to the show here. That's how I started becoming a fan of the show.
We're here for you. We're here for you.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. This call is kind of therapeutic. That's really all I got.
Well, that's a lot. You got a lot, and I'm sorry. I don't know, maybe it might be worth reaching out to Mark Ireland through his website, and I'm no expert in this area. He may have some thoughts. He may have some thoughts for you on what is happening with you and this low vibrational energy, which seems to be, impacting your life. You gotta find an answer and do something about that, because you need to have peace. You need to have peace.
Yeah.
So I hope you can reach out to him and connect with him, and he may be listening now, and maybe he'll be on the lookout for your email. I strongly urge you to do that.
Thank you. Yeah, he's a great guy. I appreciate it.
Okay, Dan, be well. Be well. All right, let's say hi to, we're going to go, east of the Rockies, and Vaughn is in Texas. Vaughn, good morning, welcome to Coast.
Good morning. I heard you speak about the experience you had. I didn't call about this particular thing, but you made me think of something that happened when I was a mailman. I used to go to the grocery store and get yogurt. I used to get a particular one, blackberry yogurt. And I searched all through the yogurts, and there wasn't any in there. As far as I knew, I looked, and I was very disappointed. So I the mail truck, and I looked through all my packages. I have them lined up for the delivery sequence. I didn't have anything for the next house. They had a curbside mailbox.
Yes.
And when I hit the brake, to put the mail in the box, a package fell down in the step down in the vehicle, and I picked it up for that particular address. But what I really talked about was that a lot of people don't hear that spirits come through on your telephone, especially those cell phones. See, I don't have a cell phone, but I have an answer machine and stuff. I usually let all my calls go to the answer machine, and I can hear through the static spirits whispering that because they're talking and they're trying to influence either the listener or the person that's speaking, and a lot of it sounds like static. And if people have cell phones, they hear static on their line. They may not be able to discern or hear what is actually being said because they can't play it over and over again and listen intently at it. But I can do that with my answer machine or with my electronic voice recorder, and I hear it all the time.
Really? Do you recognize any of the voices?
Oh, no. One time I communicated back and forth with a couple of fellows. They lived before they died, but I was telling one of them, I was asking one of them, what is your last name? I said, I'm going to tell you people, I heard from you. And then the other person said, he thinks you're a punk. And then the other guy said, he cursed and stuff. And so I didn't pursue that. But anyway, those electronic voice recorders, you can pick them up like that. It sounds like paper crumbling or static. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a telephone to the spirit world. I can play it and it's people's names. I can hear before I even know the person by listening to it on there. On the chat line, I've heard things about the person that was whispered, like even the person's name, because a lot of people use fake names.
Vaughn, I gotta run. We're up against the break here, but great call. Thank you for that. Vaughn in Texas, getting some amazing messages on his machine. Bruce Springsteen, we take care of our own. Taking us into the break right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Home decorating, it's a new thing. I'm good for mid-century and rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and looking nice. Free one-day delivery and home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/speedball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dixon. worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Bartesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Bartesian, you'll receive a free classic collection variety. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Bartesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Bartesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to Bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand. With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. Clear runway, the weather's fine. We're just gonna circle up here a while and get lucky. Oh, no. It's just these cash prizes add up quick, so I suggest you sit back, keep your trade table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+ terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
For only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Captain Ron are going to MC this Ask George and George event. And we're just going to stick George Norrie, George Knapp on the stage. We're going to put some microphones, Richard, in the audience, and just let people have at it. It's going to be a lot of fun. So you can go to coasttocoastam.com right now under our events section. There's a ton of information. Get your tickets while you can.
Contact in the desert. All right. Sounds like a real blast.
We're going to get you up there one day, too.
Hey, you just tell me where and when, and I'll pack my bags.
Very good.
All right, talk soon, Tom. All right, when we come back, more open lines right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Financial experts thought we were in the clear. They were anticipating around 6 rate cuts by the Fed this year, and the inflation data came out higher than expected. Diversify a portion of your savings into gold with Birch Gold Group. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Text COAST to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold. Then talk to a precious metal specialist on how to protect your savings with gold. Text COAST to 989898 now.
My name is Chris Riccoboni, founder of Untucked. 13 years ago, we redefined men's casual style with the original Untucked shirt. Over the years, we've applied the same obsession to the perfect fit through pants, polos, and sports coats, to name a few. We've literally got you covered from head to toe. We also have a great women's collection and just launched a big and tall line too. With 20 new stores planned in 2024, we will now have over 100 globally. Visit us at untuckit.com or one of our many stores.
Hey, it's Tony. I mean to tell you, Jimmy is no longer with us. He stopped using the Zebra, and no one's seen him since. I know what you're thinking. What's a Zebra? Crazy name, right? Well, I asked the same thing. It's Happy Z spelled backwards. It stops you annoying, snoring. Now they're telling me it's Zebra 91. It's 91%. That means it works for everybody. Other snoring solutions, not even close. So you're going to buy the one that works or the one that doesn't. You're smart. You're going to buy a Zebra 91. Hey, what happens if it doesn't work? Of course it's going to work. It's Zebra 91. Not only that, Zebra 91 has a 91-day money-back guarantee. Everybody else, only 30. Why? Because they don't work. Haven't your loved ones suffered enough? Get a Zebra 91 and get it now. Go to Zebra.com, CYPPAH.com. That's Zebra.com, CYPPAH.com. Remember, it's Happy Z spelled backwards.
All right, let's go to the international line, and Don is in Alberta, Canada. Don, welcome to Coast.
Hi, Richard. So, for your American friends and Canadians as well. So 12 years ago, or when I was 12 years old, they had a vision that I was to combat Chinese troops on Canadian soil. Now, we know that our current leader, known as the Global Potato in China, was sponsored by the Chinese government. That's the no immediate fact. He got over 31% of the vote. There's 9 Chinese police stations on Canadian soil, which my military friends confirmed to quit because they said they're tired of training Chinese troops for cold weather combat. Some of them estimate there's between 50 and 120,000 Chinese troops on Canadian soil. I would have to verify that. But then the next step is we only have like 2 or 3 functional F-18s. We only have enough ammunition to last 3 days right now with the Canadian military. We're supposed to, under UN regulations, have enough for 30 days. So China's going to take us off one by one Thursday. But when it's the virus, the vaccination shot, then it's chemical and heavy metals in the food that are weakening our society. But there's two guests talking about this last night, Ballard Cancer, and then there was another one on about a week ago. I was trying to find it. Anyway, he was saying that there's, I can't remember which set, it's 9,000 Chinese on U.S. soil, 19, I think, super nuclear devices that they brought in. And he said that it's possible they can get their plan is to take the United States down in 15 minutes. But the thing is, they look at the vaccination rate,
not military. The military in the United States has lowered their standards. Because before, the child coming out of school, 7 to 8 will qualify for the U.S. military mentally and physically, and now they're down to like 2 to 3 will qualify because of the chemicals in the food. So anyway, we talked about solar flares and stuff like that as well, but anyway, it's a step-by-step process. Like, you can look at this, so you don't have to worry about what I'm saying, but just look up Cheerios and chemicals in the food. But also in another product they make those, but it's called corn flour, and they use it to spray on the field, and it's in that product.
Yeah, it's making people infertile. I've read about that. Yes, that's been in the news for sure. Don, thank you. We try to steer clear of COVID on the program. I mean, I guess I didn't mention that off the top, but typically every Friday I do. So, Scott is in Costa Mesa, California. Scott, welcome.
Well, good evening. I was wondering if I could just start off with a comment to the caller Dan from the last segment, that just to let him know that love is out there and you are not your father. And wish you peace, Dan. So,
all right, appreciate that. Yeah, Dan called earlier, and he believes he may be being visited by the spirit of his abusive father, which is horrible, to have that revisited upon him. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Well, and so I was wondering if I could throw out sort of a random theory or an idea of mine. And, we humans have pets. Some have ducks, some have fish, but the number one pet around the world is dogs. And that means dogs, right? Well, you and Tommy were talking, and others were mentioning about Bigfoot and Sasquatches, and it seems that a lot of the time they seem to be in close proximity to ETs or aliens or whatnot. And my question is, or my theory is, what is Big Feet, Bigfoot, or whatever, are the pets, the fidos of the ET world? What if Bigfoot is the dog equivalent to alien?
Well, it's as good a theory as any, but I don't know. To me, they just seem too intelligent. I mean, dogs are intelligent. Dogs have intelligence, obviously, but Sasquatch seem to have, a great intelligence. I don't know if they would be suitable pets, and if extraterrestrials are supposedly, certainly technologically more advanced, perhaps, some ascribe a greater spiritual awareness to them. I don't know that an extraterrestrial would keep a pet, particularly something as intelligent as a Sasquatch. However, why not? That can be explored. Thank you for the call, Scott. Let's say hi to Gina Maria is in Washington State. Gina Maria, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing good, thank you. I want to say, first of all, love and light and peace and love, and God bless to everyone and everything everywhere. I wanted to talk about the biggest landslide in the United States ever, which was in Oslo, state of Washington here, and it was 10 years ago on the 22nd, Friday here, this yesterday, whatever it was, a few hours ago. Anyway, it was so massive. There was this area that had fallen people's houses and stuff, and it basically took out all the houses. It was just incredible. There was 11 survivors, and 43 people died. And the youngest one who died was 4 months old, and the oldest was 90 years old, both females. For them, also in between Arlington and Tarrant, and it was just so many incredible things that happened. Bad stuff happens. It brings out miracles and good and stuff, and that's the part that really kind of touches my heart. There was whenever they would find somebody, who would pass on, it took quite a while, over 2 months to find
remind everybody, but they would blow a whistle. And when they blew that whistle, everyone would stop, all machines, everything would stop. And then they would kind of do, to themselves a silent prayer on the person. And then do, dig them out and keep going. When it first started, when it first happened, I guess people started arriving and stuff, to help civilians and stuff. And the authorities told them, do not go in there. And, you can't go in, it's not safe. And then people said, excuse me, we're going in. It was so defying, just defying every honest authorities would say. They said, we're just going in. And they said, there are family and friends, and we're the only ones who know whose house whose roof might be, that or whose porch, and potentially find where their house were located to begin with, 7. And then there also was, the road was totally blocked. It's a highway called SR 530, and they were completely blocked, with the mud and such. And they said, people were saying, you need to get this road cleared because there's no way, through the Darrington and to get this road cleared. And the government, it'll 6 months and blah, blah, blah. And so that night they got their bulldozers and they made one main road going through to defy all the authorities and just do what needs to be done. And I just was so admiring that. And one more thing that I really admired too is people donated so much money and stuff, but there was a hardware store in Arlington. And the guy opens up his doors and said, take anything you need. And so for over 2 months, people got chainsaws and shovels and you name it. Such blessing and stuff. And
did you know anyone that was lost in the Oslo landslide?
I didn't know anyone, but I tell you what, it still affects me. Like I can't begin to tell you, just seeing the sheer devastation and just knowing what they went through. And people stayed for over 2 months. The authorities were thinking, we've done as many as we can. And the people who were there digging and stuff said, no, we're not leaving until we find every single person. It was on day 43 when they found the last person, the 43rd person. They were able to get them out, bring them out. But just when things like that happen, the good comes out of people, and now they get 5 people, and you can just did what needed to be done,
Exactly. It's, I remember that. I can't believe it's been 10 years. And it's true, sometimes, not always, but sometimes people are at their best when things are at their worst. And that sounds like that was a perfect example. Gina Maria, thank you for reminding us about that horrible tragedy, the Oslo landslide, March 22nd, 2014. Let's say hi to a first-time caller, Jody's in Mississippi. Jody, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Good morning, Richard. Thank you for taking my call.
My pleasure.
Anyway, I was going to share a thing that you probably thought of it, or anybody that you knew or thought of it, but I have a lot of vivid frames. The one I had, I think, was some kind of spiritual. I was raised Southern Baptist, but I was walking through a wheat field, walking up to a wagon that had some bales hay, and the wind was blowing, and I heard like a really loud trumpet. My body lifted up into the air, and then turned vertical. And I started going up through the clouds. I had been going through the clouds. It was very scary thing. And the closer I was getting, it seemed to look like the sun just kept getting closer and closer. But it seemed like the closer I was getting, the scarier it got.
And that's it? That's the dream?
Yeah, but I hadn't seen anything.
Yeah, so you're walking through a wheat field.
Walking through a wheat field, and I'm walking towards like this wagon that's got hay in the back of it.
Right.
And all of a sudden I hear like this trump. I don't see anything, and then my body lifts up from this wheat field, and I just start going up through the clouds.
Well, I'm not, an expert on Jungian archetypes or symbology, dream symbology. I've done a number of shows with, dream analysts and so forth. And I'm trying to remember what they would have said, or they said about, wheat fields. I mean, without being an expert, I would think, when I think of a wheat field, I think of the harvest, I think of bounty. So it's, a wheat field maybe could represent abundance in your waking life, prosperity. On the other hand, if it's, if the wheat field is like, if it's dry or if the field is kind of barren, that might suggest, the opposite. That there's a sense of lacking or depletion. So, do you remember what was the wheat field like? Did it feel like it was healthy and bountiful?
Yes.
And how are things in your life? Do you feel like you have bounty? Are you blessed?
I feel like I am. I work with a lot of great people that I think that are blessed, that are really good people.
All right. Well, maybe that dream was just a kind of a reaffirmation of that, a reminder that sometimes we feel like we feel a little down or what have you, but maybe that was just a reaffirmation that you do have bounty in your life. I don't know, just a thought. Thank you for the call. Let's see where we're going to go next. Aaron is in Fountain Valley, California. Aaron, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Hi, Richard. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
I was interested if you were aware of the Masonic chart, but if you look online, you just simply Google or whatever the Masonic chart, and there's these two pillars, and next to it there's a sun on the left-hand side, and a star. It looks like a star, but it's actually an astral, or a comet, and right below that is Noah's Ark. So I was wondering if it was kind of like they knew they're trying to somehow, if you look at it, if you're familiar with masonry, kind of like the symbolism, it's got G in the middle and a heart, but these two cones, I mean, it's kind of weird. It's 9/11, you've got these kind of weird kind of people that might be able to
and one appears to have a globe of the Earth, and the other one, I don't know, some sort of not sure what that is, another planet. And yes, you've got the Ark, you've got looks like an anchor. There's a beehive. The Masonic aprons are in there. It looks like these two columns are sitting on a chessboard. I mean, I wouldn't know where to begin with all the symbols here. And I mean, whenever you have two tall shapes, I think it's kind of natural to sort of gravitate towards, those are the Twin Towers. I don't know that that's necessarily so in this case, but there's a lot going on, for sure, with the Freemason chart, and maybe we should have a Mason come on and explain, or someone who researches Freemasonry, explain what all these symbols are. Yeah, there's a star, there's the all-seeing eye, there's a heart. What else do I see here? Looks like am I seeing a cow? Something that looks like a trophy, or maybe even a coffee urn? My lord, I have no idea what that makes, or what that means, any of it, quite frankly. But yeah, that'd be a good show. We'll get someone on and talk about the Masonic chart. All right, let's take a time out. Solomon Burke. That's how I got to Memphis, taking us in a break on Coast to Coast AM.
Did
Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Jerry. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them healthy today. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dixit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Bainbridge offers the Parity Flex Improvement, designed for women who need retired parents. Flexible withdrawals plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even when your account balance is zero. Bainbridge is helping build a better financial future for women. Retirement income they can't outlive is the ultimate fix. Start saving now at Bainbridge.io. Visit Bainbridge.io/parity for current rates, full quality disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Bartesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Bartesian, you'll receive a free classic collection variety. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Bartesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Bartesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to Bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. TESIAN.com/gift. Artesia, premium cocktails on demand. This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Higher control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, interchangeable sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
We all need help understanding God's Word sometimes. The In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio provides biblical teaching you can trust, featuring daily devotions, the sermons of Dr. Charles Stanley, and our Spanish station in Kentucky. The In Touch Radio Network will lift you up throughout your day and help you gain a deeper understanding of God's Word. Listen anytime and anywhere. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we're gathered here today to... Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo. We lost track of time.
No, it's the casino. Cash prizes that is quicker than a guest registry.
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit HookedOnPhonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Waiting on a tax return? Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% to 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues. Even all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, so we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Help protect your information this tax season with LifeLock. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
Hey, you got any gum?
Yeah, check her laptop.
What's this?
Oh, that's naloxone. It covers an opioid overdose. I decided I was keep it on me after saved his life.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry. That makes me want to have it with me, too.
You totally should. Check the pharmacy. It was actually really easy to get, and it's easy to use.
I definitely will. Thanks.
Naloxone saves lives. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop-overdose.
Semper Solaris, your source for all your solar, roofing, and heating and air needs. Go to SemperSolaris.com.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Follow rock slowly on the ground. His work is almost over. It won't be long. He won't be around. I love my father. He could use some mercy now.
To talk to Richard Serrett, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Norrie. Say hello on X at Richard Serrett and the website strangeplanet.ca. This is Mary Gauthier and Mercy Now. You may recognize this from, I think it's season 3 of Yellowstone. Unbeknownst to a group of California elementary school students, what started out as a field trip to the mountains would soon turn into the of a lifetime. Last spring, as the Terra Redwood school students were playing in the Santa Cruz Mountains, they found a strange object. The Santa Cruz Museum of Natural History said in a March 20 news release. Brian Evans, the teacher chaperoning the students, told KSBW Action News 8 the kids were building a dam looking for crawdads. They're just in the mud pulling things out, and then one of them comes up and is like, "This isn't a stick, this is a bone." Evans told the outlet the children thought it was a bone of a large animal. The museum said that object, it turns out, was a bit more unique. The students brought their find to Wayne Thompson, a paleontologist with the museum, who confirmed it was the fossil of an ancient sloth. The arm bone, a left radius, belonged to a Jefferson's ground sloth, a Megalonyx jeffersoni, according to the museum. You can read more of this story in the news section up at coasttocoastam.com. And coming up tonight on Coast, I'll be back. A.W. Finnegan joins me in the first half. He's an author and artist who survived Lyme disease and immune tolerance. He joins me to discuss his new book, The Sleeper Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, Chronic Illness, and the Great Imitator Antigens of Biological Warfare. And he'll touch on topics including immune tolerance, the esoteric history of biological warfare, and one of history's most exceptional yet infamous pioneers in virology and immunology, the German scientist Dr. Erwin Traub, who pushed the boundaries of immune studies. In the second half, UK-based author and researcher Maria Lee has been studying the iconic English stone temple Stonehenge for years. She'll explain her belief that mysterious earth energies were incorporated in the megalith's architecture, imbuing it with unseen powers. She'll discuss her new book on the topic, The Secret History of Stonehenge. That's tonight on Coast to Coast AM with yours truly. All right, let's get back to open lines on the other side here on Coast to Coast AM.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay." And my problem on my skin went away.
I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms." I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be a carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. Because when things go sideways, it's always one of the first things to sell out. If you wait to stock up, all you'll find at the grocery store are crowds of desperate people and empty shelves. That's why FEMA and the Red Cross say you need at least 72 hours of non-perishable food. But here's the good news. For Patriots, the trusted preparedness company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get two free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kit. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. It sells for $29 and has been rated 4.4 stars by thousands of happy customers. And when you act quickly and buy one kit, you will get 2 more kits absolutely free. That's 3 kits for the price of one, $58 in free food. Go to freefood3.com. That's freefood3.com. This deal won't last. Go to freefood3.com now.
Well, welcome back to Coast AM. Richard Serrett sitting in for George Norrie, coming to you live from the home studio in Old Thornhill, just north of Toronto. And let's go back to the calls east of the Rockies. Cynthia is in Massachusetts. Cynthia, good morning. Welcome to Coast.
Hi.
Hi there.
I am talking about a
me during my sleep and to relay a message to Uncle. And I did it, and I made say, but he was very angry. And so it was the very next day, he came back to me, and he said that was exactly what she had said. She forgave him for being angry because she said she was going to leave. And he was very grateful for that message.
All right. I'm sure he would be. It would be very comforting. Thank you for that, Cynthia. Great story. Mark is in Virginia. Mark, welcome to Coast.
Morning, Rich.
Hi there.
Hey, Rich. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and get to it. March 21st, 2011. I was working extremely hard. I had about 4 hours I could sleep before I had to get back to work. I go to sleep, shut the phone off, go to sleep. In my sleep, all of a sudden, I'm standing on top of the hill in the middle of a road. And I'm looking down the climb of the road, going down the hill on both sides of the road are little small houses, like a netting unit. There's nobody out. The sun's shining. It's a beautiful sunny day. I'm feeling warm. A slight breeze in the air. And from behind me, I hear a voice say, "Son, I'm so glad to see you. I've been waiting for you all these years." I turn around, there's an old gentleman standing there, white curly hair, wearing an ugly plaid suit, and I don't know who this man is, but he knows me. He runs up to me and hugs me, and he's talking about things I have no idea what he's talking about. I asked him, "What am I doing here?" He says, "You're going to find out here in just a minute. He'll be here at any time." So he's standing there talking to me, and then again from behind me, I hear a voice, and I recognize the voice as the voice of my father. Well, him and the older gentleman, they hug, they're talking, and the older gentleman tells my father, he said, "Well, let's go ahead and let's head to your house now." So we start walking down the road, and people start coming out of the houses, and these are people I remember as a child that had passed away a long time ago. My father's pointing out all these people, telling me who they were. We finally get to the house. The old man tells my father, "Well, this is your house. Go ahead and check it out. You've got plenty of time to make changes." My father walks in. The door shuts behind him. I reach to get the door handle. The old man grabs me by the arm and says, "Son, you can't go in." I said, "Why not?" He said, "It's not your time. You have to go back. But I will be waiting for you when you come back." I wake up. Confused, I get a shower. I turned my phone on, and when my phone booted up, it blew up. Voicemail, text messages. My father passed away while I was sleeping.
Oh, dear Lord. Wow.
Now, I was in Arizona at the time, so I had my father lived in Georgia.
Was it expected? Was your father's passing expected, or was it sudden?
No, that was absolutely unexpected. Absolutely unexpected. He was 65 years old. He was actually a good trader. And so I go to Georgia. My brothers are already there. I told them on the phone on my way about the dream that I had, which to me really wasn't a dream. But I arrived there. My brothers are going through photos, and we're just standing there talking about Dad. And all of a sudden, my one brother says, "Who is this?" And he pulls a picture out of the box, and he says, "I don't know who this man is. I said, "Well, let me see the picture." He showed the picture to me, and I was shocked. I said, "That's the old man. That's the old man that was waiting on me and Dad. That's the old man that told me I had to go back. It wasn't my time." I said, "Is there a name on the backside of the picture?"
The man with the ugly plaid suit, you mean?
Yes, the older gentleman with the ugly plaid suit. When they looked at the back of the picture, and the name on there, that was my great-grandfather. Last time I seen him, I was like 3 years old.
Wow.
So I figure my dad's probably made some changes on the house, and I'm pretty sure my great-grandfather was waiting on me. I don't know where he's going to see him.
No, don't be in a hurry. That is a remarkable story. Was that the only time you've had a dream like that? Did it ever happen again?
No, Richard, I've had dreams like that all my life. Most of the time, I'll go to sleep, or I'll just all of a sudden start daydreaming, and I'll see a face of somebody I haven't seen 20, 30 years, and usually within 1 or 2 days, I'll get word that that person passed away. I dream all the time. I've seen things all my life that just, I don't know how to explain it. I just got to the point with my older age that just learned to accept.
That's quite a gift. Mark, thank you for the call. Dennis is in British Columbia tonight, this morning. Dennis, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Thank you, Dennis. My family would say Dennis and Dennis. I'm youngest of 6. Yeah, recently retired here. I'm a chaplain in my past, working 23 years, most of it in the States, and then came up to Stony Penitentiary. I don't want to go on about that. I want to get to the dream. I just ordered the book and it arrived today. I picked it up here in the Victoria area at the bookstore. It's like Dare to Dream, which I heard about on Coast to Coast. So I bought that and we'll be starting to study that. Because in our dreams, I want to get right to thank you what you were saying to earlier guest. Just before I say that, I came to Toronto in 64 and started a halfway house in Bronx and Dundas and Vegas. Started helping drug addicts, but it's a life of servitude. It's wonderful to serve our Creator and help humanity. But I won't get to that. I want to get to Lloyd, my brother. He passed over. He was a type that made a lot of money. Jaguars, motorcycles, Harley Davidsons, and he passed over. By the way, I'm talking about you. The family is concerned about him because he was loving, he got the most toys and wins, but you can't take it with you, right? All your toys you leave behind.
That's right.
Yeah, and anyway, they didn't think he'd make it to heaven. A lot of people went in to say, like a jailhouse prayer, get there, see Peter, but you have to say the right words to get there. But Lloyd passed over 2 years ago, and just days after he passed, I saw Harley Davidsons, I saw different things, and jumping out of airplanes, and he loved to do all of that interesting stuff. But the thing that I'm getting to, Mark talked about appearing at the end of the bed, there he was, outer blue, looking 35 forever, middle-aged, and he smiled at me, and my angels were verified. She's listening on the other line. She heard me say that many times. He looked at me, and he said, I'm doing just fine. So, with that, I knew he was in the heavens. I knew he made it into the pearly gates, type of thing. And he got in the hot hell burning, that whole story.
Right.
And we want to believe in that anyway, to God of love. So that's Lloyd, and he is on the other side, and I'll be meeting him. And he appeared unto me, thanking Mark for your story about that tonight. And my other one was taken out of body 5 years ago or so. I was taken to Tibet, to the foot of the Lama in Shore. I could spend a lot of time taking you on the bus journey, traveling with my stuff. But when I got to the border, passing into the Tibet area, they stripped me, said you can't go in with anything. So they took everything away. I had artifacts on me. They took that away. So I'm basically naked. And I was among the thousands out like bowing. And there was a baby being born, and he was the next Dalai Lama. And coming here and raised Christian and all this, wow, thank you for the experiences of dreaming, and let that be an astral travel, like taken out of my body. It was like I was there, Richard. I was like alone. It was just sober and Gail, with the rest as they picked out the next Dalai Lama.
So you're not certain if it was a dream or whether you were actually out of your body.
I felt it beyond a dream. It was like I was actually there. I'm not sure I could just spend quite a bit of time talking about it, writing about it, but it felt like I actually transported into Tibet and allowing with the rest, and the next Dalai Lama coming into, and I think that person, so Dalai Lama is still living.
Right, okay, so what else maybe? What would that be? Wow. Maybe there is some kind of a spiritual pilgrimage in your future. What do you think of that?
Reincarnation, but I believe now more than ever. Reincarnation. I talked about it today with somebody as I went about, and we now believe they took that out of the Bible in the Council of Nicene. As it was in the Bible originally, I believe that.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I've read a little bit about the Council of Nicaea. That never even came up. I mean, that was not even. We have the records from that council. I mean, I'm not to say that it wasn't in the Bible and removed at some point, but it didn't happen at the Council of Nicaea. However, that's a remarkable dream, or maybe it was more than a dream. Maybe it was an astral projection, or maybe it was a remembrance of a past life. I don't know, but it sounds like you're in the midst of a new spiritual journey, Dennis, and I wish you all the luck in the world with that. Thank you for the call. Let's see if we can work in Dave, your first-time caller in Minnesota. Dave, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Have I got a story for you? I've got a friend whose wife passed away and he said the day after the funeral, he was questioning God on is there life after death, or we just dust? What happens to us? And he said he kind of started to really demand that God would show him a sign. And he got very stern with God about it, and he said, I need a sign. And anyway, he said several hours later, he was upstairs, and he said, all of a sudden his phone rang, and it was his wife, the one that had passed away. And he said it freaked him out. The hair went up on his neck and his arms, and he refused to answer the phone. He didn't know what to do. And he said when it stopped ringing, he said he went running downstairs, and there was her phone very low on power, shut off, sitting on the kitchen table. And he was so freaked out, he called his son, who lived in a different town, and his son came to the house, and now it's closer to midnight, and he said they could just feel heaviness, moisture, they could feel a presence in the house, and it freaked them all out. They were just freaked out.
So his phone rang, and he saw his wife, who had just passed, her name as an incoming call. Yes. So he knew it was from her phone. It was from her phone. He didn't answer. Yeah, he ran downstairs and he saw her phone on the table, but it was turned off.
Phone was shut off and very low on power.
How would he know it was low on power if it was shut off?
I suppose he had been the last one to see the phone, and they shut it off himself, so he knew, that it had very little power left.
Yeah. Well, regardless whether it was fully charged or had no power, the fact is he said it was turned off, and yet he received a call from her. So that is, wow. What do you make of that? What do you think happened?
Well, it scares me. I mean, that would freak me out.
But does it scare you, or is it faith affirming?
Well, it's false. It's false. It would freak me out. Honestly, if that happened to me. He asked the funeral home about it. I think he said the next day, and they said, hear stories like this all the time.
Did he regret not picking up the phone, answering it?
He didn't say. I don't think he did. I think he was too scared.
Yeah, what would you do if something like that happened to you? Would you answer?
I'd be scared. I don't think I would answer.
Well, I still have her number, but I think I'd answer. I'd like to think I would anyway. Hey, great call, Dave. Thank you for that. Wow, getting some great calls tonight. And we'll do more of the same. We'll take a time out and get right back to it. Here's Joe South. Walk a mile in my shoes, taking us into the break at the bottom of the hour here on Coast to Coast AM.
If I could be you, and you could be me, for just 1 hour. If we could find a way to get inside each other's mind. If you could see you through my eyes instead of your ego, I believe you'd be surprised to see that you've been blind. Walk around the shoes. Walk around the shoes.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tidy Cat simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? It you hurt me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Jay. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
After 9/11, the Tulsa Towers Foundation promised to make sure we never forget. Since then, it's been supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Hook, who was killed in Iraq. Hook left behind a pregnant fiancée who gave birth to a son who would never meet. Tulsa Towers paid off the mortgage on their home. America's heroes need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tulsa Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org. This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision vision changes or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Yeah, remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Who is it?
To talk to Richard Serrett, call the Wild Card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
And sitting in for George Norrie, Neuralink, Elon Musk's neural technology company, revealed during a live stream earlier this week that a 29-year-old man who was paralyzed after a diving accident is the first human to have received its brain chip implant. The patient, Nolan Harbaugh, said during the live stream on X, that's Musk's social media company, that the chip was not perfect, but it had already added many improvements to his life, such as giving him the ability to play a video game for hours without having to rely on help from his family. It's not perfect, Harbaugh said. I would say we have run into some issues. I don't want people to think that this is the end of the journey. There's a lot of work to be done, but it has already changed my life. You can read more of this story in the news section of coasttocoastam.com, paranormaldate.com, the online site where genuine singles meet and form relationships. Here with more, senior producer Tom Danheiser. Hey, Tom.
Hello, Richard. Well, we want you to meet some people. We're not going to use chips to have you do it, but this was in his head. I haven't seen the article yet. It was in his head.
It's implanted into his brain, and so it's like a computer-human brain interface. So, he's quadriplegic, so he can think something, and he can operate the computer video game.
I got to see this article as soon as we're done. You said he had issues, and I was just thinking to myself, that's one place you don't have issues when they put something in your nose. But without issues, we want you to meet people. Maybe you're looking to date or a friendship, or maybe you just need someone to talk to. We'd like you to check out paranormaldate.com. These are folks that think like you do. They relate to what you relate to. And we've also got paranormaldate.com/seniors. Now, Richard, that's for people that are 60 plus, so maybe you're looking for somebody just a bit more mature. So both Paranormal Date and paranormaldate.com/seniors.
All right. Tom, thank you so much.
You got it, Gene.
All right, let's get back to your wonderful calls. We're getting some great ones tonight. Can't wait to find out what's next right here on Coast to Coast AM.
We have a great story from someone who's helped themselves to heal by using the Botanicals carnivore. And we have a guest right now. Her name is Joni Nichols. This is quite a story.
Yes, it is. And Robert, my adventure started about 7 years ago. I was a mess. I had numerous infections. My hair was falling out of all the furniture. One of the scariest things was that my legs were swollen up out of control.
until it came to a head. Within 24 hours, I'd gone into a coma.
Holy moly.
Mom and Dad decided to get me Carnivore 6-week program.
And at what point that you started this series did you notice, hey, something might be getting better?
Within 2 weeks, rather. The first thing I noticed was that I felt better waking up. Then I noticed that my hair wasn't all over the furniture.
You said that within about 6 weeks, your legs were no longer swelling?
Within 2 weeks.
And she credits all of it to her carnivore protocol, the B program, where she's using the carnivore extract, the liver drainage product. And I endorse it. I utilize it. My wife is using it with great success. These have been such a rapid recovery that I guess we had to do it. Joe, thanks for being with us. I'll love to hear from you again.
Great. Hello, people. George here. Carnivore is at it again. Just listen to that. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735 or visit carnivora.com. Carnivora. That's carnivora.com. Call them, please.
My name is Chris Riccoboni, founder of Untucked. 13 years ago, we redefined men's casual style with the original Untucked shirt. Over the years, we've applied the same obsession for the perfect fit, from pants, polos, and sports coats, to name a few. We've literally got you covered from head to toe. We also have a great women's collection and just launched a big and tall line too. With 20 new stores planned in 2024, you'll now have over 100 globally. Visit us at untuckit.com or one of our many stores.
All right, we are into the home stretch. We go to the wild card line again, and Danielle is in Granite City, Illinois. Danielle, good morning. Welcome to Coast. Hello, Danielle. Danielle, going once, twice. Okay, we lost Danielle. Maybe she'll call back. All right. Well, we're gonna say hello to Jim in Delaware. Jim, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Hey, Richard, see when you won't be on Friday, I said, man, I got tried to get flu. Anyway, this is all bad dreams. This ain't what I really call it. I had this dream seeing the Catholic Church. There was a video going around years ago. Catholics are divided on whether Mary's appearing in Medjugorje or not. So I go into a dream after seeing the video sometime. And I'm in Medjugorje. Lord, I'm in the chapel. I'm looking around. They're saying mass. I'm in the back pew. Because I'm just there as a bit of doer. I'm in a dream. A lucid dream. How come I hear the devil howl in the back of the church? I turn around. Where's the devil? He's here. The conclusion is it ain't Mary in Medjugorje. I'm sorry, you Catholics. They continue to believe it, but it's the devil in drag.
Well, just based on your dream, you can say that with confidence, Jim. I don't know about that. Why are you so certain?
I kept trying to see if he was there. I knew I was in Medjugorje.
Okay. How do you know it wasn't just a dream?
The thing is, this is the only apparition of Mary that a Catholic video is going around with both views. Half the church is split on this one. And all of the apparitions of Mary, the church is split on. Did you know that town is real prosperous, and the guys that supposedly telling what Mary are saying, girls and guys, they're all grown now. All these promises she made, this one promise, first promise she made, said what was going to come to pass, never came to pass. The bishop or somebody said that it ain't Mary, and they condemned the bishop, said, we don't care, Mary lied. Well, I didn't say lie. Oh, she just told white lie. Yeah, right.
What about the other Marian apparitions in Guadalupe and, of course, way back in 1917 in Fatima? Do you think that is the Virgin Mary, or is that a deception as well?
There's a guy that used to tap from ball, coast to coast, you know. He says it was the devil because he turned out to be Christ. But I believe if Mary is a perpetual virgin, she has the right to visit her children on her. Because how are the Catholic Church her children? The Bible says a good wife who can find. She's more precious than gold. You know, it's Joseph's wife. And all that. And then the Bible says, and her children shall rise up and call her blessed. Which church does that but the Catholic Church? The Catholic Church are children of Mary, and don't worry about it because your big brother is Jesus.
All right, Jim, thank you for that. Let's say hi to, we're going to go back to Illinois. Wait a minute, is Daniel in Granite City, Illinois? Are you there, Dan?
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
So you're calling from Canada. I'm Canadian, too.
You are? What are you doing in Granite City, Illinois?
Yeah, I know I'm Granite, but my family's from Canada. The Denlars, D-E-N-L-A-R.
I know them.
Yeah, I was calling in because I called in before. I see a little blue dot, a little blue light on demand. I see a little blue light. I just blink of it and I see it. Have you ever heard of anything like that?
A little blue dot where? In your mind's eye or floating in the air or where? Where do you see it?
In my eye. I talked to a leading eye doctor in America and he said very extremely rough face. I heard of that. I see a little blue dot. I just blink of it and I see it. I see it with my eyes open and I see it with my eyes closed. I see it in the dark. You know, I told George Ness, I see a cluster of red dots next to the blue dot in each side. The blue dot's always in the middle. To the left, there's a cluster of red lights. To the I only see the red lights in the dark. You know what I'm saying?
All right, and you check that out with an eye doctor? You don't have, there's no macular degeneration or anything like that?
It's not a topic phenomenon or anything like that. They said very extremely rare cases. They heard about it. They believe it's something to do with the brain. I told George that I talked to a psychic. She shined white light. She was departmental psychic. She predicted he'd get an eye injured. I guess he did. That was the story. But she said she told me it's in the Bible. She didn't tell me where I found Daniel 12 grade. In the end times, the wise will shine like the sky. Those who keep righteousness will shine like the stars. Now it's really crazy people want to and fro. That's in 4:12. But yeah, the stars fix the real version of them. They say about it. I'm probably angry young man for yourself. And I know what money lane is. The word money lane. It's you see the world when you see blue light. It's not the brand opinion. I mean, if it's cynical eyes, you know, why is there a sinister plan? I such a lamb carrying a man to wear stuff. And I couldn't shine that blue light on Ozzy Osbourne Park at the Moon Tour in 1985. I could see it right next to Ozzy, but I couldn't shine it directly on him. I don't know why.
All right, well, that is, it sounds like a very rare condition indeed. Daniel, thank you for that. Willie is in Carson City, Nevada. Willie, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Thank you for taking my call. You got a great show. Listen, when I was in service back in the 70s, there was a guy in the barracks that played Nelson. And when you think you back, played and all these years I've been trying to think of her last name. Could you repeat the last name?
Mavis Staples.
Staples.
Yeah, the Staples Singers. She was part of the Staples Singers, the Staples family. Her father and brothers and sisters were in this group called the Staples Singers. Now she's a solo artist, Mavis Staples.
Okay, thank you. I searched the past years trying to think of her name, and just she played the every night, and we were there for job school, and we left. We went back up to Washington, and I don't know where he went, and I said, if I ever come Well, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Willie. All right, let's say hi to Joe, who's in Monterey, California. Hey, Joe.
Thank you for taking my call, Richard. I want to ask you, did you ever think that maybe you have met an angel but you weren't sure?
I think about that a lot. Yeah, I've had, many, chance encounters with people. It's not like I turn around and they're gone or anything like that. But I mean, I'm always mindful of that, right? Because we're told, in the Bible that can happen, and so that kind of guides me in how I treat strangers and people that just kind of pop into my life, and you never know. It could be angels.
I've met a few. And my friend, my best friend, she and I used to go to different expos. But it wasn't really at the expos that I met them. They were just in everyday life. And they come up to us.
And how do you recognize them? How do you know they're angels?
One we knew because it was obvious about they have gifts. Some of them have gifts. They can do things. I don't mean like miracles, but they're very gifted psychically. They're on another level. They have a certain attitude. And you can feel their consciousness almost, that you know intuitively that they're not like the ordinary person. But then there's some other types of people that are not like ordinary persons. We're talking about when people incarnate and they're very advanced, but they could be from another planet. But these were angels. I don't know if they were from another planet, some of these angels, but they were definitely have a certain quality to them. And there are other beings that have certain qualities to them. I want to talk about one thing. I saw a UFO, I think about a year and a half ago.
Okay.
And it was broad daylight. I didn't expect broad daylight. It was in the air. It was a clear day. There was no cloud. You can't tell the height of something when there's no cloud. It's very difficult. But it was, my question said to myself, this is the balloon. I didn't want to say, well, it's obvious it's not a craft that you would know of. It looked like an oval or an egg shape. It was huge. It was very high up. And it was moving very slowly across the sky. It didn't change course or drift or anything like if there was wings or anything. It just moved very, very slowly and had a blinking light, one blinking white light on it. You'd think that, well, maybe it is a craft. One of ours, like a balloon or a zeppelin, but it was...
Yeah, dirigible, yeah.
What?
Okay, like a dirigible, yeah, like a zeppelin.
It didn't have any markings. And I checked it out. I said, well, if this is a UFO, this is some kind of UFO, maybe I can get its attention. They're very psychic, and they can feel your energy. So I try to disturb it somehow. Telekinetic energy.
And were you successful?
What?
Were you successful?
I do remote healing, and it's a type of telekinetic energy. You can affect things at a distance. This thing slowed down, it stopped, and it turned, and it didn't turn, it just reversed its course. At the same track that it was taking, it went right back and popped itself between myself and the sun that I could not see it anymore. And it stayed there for a long, long time, maybe 20 minutes. And then I said, well, this ain't coming out. It knows I'm here. It got a little bit upset. It didn't hurt me. It didn't do anything like that. Maybe that
mission or something.
Yeah, I didn't want to be seen.
Unusual.
Didn't want to be seen. That is unusual. Joe, thank you for that. Let's say we go one more time. I think we've got time for one more call. We're going to go to Billy in Texas. First time caller. Billy, welcome aboard.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi there. Go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning. Everything I have to say is that I had a dream, and then I was traveling with a group of people, and in the dream, that right at night, came across the heavens and then slowed down and approached a group of people and landed. When it landed, it was like something's over a broad cloth, something that was within the light, and it was like being free of them, and each from different sides of it. They opened up cloth, and there was a baby there. And the baby, they sent me home. And the baby just looked at me, and that's all I remember of the vision.
Was it a dream, a vision, or something?
I don't know. I was thinking it happened. It was like I was actually wrestling. I don't know. It came on vision. I only know I saw it. My grandmother saw it in real life back in 1920. Droves that were traveling out of Louisiana across the mountain in various colors interacted with each other. They approached her, ripped the nerve for a second or two, then went over the fence and down and tried and lost talk to them. My grandmother said she was alive and actually saw that.
In 1920?
That was about 1920. In Louisiana, around South Louisiana, what they call New Iberia area.
Over 100 years ago, a UFO sighting.
It was over 100 years ago.
Well, you know, they say these things, sometimes these encounters are generational. So, Billy, maybe that wasn't a dream you had. Or maybe that was their way of communicating with you through your dreams.
Maybe.
All right, Billy, great call. Thank you. That's it. That's all we have time for. We're done. For George Norrie, George Knapp, Connie Willis, Lisa Gard, Lisa Lyons, Stephanie Smith, Tom Danheiser, Dan Kalani, Chris Burrows, Jeremy Wells, Tim Banal, I'm Richard Serra. Thank you for your ears and your voices, your beautiful voices. Until tonight, so long for now.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dixit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Heard any of our secret mind control hidden messages recently? No? That's because we're really good at it.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Back in business. I'm Brian Berman, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Senate has passed a $1.2 trillion spending plan avoiding a partial government shutdown. The bill provides funding for defense, homeland security, labor, education, and health and human services. The bill now heads to President Biden, where the White House says there will not be any disruption to government services. ISIS has claimed responsibility for an attack on a concert hall in Moscow that killed at least 60 people and hurt more than 100 others. Russia's top security agency says armed men also threw explosives yesterday that caused a fire at the hall. Video shows plumes of black smoke and flames rising over the building. The mayor has called it a terrible tragedy. The U.S. Embassy in Russia warned weeks ago that extremists had plans for an attack in Moscow. The FBI's third annual report on internet crimes shows in 2023, people in California lost more than $2 billion through investment fraud, tech support scams, and ransomware. Agents say people need to frequently change their passwords and resist the urge to click unknown links and emails. Nationwide, 880,000 complaints were filed with potential losses exceeding $12.5 billion. Major League Baseball has opened a formal investigation into Dodgers Shohei Ohtani and his interpreter. The interpreter was fired Wednesday after being accused of stealing millions from Ohtani and illegally gambling with that money. The MLB said in a statement yesterday they've been gathering information since the allegations were made and are looking into it. A judge in Van Nuys has denied a request to revoke Rebecca Grossman's jail phone privileges amid claims of witness and jury tampering. Prosecutors allege Grossman tried to get witnesses to say they were forced to testify, asked her daughter to release sealed body cam video to the media, and talked about sending someone to try to convince the judge to order a retrial. But the judge yesterday ruled she was just being naive. Grossman faces 34 years in prison at sentencing set for June for killing 2 children in a crosswalk in 2020. The attorney who represented Rodney King in won a $3.8 million civil claim on his behalf in 1994 has been indicted on federal tax charges. The filing Thursday charges William Grimes with 1 count of attempted tax evasion and 4 counts of willful failure to pay more than $2.4 million in taxes starting in 2010. He's set to be arraigned in L.A. on April 10th. The LA City Council has decided to stop any movement on a proposed aerial gondola project until a traffic study is completed. Eddie Alvarez of the LAOC Building Trades Union says he supports the study, but union workers are ready to build the gondola project. That proposed gondola would connect the stadium to Union Station with stops at the State Historic Park in Chinatown. The council voted 11-2 yesterday to adopt a motion ordering the review of traffic flow around Dodger Stadium and surrounding neighborhoods. The Princess of Wales, that's Kate, has announced she's been diagnosed with cancer. Kate Middleton released a video yesterday saying her abdominal surgery in January was successful, but they found her condition is cancerous, despite initially thinking it wasn't. The princess says she hopes people will understand that they need some time, space, and privacy while she gets chemo treatment. She says she looks forward to getting back to her duties when she's able. And the U.S. has hit an all-time low ranking in the World Happiness Report. The country came in 23rd out of 143 countries in the report published Wednesday. It's the first time the U.S. did not make the top 20. The study says Americans feel stressed about their lives and don't trust the government. Countries like Finland and Denmark consistently ranked among the top 2 happiest countries. Taking a look now at KFI traffic, we have got a crash on the 101 in Silver Lake. That's headed northbound.
between Silver Lake Boulevard and Vermont Avenue. All lanes have currently been held by the CHP due to a crash that occurred there right in the middle of the freeway. Traffic is locked up from Alvarado Street. Just around the corner in downtown on the 110 southbound at 6th Street, there's a contact car blocking the middle lanes. Traffic is slow from the 101. And in Pico Rivera on the 605 northbound at Beverly Boulevard, there's a crash blocking the carpool in the left lane. It might be an injury crash, so keep your eyes peeled for that as you approach. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Russell Ford.
Play unstoppable with all new Lego sets. Whether your kids are artists, animal lovers, gamers, or anything in between, there are endless stories to bring to life with Lego bricks. Grow their imaginations through Lego Creator Sets, or build spellbinding magical creatures with Lego Harry Potter sets. To learn more and discover endless worlds to create, visit Amazon.com/Lego.
Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender and candlelit bath enveloped by a rainforest soundscape. Enlightenment, here I come.
Free one-day delivery on bath bombs and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
Southnight weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with rain off and on, upper 50s to low 60s at the beaches, low to mid 60s in Metro LA and OC, mid 50s to low 60s in the Inland Valleys, mid 40s to mid 50s in the Antelope Valley, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. There is a wind advisory along the Orange County coast that's going to start at 5 o'clock this evening. There's a chance of rain tomorrow, sun coming back next week mostly. Temperature's going to be cooler in the 60s. Right now it's 54 degrees in San Clemente, 56 in Brea, 54 in Sherman Oaks, and 55 in Pasadena. We Lead Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Bruman.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I am Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, custom home builder, custom home designer, and your guide to turning your ordinary house into an extraordinary home. And yes, we are live. It is dark outside, as it always is, at 6 in the morning on a Saturday. But we are live here in Southern California, and thrilled that you have joined us on the program, whether you're listening to our local broadcast right here in SoCal, or streaming us live from anywhere on planet Earth, or if for you this is another episode of the House Whisperer podcast. I am just so glad that you are here. The gang is all here. Sam is on the board. There he is. There's our live studio audience. Oh, I knew it. I knew the crying baby would be here this morning. Producer Richie running the show, standing by to take your calls, and of course we will be taking calls among other things today. We're always in a good place to take calls. We'll be doing that in a bit. I'll give you the number right now, by the way. Here we go. 833-2-ASK-D. 833-2-ASK-D. 833, the numeral 2, ASK-D. And it just started raining. Is that what I'm hearing? Oh, yeah. Just started raining out here. What do you know? That's what I'm hearing. Rain on the roof. Yes, so we will be going to the phones. We will be taking your calls today. Whenever we take calls, it's anything you want to talk about regarding your home. I always have my agenda for the show, but when it comes to calls, you're in charge of that. So whatever's going on with your home, construction, DIY, design concerns, whatever the case may be, here to help you out.
So give us a call, and we'll put our heads together, you and I, and we'll get it worked out. Brian Perulman at the news desk this morning. Good morning. Morning, Dean. How you doing, buddy?
We got some technical issues happening in the news booth, so I hope everybody likes the sound of my voice because you're going to hear it a lot.
And you mean we're not going to hear other things? Oh, well, the studio audience is in huge favor of hearing more Brian's voice. There you go, bud. See, that should make you feel good. All right, this is the point of the show. Right here at the beginning, when I'm normally sitting across the table from me, my better half, my design partner, my best friend in all the world, Tina, is here. I can't say that yet. Well, she is. She's in the house. She's in the house. She's not in the studio. She will be here shortly. I have been told she will be here shortly. I know. Hey, listen, I'm as upset about it as you are. The point is, she's not here. She's running a little bit smart. So we'll tell you what we're doing today. It has been a week this week with spring, right? This is the first week of spring. I think spring officially started, I want to say, well, okay, if we get real technical, I think the spring officially started Tuesday evening at the spring equinox came in at like 8:20. Okay, so Wednesday was the first full day of spring. And, nobody told spring because it's been spring like for the last week or so. Beautiful. We're having a lovely start to spring. If you notice, flowers, trees, blooming all over the place, bursting out. We've had this now for a couple, 3 years because we've had a couple, 3 years of relatively long, wet, real, quote, air quotes, real Southern California winter kind of stuff. In other words, plenty of water, plenty of rain. It's raining right now. And as a result, plants around us and the critters, all the critters, they're in full war. We were standing I was in my workshop was it Saturday or Sunday? Last Sunday, I was standing in my workshop at about 1 in the afternoon. We have we keep these. We have an open hive meeting that we had one hive that had no bees in it, just because the old inhabitants took off and went to greener pastures, I guess, a few months ago. So we had an open hive, and it was bee ready. And about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a cloud. Of course, around here, we don't panic about that because we understand how bees work. And so we thought, well, you know what, because the beehives are not very far away from the workshop. So we're like, all right, just put this down, put our little project down.
You never thought of that until you experience it here yourself. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. This Disneyland Reservation 5 departure. Get Spectrum One and catch the Los Angeles Dodgers all season. Stream over 140 live LA Dodger games on all of your devices on us. Tons of hits, wins, memorable moments, and more. It's a real home run. Live Dodger games. That's a $149 value now included with Spectrum One. Go to spectrum.com/Dodgers for full details. Offers subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply. Subject to national exclusive use. Major League Baseball trademark used with permission.
Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco combinar un estilo moderno, mitad de siglo, una galería terracota y una alfombra abstracta. ¡Oh, se ve lindo! Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en plan.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folk and women are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit. No sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
After 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation promised to make sure you never forget. Since then, it's been supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Hood, who was killed in Iraq. Hood left behind a pregnant fiancée who gave birth to a son who would never meet. Tunnel to Towers paid off the mortgage on their home. America's heroes need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Artesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Artesian, you'll receive a free classic collection variety. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Artesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Artesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to Artesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Artesian, premium cocktails on demand.
Its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit PrevNar20.com.
The BMW i4 M50. It's 100% electric and 100% BMW. Experience the power of over 500 horses and pinning and whisper as BMW M-engineered handling takes you through every twist and turn. The complete suite of intuitive technology keeps you connected, and pure performance keeps your heart racing. The BMW i4 M50. Silence has never said so much. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine.
See a SoCal BMW Center today for exceptional offers, or visit SoCalBMW.com.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you can start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Lombardi may have been lifted, but that doesn't mean there's no football to talk about. It's the off-season, and there's no better way to stay up to date with the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast, for news and fresh content all off-season long. From the start of free agency, where we'll break down familiar faces headed to new places, to the next generation of superstars walking across that stage of the NFL draft. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now's the time for 5G Business.
Do you find yourself asking questions about technology? Rich DeMuro here. Join me for Rich on Tech, Saturdays at 11. What is the latest and greatest, or even not so great? Anything from home electronics to your mobile phone.
Rich on Tech with Rich DeMuro.
This morning at 11 on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, at your service. You are listening to Home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. Welcome home. And guess who has stepped into the studio? Oh, there she is. That's it. You're a little late getting in today.
Oh my, I was sleepy.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, thanks. You
All
didn't
right.
say that, Rabbi?
Well, what would be your definition of ratting you out? Everybody knows you weren't here the first segment.
But they don't know why.
I did not say why. I just said you were around. not here. You were in the building, but not in the studio.
Yes.
You just having a slow morning. Or just slow. All right. Tina's here, so everything's fine. That's the point. Thanks for joining us on the program. We are talking about today and tomorrow springtime concerns, because it's the first weekend of spring. And how classic, right? We're having a little rain shower right now, blowing through. We're going to have a little bit of chance of rain today. Not a whole lot of rain, but a little bit of, because that's spring. Sunny, warm, all of a sudden the wind is blowing, it's chilly, then some rain, then it's not. A lot of heavy mist in the morning, then it clears out. You know, everything just sort of getting rearranged as winter is blowing out, summer is blowing in, and so it is a special time. It's a time in which everything around us feels like it is waking up. And so, with that, since here on the program we talk about everything regarding your home, everything from property line to property line, not just hanging doors and fixing toilets and what faucet should I get for my new kitchen sink, but everything, including what's going on outside your house. And this time of year, if you have any contact with nature at all, then you may have concerns. Things like bees, rodents, various other pests, ants get active this time. Everything gets active this time of year. Plus, we've got our central garden concerns, which is a time of year. This is the time of year when a lot of people get out and start hacking away at stuff in their garden. You probably shouldn't, and if you don't know why, you need to hang tight and listen to us today and tomorrow as we explain all these things. So if we're going to give a name to this weekend of programming, it would be something like birds and bees and pests and trees. There you go. We're going to try and cover it all as we go. Plus, of course, your calls. Let me throw the number out one more time. 833-2-ASK-D. 833-2
So we're going to roll into it here in just a couple of minutes, but I think what we're going to do is we'll start off with sort of my explanation of how to find that ideal homeostasis, that point of balance. There are a lot of you out there who are, just to put it bluntly, you're at war with the outside world around you. And it takes a lot of effort to do that. It takes a tremendous amount of effort to go to war with the nature that you find your house sitting in. You've tried everything. You've paved every square inch. And still, even though there isn't a green thing within sight inside your property line, still, there are critters and creatures coming at you. So, for me, that is not in any way, shape, or form, as a home designer and a nature boy, self-confessed. That's not how I want my yard looking. Nor does paving everything in sight, eliminate the onslaught of nature around you. So instead of seeing it as a war that you will not win, no, you will not. I would much, much rather see you embrace the idea of embracing the nature around you, building habitat, but a very specifically designed habitat in order to bring a sense of harmony. Now, we're not talking about Snow White, with the birds landing on her finger, harmony on that level. That's a bit of a fantasy, but there's so much that you can do to your property in order to bring a much bigger sense of harmony and a lot more beauty to you along the way without, killing everything inside. So that's where we're going. We'll start with that. We'll start with what are the general principles that we do with pests, what we call pests, in order to kind of set your yard up into that place. We'll talk about that right after.
ISIS has claimed responsibility for the attack on a concert hall in Moscow that killed at least 60 people. ABC's Tom Burridge says more than 100 others were hurt.
We know that as many as 5 gunmen dressed in combat uniforms, according to Russian officials, entered that major complex. It's surrounded by shopping and amusement centers, and they went into the concert hall. They opened fire.
Video shows a huge fire and then that engulfed the building yesterday, and the roof partially collapsed. This is one of the worst terror attacks Russia has seen in the last few years. Two people, including one child, have been killed in what officials are calling a major crash in Texas. It happened yesterday on State Highway 21 West, just outside of Austin. The bus was carrying a group of preschool kids returning from a field trip to the zoo when it collided with a concrete truck. Another car was also involved in the crash. More people have been taken to the hospital by helicopter. The first over-the-counter birth control pills are now available. O-Pill can be purchased without a prescription at some Walgreens stores and online from Amazon and CVS. The FDA approved it back in July. Walgreens says it should be in all its stores within the next week. California's largest home insurance company, State Farm, has announced it won't be renewing 72,000 home and apartment policies in the state. A spokesperson for the company says the decision was not made lightly, and they blame inflation and the increasing risk of catastrophes across the state. The company says it will notify those affected between July 3rd and August 20th. And SoCal Museums is hosting its annual Free for All at dozens of museums and cultural centers in Southern California. The organization says more than 30 institutions are offering free general admission today. The offer doesn't apply to special ticketed exhibitions, though. The Free for All started nearly 20 years ago to invite new audiences in and encourage cultural participation. Taking a look now at KFI traffic, we've got a crash in Whittier on the 605.
That's headed northbound at Beverly Boulevard. Looks like the crash is blocking the 2 left lanes. There was mention that there might be an injury involved, but looks like the track is actually doing a little bit better now than it was about 10 minutes ago. So hopefully that's starting to ease up a little bit. In Calabasas on the 101 northbound before Las Virgenes Road, there's a contact car blocking the right lane. And in Hacienda Heights on the 60 westbound at Hacienda Boulevard, a trash can is blocking the carpool lane. Look out for that as you get a little bit closer. K5 the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Russell Fuller.
Cold and cough season is here. Introducing Ricola Max Throat Care, Ricola's most powerful drop yet. It's the best of Swiss nature, wrapped around a powerful liquid menthol
Health Center for maximum relief from your worst cough and sore throat. Maximum Nature for maximum relief. Try Ricola Max now, available in the cold and cough aisle. It's in our nature. Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tidy Cat simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? It sure hurt me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Time comes alive at the Cerrito Center for the Performing Arts. The 4 shows will be presented on March 28th at 7 p.m., Friday, March 29th at 8 p.m., Saturday, March 30th at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. Enjoy state-of-the-art video projection, dazzling lights, and a live band. Experience the magic of hits like Mrs. Robinson, Bridge Over Troubled Water, Homeward Bound, and the concert in an electrifying show. Get your tickets to this Garfield story at CerritoCenter.com. That's CerritoCenter.com or call 562-916-8500.
Do you know what websites need to look great? Visuals. Not only do they boost traffic, but they also give your website the best look it deserves. At Dreamstime.com, you can get images of, well, anything. And I'm talking about top-notch professional stock photos and illustrations for all budgets, and even for free. Whether you need images for your website, marketing campaign, news story, or whatever, Dreamstime's got you covered. With flexible credit plans, subscriptions, and thousands of free images available, you can get it all without breaking the bank. And on top of all that, Dreamtime also has a no-limit rollover for credits you don't use, unlimited downloads of print copies for images you've purchased, exclusive buyout rights, one-of-a-kind exclusive images you won't find anywhere else, and, yeah, it gets better, audio and video clips. Look, do yourself a favor and check out Dreamstime.com today. You and your website deserve it.
Hey, follow us on all the things at KFI AM 640. Used to say, take your time, young man. Used to say, don't you rush to get on. Used to say, take it in your hand. Used to say, let your life. You're young, so young, don't hold on back. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. You are home. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. How you doing? How's your morning go? It's a little rainy out where we are. Still dark outside here in Southern California. If you live further east of us across our great land, then it is not dark outside, and maybe it's not raining. I don't know what's going on with you and your
weather. I just hope that spring is breaking out as pleasantly as it is here in Southern California. Yeah, that's one of the reasons we live here. Yeah, it is gorgeous. It's been gorgeous. Going to be gorgeous today, tomorrow, rest of the week. It's because of spring that we are covering the topics this weekend that we are. And maybe you're still packed in with snow and ice right now where you live in our country. That's fine. This will give you a head start on when it starts to break out, because for you, these issues of pests and tree trimming and bees, they're coming, and as you know that they do. So we're going to try and address that for you to give everybody a head start as we go. We're also going to be going to the phones. We'll be doing that, I think, next segment, right after the next news break. So hang tight there. The phone lines are open. The number to reach me, 8332-ASK-D. 8332-ASK-D. There you go. All right. Spring has finally sprung. We've had a relatively long, rainy winter. The natural world around us ready to burst out. New growth, new life. It's all a good thing. It does require, though, that homeowners handle their interactions with nature responsibly. So whether it's encouraging more bees and birds on your property, or discouraging mosquitoes, rodents, predators, or learning how, why, and when to prune a tree in the springtime, that's our goal. A living garden has life in it at every level, from the microbiome, which is the most important part of all of that, to insects, to rodents, to birds, and beyond. So, I will have accomplished one of my big goals this weekend if I can get you to stop being a bore with the nature around you, like I was saying before the news break, and to start, kind of getting with the program, as it were. Remember, I don't care where you live, whether it's a suburban, rural, or urban environment. The fact of the matter is that it's not like, well, this is my neighborhood and we've designed a little nature into it. No. You are sitting right smack dab in the middle of nature. You and your home are the guest there, and all it takes is building a home on top of an anthill, basically, to be reminded of that fact. That somebody was there before you, and somebody still may be there. And so learning to peacefully cohabitate, I think, is the better option too. Sometimes it means that you're going to get, sort of that Snow White and the forest creatures, and sometimes it just means that you're going to set up a somewhat delicate détente with those creatures around you. Either situation that you find yourself in, if you're doing it right, you're going to honor nature, and you're going to help keep it in balance. And that's what happens. That's what happens when two species confront one another. They tend to make adjustments and find some level of balance. Or if somebody gets eaten, there's always that. You're going to have to make adjustments, though, if you want to live in the natural world. Gone are the days when humans get to do whatever we want with the land just because we can. And to that, I say, thank goodness. I'm glad we're moving on into a higher level of understanding that stuff, at least a lot of people. So what do we do with pests? Pests, of course, is not a taxonomic designation of the living animal world around us. There is no such thing as a pest in biology. There is simply it's simply a term that it's like saying that there's no such thing as a weed in biology. There isn't. If it's out in nature, rolling in a meadow, we call it grass. When it's in your yard, suddenly it's a weed. So weed is a term that we use to refer to something that's growing where we don't want it to grow. Pest is a term that we use of a creature that is in a space we don't want it to be. And so it's very, very self-referential human kind of terminology. But fine, pests. Hey, cupboard, and I don't want rats in my attic or anywhere else in my house, as much as I have no issues with them outside. So that's our goal. The first rule of pest control is to understand why they're there and what they want. Okay? It really is. The first rule is to understand the creature itself, what it's doing, why it's doing it. And if you're not going to go there, then you're going to skip over that. And honestly, you're right out of the bat. You're going to start handling the situation improperly. Educate yourself. Figure out why is it? Why do I have ants? Why are they coming in my house when I don't see them outside? Why do they show up at certain times and not at other times? What's the deal with mice and rats on my property, or those rabbits that are eating away at my choice flowers? Understand the creatures around you first and foremost. Why are they there? What do they want? The second rule is practicing red. All right, now, I know it's early in the morning, but if you've got your pen and paper around, now is the time to write this down, because this is the most important part about handling pests. Red. Red. It's an acronym. It stands for, okay, repel, exclude, and deter. More time. Repel, exclude, and deter. These are the processes that we want to do in kind of that order, in order to keep pests at bay around our house. You'll notice the letter K is not part of red. Till. Yeah, that's not where we're going this morning. Repelling, excluding them from our houses, and deterring them from getting in the wrong place. That's all on you, but I'll tell you how to do it. So don't you worry. All right, let's hear a little news when we come back. Hey, we got calls on the board. I'm just going to table this for a moment, and when we come back, we'll take a couple of calls. How does that sound? All right, you're home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Brian Baruch.
Law enforcement is going to be out in bigger numbers at South Bay shopping centers today after rumors of planned takeovers at the Del Amo Fashion Center and the South Bay Pavilion in Carson. 2 people have been airlifted to a hospital from a plane crash happened near Acton. Happened yesterday evening at 6 o'clock. And there was no Mega Millions jackpot winner, so the jackpot for Tuesday's drawing is up to $1.1 billion. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 101 next.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, Count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Born on America's darkest day of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities need your help now more than ever. Join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good in their honor. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Join me in donating $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
Every basket is better with the most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations. Bartesian. Helping you master mixology madness during the tournament, Bartesian is offering a $50 discount with the Big Game Bundle. Bartesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The Big Game Bundle includes the Bartesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the Tropical Margarita, Vodka, Whiskey, and Gin Lovers collections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Bartesian madness. Before your home erupts this spring, prepare for the party with Bartesian. Order your Bartesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at Bartesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Bartesian. Premium cocktails on demand.
We all need help understanding God's Word sometimes. The In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio provides biblical teaching you can trust, featuring daily devotions, the sermons of Dr. Charles Stanley, and our Spanish station in Kentucky. The In Touch Radio Network will lift you up throughout your day and help you gain a deeper understanding of God's Word. Listen anytime and anywhere. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
I'm Bill, and I'm living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that causes scarring of the lungs that makes it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose, so if you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. My wife, Bev, and I have walked every step of this journey together. I couldn't have traveled this road alone, and neither should you. Get help. Find hope. Go to lungs.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy.
And we really don't have those. The bag will be empty.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
Absolutely. No, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
If you're tired of politicians and other council, how about this election cycle? We do every single thing in our power to vote individuals into office that are actually going to do more for those that they are elected to serve.
Dawala Sharp this evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Here we are. This is home. Home is the name of the program. We're here every weekend, every Saturday morning and Sunday mornings from 9 to noon, talking about your house, your home, all things design, construction, DIY, anything and everything related to your home. I'm Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, your guide. And this weekend we're talking about all things spring, pests, critters, tree trimming, bees. Going to be talking about that in a bit. So all things that are breaking out all around your house in the spring, we're helping you get a handle on that this year, so you don't have to be bored with the nature around you. Going to get back to that conversation in just a bit, but as is our custom here at the top of the hour, it is time to go to the phones. I want to talk to Nancy. Hey, Nancy, welcome home. I gotcha. Okay, slippery driveway. Concrete sometimes is a hassle when it comes to that. You know, it's all fine when it's warm and dry outside, but it get a little moist morning mist on it, and some driveways, which are well sealed, especially, can get slippery, and people don't like that. So acid wash, yeah, that is. I don't recommend that at all. I'll tell you why. First of all, never go to the extreme measure first when there are other alternatives out there. Number two, okay, opening up the acid washing concrete opens up the porosity of the concrete. You know, you're basically stripping off every bit of sealer, everything, and you just leave the concrete, that porous snow, which, by the way, depending on the fineness of the concrete in the driveway, does not guarantee that it's no longer slippery. And you've also removed all the sealers, so any little bit of oil or yuck or gunk that gets on the driveway now, you've left it really fully susceptible. I head the opposite direction. I like concrete nicely sealed so that it's going to stay looking nice. But I know sometimes those sealers can get slippery. Now, you've got two choices here, and you'll have to decide which one is more, conducive to what you want to do. The two choices would be a sealer. They're both a sealer, okay? Number one, there are sealers out there for concrete that are specifically non-slip, anti-slip sealers. Now, some people find that's just enough, and so you reseal the concrete, which is a super easy thing to do, and once that sealer dries, then it produces a surface that, it's not tacky. It's not like you're walking along and it's grabbing onto the soles of your shoes, but it is far more slip resistant than a standard sealer. And maybe that's enough for you. And I would probably say maybe 8 times out of 10, a non-slip sealer for concrete is enough to satisfy most people. However, there's always those situations where, no, we really want more than this. Well, in the past, somebody came up with the idea of like, hey, what if we mix a sealer when we lay our sealer down? Why don't we mix it with an aggregate, something that actually has a little bit of a rough surface to it, like sand? Okay, so mixing sand into a sealer is something that some people do, and guess what? It works. Eventually the sand wears off. Eventually in the high traffic areas, but it does work. You can basically seal that sand down. But here's the thing: I'm not a fan of that either. Number one, the sand is just too rough. I mean, it's so.
basic non-slip sealer. See if that gets the job done for you. Just do it in a small area, and once it dries, you'll see whether that's going to be good enough to do the whole driveway. And if it's not, then you can actually move to the non-slip sealer with the grit additive in it, but you don't want the grit to be sand. You want it to be these silicone nodules that are completely invisible and yet put a texture on the surface of the concrete. The one caveat is it will wear out, as all sealers do. And in fact, I don't see that as a negative because sealers wear out. And when it's time to reseal your concrete, most people don't because they just can't tell that it's time to reseal. In your case, if you actually put the grit and aggregate down, you'd start feeling the concrete is getting a little slippery again. And it would also cue you to the fact that it's time to reseal the driveway. So those are your options, and they are viable, and they really do work, and they won't mess up the look of the driveway. And you can do all of that with a sealer to further protect the concrete as opposed to acid washing or grinding down the concrete and leaving it even more vulnerable than it was before. Nancy, thank you for your call. Good luck on not slipping on the driveway. All right, y'all, when we come back, more of your calls. You are home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, on KFI.
What the hell is going on? Well, we're about to tell you.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Attack in Russia. I'm Brian Rubin, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The death toll in the Russian terrorist attack has now risen to 133 people killed and 121 injured. Moscow officials say that number could keep rising. Russia's security agency says they captured all 4 attackers and 7 other alleged accomplices.
They were detained while headed towards the border with Ukraine, saying they planned to cross.
ISIS has claimed responsibility, saying that it attacked a big gathering of Christians in the Moscow concert hall. Russia has not confirmed that the men do belong to ISIS. The LA School District has been granted access to the autopsy photos of a 15-year-old girl who overdosed on campus.
The school district, which is facing a lawsuit for Melanie Ramos' mother, says the photos will help determine exactly when Ramos died. Attorney Luis Carrillo, who's representing Ramos' mother, says the photos will not help make such a determination.
But I really believe that they just want to harass the plaintiff. And so that's why we opposed it.
Ramos was found dead in the bathroom at Bernstein High in 2022. Her mother says the school district did not do enough to combat the drug problem on campus. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A search is underway for a convicted killer who escaped from a facility in Santa Ana. Orange County DA spokeswoman Kimberly Heads says Ike Sauser stabbed his mom in 2017 when he was just 13 years old.
He has shown a complete disregard for human life and a disregard for the law. He has escaped multiple times, including while he was on trial for killing his mother.
Heads says the guy also built a shank in jail and sent 3 correctional officers to the hospital. Sauser escaped in 2019, cut off an electronic monitoring device in 2022, and walked off again this week. The LA City Council has ruled work on a proposed aerial gondola cannot continue until the new traffic study is done.
The council voted 11-2 to force the $500,000 traffic study. Councilwoman Eunice Hernandez said yesterday there hasn't been a study on traffic flow around the neighborhoods near Dodger Stadium since 1990, and the gondola isn't the answer.
The gondola is an unsolicited $500 million first last mile project that will require the use of public land and airspace, including 20% of the LA Historic Park.
The estimated $300 million project is pushed by former Dodgers owner Frank McCourt and would connect the stadium to Union Station, Michael Monk's KFI News.
There are lots of international soccer fans expecting to be in Carson today. Dignity Health Sports Park is hosting Tour Aguila, Club America versus Cruz Azul. Now, if you're not familiar, basically that means a few extra cars. We're on the 110 and 91 freeways this evening. Over in downtown LA, the Kings host the Tampa Bay Lightning and heads up in Fontana. Both directions of the 10 freeway are set to close overnight at Cedar Avenue for some road work. With your weekend watch out for traffic trouble spots, Will Colschreiber, KFI in the sky.
Hey, old Kermit the Frog here.
Scientists have named a new fossil Kermitops gratis after the amphibian icon Kermit the Frog. They discovered an ancient amphibian that could help understand how modern-day frogs and salamanders developed. A student at George Washington University says they chose the name to get people excited about the discovery.
Researchers say the fossil, or the creature who made the fossil, lived more than 200 million years ago. Taking a look now at KFI traffic, we have got a crash on the 5 in Irvine.
That's headed southbound just after Jeffrey Road. It's a two-car crash blocking the two middle lanes. It looks like a big rig is also on the off-ramp right there at Jeffrey as well. In Diamond Bar on the 57 northbound before Diamond Bar Boulevard, there's a crash. That's over on the right-hand shoulder involving a semi-truck hitting a box truck. And also in Diamond Bar on the other side of the freeway, the 57 southbound just before Pathfinder Road, a metal chair blocking the carpool lane. Keep your eyes peeled for that. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Russell Ford.
Get Spectrum One and catch the Los Angeles Dodgers all season. Stream over 140 live LA Dodger games on all of your devices on us. Tons of hits, wins, memorable moments, and more. It's a real home run. Live Dodger games. That's a $149 value now included with Spectrum One. Go to spectrum.com/Dodgers for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply. Subject to national exclusivities. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
You'll never know until you experience it here yourself. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. Visit Disneyland.com for full details. Start admission, graduation, requirement, park entry.
Get Spectrum One and catch the Los Angeles Dodgers all season. Stream over 140 live LA Dodger games on all of your devices on us. Tons of hits, wins, memorable moments, and more. It's a real home run. Live Dodger games. That's a $149 value. Now included with Spectrum One. Go to spectrum.com/Dodgers for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply. Subject to national exclusivities. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with rain off and on, upper 50s to low 60s at the beaches, low to mid 60s in Metro LA and OC, mid 50s to low 60s in the Inland Valleys, mid 40s to mid 50s in the Antelope Valley, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Wind advisory starting this evening for the Orange County coast. It's going to last until tomorrow morning. There's also a chance of rain tomorrow. Temperatures can be in the 60s in the coming week. Right now it's 57 degrees in Irvine, 57 in Fountain Valley, 57 in Culver City, and 58 in Inglewood. Wheelie Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Bruman.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
I love our producer, Richie. KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Just sending you messages here. You're cracking me up. Hey, welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I am Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, here with you live like I am every weekend, Saturday mornings from 6 to 8 Pacific time. That's right, that's why you found us right here and right now. And Sunday mornings, 9 to noon Pacific time. We are taking this weekend, the first weekend of spring, and we are talking about springtime concerns, pests, creatures, trees, bees, all sorts of stuff happening out and around your house. Tina and I were talking during the break about this, because inevitably, I think I've already received a couple of comments on this. Inevitably, what it is that I'm talking about when I help you figure out your yard, your garden area, and I'm talking about things like building a habitat, building a place where the woodland creatures around you can live with you, can
coexist in relative détente or harmony instead of going to war with them, building up a true environment in your yard and around your property that is beautiful and that brings you rest and repose and relief and reduces your stresses and anxiety. These are my goals as a landscape designer. And I always get this same thing, Dee, that's just hard. It's hard. Tina and I were just talking about an unrelated topic over the break, and I love this. That, you know, my wife, who once was a personal trainer, she would tell this to, you know, her clients, like, yeah, it's hard, you know, but you gotta do what? You gotta grab your money. We're gonna give you full credit for this quote.
It's hard. Everything is hard.
Everything is hard. Right?
You pick your heart.
Pick your heart. That's the thing. Pick your heart. There's no avoiding hard when it comes to this kind of stuff. You know, it's hard. Paving your entire property is hard. That's hard. You know, driving nature out when you are, in fact, sitting in the middle of nature. Here you are. You're actually part of it, by the way. Okay? You're a natural thing here in nature. Driving it all away from you is hard. Embracing it is hard. In my opinion, what we are discussing here, the way that we go about doing it, and finding a balance between your displacing some nature with you in your home and also embracing it at the same time. That's as easy, ultimately, as it gets. Once that system is up and running and moving its way forward and growing and thriving, the maintenance of it is, you know, okay, at times hard, but relative to everything else and all the other alternatives, it's your best shot. It really is. Otherwise, I wouldn't be wasting my time. I don't have a big environmental agenda here or anything else. You know, I'm here talking to you about your home, about the property that you inhabit, your responsibility, your stewardship of it all, and building it up for your own pleasure and gratification at the same time. And so, you know, it's all doable. And I think this is the path through, not around. Anyway, we're going to be getting back to that conversation in just a bit, but it's top of the hour. I'm going to try and get in at least another call or two before we return. I want to talk to Braden. Hey, Braden, welcome home.
Hey, Dean, how are you today?
I am well, sir. It's a beautiful, rainy day so far, and that is just fine with me.
All right, so I've heard you talk about it before. I listen to you basically every weekend because nobody else is up with that. So, question is, for counter height.
Yeah.
I am. Well, I went 6'2" before I hurt my back. I'm like 6'1" now. And I'm finishing off the inside of my house that we are constructing. And I've noticed, like, when I go to, like, my parents' or my sister's house or whatever, it's hard for me to bend over and work on their counter height.
Yeah.
The trick to this question is my wife is 5 foot.
Okay, all right.
So,
gotcha.
What? It's not like, yeah.
Okay. All right. Are you redesigning the kitchen? Are you in that place where you're about to do a kitchen redesign?
No, we just completed the framing and structure of our house. We're building it from the ground up.
Oh, you built it. Okay, all right. Well, yeah. So my question though was like, you got a kitchen coming that you've got control over. So if I give you this kind of cabinetry advice, I mean, this is something that you're going to be acting on at some point, and that you can make action, right?
Yeah.
All right, great. Yeah. So here's the thing, my friend. Yes. The answer is yes. You need higher counters, she needs shorter counters, and that's exactly what I advise that you design into your kitchen. A combination there of find a way to do it, or find a happy medium. Because it's the struggle is real. I feel you, brother. I feel you. I am 6'3". Now Tina is not 5 foot. She's 5'4". 5'4". I'm 6'3". She's 5'4". We have optimal counter height differentials between the two of us, and so in our situation, our outside counters that we kind of have a U-shaped, sort of a horseshoe-shaped kitchen area with an island in the middle. Our outside counters are standard height, quote unquote, standard height counters are 36 inches off the floor. Those work great for Tina. Our island is higher. Now, not all the way up to my height. If it was a larger island, I might have thought about splitting it and creating a little bit high and low. But our island is higher than our standard countertops. And Tina and I worked exhaustively with each other, literally just getting a board, like a piece of plywood, and raising it and lowering it until both of us felt comfortable. Because we both spend a lot of time in the kitchen, and we both want to spend. I'm like you. After my decades of heavy construction work, my lower back is my sensitive. It's the weak link in the whole thing, and I like the idea of spending 5 hours cooking in the kitchen sometimes. And believe me, man, it's as taxing as being out on a construction project all day long, if not more so. That little bend that you have to make, that little tip forward, and holding that for 2 or 3 hours, it's the worst. So the question is, what's the optimal height for me? What's the optimal height for her? Can you guys compromise, or do you both need what you need? I talk about this when we talk about kitchen design, and that the 21st century kitchen not only does it have multiple finishes on cabinets and such, but also multiple countertop heights if possible. Now, I'm looking at the clock, and to honor the clock, Brady, I got to pop you on hold. You hang tight. I know you've been holding, so won't be a problem to get through one more break. And on the other side, we're going to talk about exactly how high is the right height and how to incorporate that into your kitchen. We'll get Braden's question all answered up. You are home. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Brian Maroon has the
Stellantis is recalling more than 300,000 Dodge and Chrysler sedans worldwide because of a possibility that side airbag inflators can explode and hurl metal at drivers and passengers. United Airlines says federal regulators are going to increase their oversight of the carrier after a series of recent issues like panels falling off at an engine fire, and endangered dolphins on the race course have prevented sailing on the first day of the New Zealand leg of the Sail GP series. We're going to take some look at some trouble on 101 next.
All right, most of the time here we talk about
Any directions for paying down debt?
Starting Boot. Apply for a SoFi personal loan and consolidate your debt into one fixed payment. Turn right into a positive outlook and get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required.
You could get out of high-interest credit card debt with a SoFi personal loan. View your rate at SoFi.com/debt in 60 seconds. No impact to your credit score. Loans originated by SoFi Internet, member FDIC, and conditions at SoFi.com/debt, NMLS 696891.
You'll never know a feeling until you experience it here yourself at Disneyland Resort. Because here, every and is beyond anything you've ever felt before. It's where becomes on Star Wars: Rise of the Resistance. It's every amazing feeling ever, all at once. It's that feeling you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/speedball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dixit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them pepper the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar in it, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year. Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Lucky Land Casino asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the dentist? At my dentist's office. More than once, actually. Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, that's the weirdest place.
I never wouldn't tell.
Oh, there you have it. Get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. You feeling lucky? The Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been standing up for America's greatest heroes since 9/11. Heroes like retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Michael Cardos. He served for 20 years and received numerous commendations, including a Bronze Star. Overseas, he was exposed to toxic burn pits and service-related cancer to his life. Tunnel to Towers paid the mortgage on his family's home, enabling his widow and their 6 children to stay forever. Help heroes and their families. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Artesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Artesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection variety pack and 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Artesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering. Order your secret Artesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to artesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Artesian, premium cocktails on demand.
Lead professionally, Advanced Roofing Systems uses one of the finest roofing materials, primarily from GAF, which is the largest and most respected roofing material manufacturer in the U.S., and they offer a 25-year guarantee. And when you call, you'll speak directly to Carlos, the owner. He's been in the roofing business for over 20 years. Boy, does he know what he's doing. If your roof needs repairs or you need a new roof, call Advanced Roofing Systems and they're going to give you a free inspection. And even if you don't know the condition of your roof, and certainly if your roof is over 20 years old, it makes all the sense in the world to call them. Now, remember, it's a free inspection. Dial pound 250 on your cell, say Advanced Roofing. Dial pound 250 on the cell, say Advanced Roofing. Financing is available. Pound 250 on the cell, say Advanced Roofing.
I'm Bev. My husband Bill is living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that can scar your lungs and make it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose. If you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. Bill and I have been married for over 60 years and we're looking forward to more. If you or someone you love may have ILD, find support, hope, and help at lungsandyou.com.
Lombardi may have been lifted, but that doesn't mean there's no football to talk about. It's the offseason, and there's no better way to stay up to date with the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast for news and fresh content all offseason long. From the start of free agency, where we'll break down familiar faces headed to new places, to the next generation of superstars walking across that stage at the NFL draft. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G Business.
Do you find yourself asking questions about technology? Rich DeMiro here. Join me for Rich on Tech, Saturdays at 11. What is the latest and greatest, or even not so great? Anything from home electronics to your mobile phone.
Rich on Tech with Rich DeMiro this morning at 11 on KFO and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI, Team Sharp, the House Whisperer at your service. Thanks for joining us on the program this morning. We're taking some calls right now. We got Braden on hold. We're going to put him back on. Braden, you with me, bud? All right, so Braden had a concern about countertop heights. He and his wife building a new home. Congratulations. And he is 6'2". She is 5'1" on a good day. And yeah, exactly. So yes. So the concern about counter heights is a real one, especially if you enjoy spending serious time in the kitchen. So here's the formula, down and dirty. The formula is you stand upright, fully comfortable, shoulders back, just good posture. Bend your elbows to a 90 degree and as if, just 90 degrees straight out at the elbows. Your optimal countertop height, according to the Culinary Institute of America, for prep station, for anything working on the counter, your optimal countertop height is going to be 3 to 4 inches below the bottom of your bed's elbow. That is your optimal counter height for you and for your wife. You guys measure that out, and then you figure out, where you can implement those into your new kitchen design. But I strongly encourage that you do. If you both use the kitchen, you both should do that, so that everybody can spend quality time in the kitchen. I implement that everywhere for me. We were talking earlier in the show about my workshop, which is up in the back of the property. That's kind of my domain. I don't mean that in a man cave sense. It's just that I spend the majority of the time up there working on stuff. So those counters up there are up at my height, optimal for me to do work on that kind of stuff. So but I should say this, there is yet a third counter height that's optimal in the kitchen as well, but it all depends on what it is that you primarily do in the kitchen. If you're a baker, with baker
counters. And sometimes we built these into the same kitchen, 3 counter heights. Bakers do better on lower counters, like a kitchen table height, which is 30 inches. That's your standard dining room table height, or standard sit down at a table height. And that's because if you're kneading dough and you got to get over there and you want to get straight arms, no bent elbows, and really put your weight down onto the dough, then it's better for that surface to be even lower. So some kitchens, if we've got all of it going on, have a 30-inch counter, a 36-inch counter, and even higher, 42, 43-inch counter, depending on the needs of those people. But that's what you're looking for, my friend. You're looking for, essentially, I've always found 4 inches below the bent elbow when you were standing upright comfortably. That's your target. And if it's an inch lower than that, it's not going to break the bank. It's not going to break you. And you might be able to find a happy compromise between the two of you. But 5'1" to 6'2", that's a pretty full spread there. And so you may need actual 2 dedicated countertop heights. Get creative. You got time to do it. Find a way to work that into the kitchen.
Okay. And then I have another question for you. Kind of a follow-up question, being that you're in the springtime thing here. I have 14 pomegranates that I need to come out. Do you have any advice on that?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part. You got 14 pomegranate trees and?
I need to trim them out and thin them out.
Oh, you got to trim them out and thin them out. Okay, yeah. I tell you what, we're up against a news break because I kind of ran long in the last segment. So when I come back, I'll throw that one your way, and we'll talk about that. Yeah, sounds good. Brayden, thanks for the question, bud, and for the call. As always, good stuff. All right, more on getting ready for spring. Well, it's time. It's here. Let's catch up with it when we return. You're home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Brian Borman.
A judge has given the LA School District access to autopsy photos of a teenage girl who died of an overdose in school. The district says the photos will help determine exactly when Melanie Ramos died. Attorney Luis Carrillo, who's representing Ramos' mother, says he thinks the district is trying to harass her.
If she finds out that her child's autopsy photos are in the hands of the LAUSD, she's going to be very traumatized about that.
Ramos was found dead in a bathroom at Bernstein High in 2022. Her mother has sued the district, saying it should have done more to combat the known drug problem on campus. News brought to you by System Paving. A man in Fullerton has been sentenced to 20 years in prison for attempting to kill and rob a guy in a parking lot. Police say John Viril stabbed the guy in the neck in June. He pleaded guilty yesterday to all charges, including a count of possession of meth. Viril was given credit for 319 days in jail and is awaiting trial. The FBI's third annual report on internet crimes shows in 2023, people in California lost more than $2 billion through investment fraud, tech support scams, and ransomware.
We are a big state. We have large populations, so there's no surprise we're going to, unfortunately, be some of the favorites for cyber attackers.
Agent Brian Willett says people need to frequently change their passwords and resist the urge to click unknown links and emails. Nationwide, 880,000 complaints were filed with potential losses exceeding $12.5 billion. And the MLB has opened a formal investigation into Dodger Shohei Ohtani and his interpreter. The interpreter was fired Wednesday after being accused of stealing millions from Ohtani and illegally gambling with that money. The MLB said in a statement yesterday they've been gathering information since the allegations were made, and they're looking into it. Taking a look now at KFI traffic. We've got a stall on the 101 in Calabasas.
That's headed northbound at Parkway, Calabasas. Looks like CHP is holding the 2 left lanes entirely for the next 2 hours. That's going to be due to a stall that's out there. Looks like the stall's over on the right shoulder blade. I think that vehicle lost a tire. I think that's what they're trying to deal with out there right now. It is Sepulveda past the 405 southbound at Mulholland Drive. There's a conked-out box truck blocking the carpool lane. Traffic is slow from the 101. And in Corona on the 91 westbound before Auto Center Drive, there's a crash. That's over on the right shoulder now. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Russell Ford.
All right,
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tidy Cats simplify simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? Meet you heard me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender in a candle with back enveloped by a rainforest soundscape. Enlightenment. Here I come.
Free one-day delivery on back bumps and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
With flexible credit plans, subscriptions, and thousands of free images available, you can get it all without breaking the bank. And on top of all that, Dreamtime also has a no-limit rollover for credits you don't use, unlimited downloads of print copies for images you've purchased, exclusive buyout rights, one-of-a-kind exclusive images you won't find anywhere else, and, yeah, it gets better, audio and video clips. Look, do yourself a favor and check out Dreamtime.com today. You and your website deserve it.
Step into the enchanting world of the March Sisters in Little Women, the Broadway musical, live at the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. Based on the timeless novel, this captivating production of Little Women has 4 showtimes: April 5th at 8 p.m., April 6th at 2 p.m., and 8 p.m., and finally, April 7th at 2 p.m. Follow Joe, Meg, Beth, and Amy March as they navigate life's trials and triumphs in this beloved blend of heartwarming melodies and poignant storytelling. From the sisterly bonds to the trials of love and ambition, this musical adaptation beautifully captures the essence of Louisa May Alcott's timeless tale of laughter, tears, and the power of family. Don't miss your chance to experience the magic of Little Women. Tickets start at just $49. Get your tickets to a matinee or evening showing of Little Women at CerritosCenter.com. That's CerritosCenter.com or call 562-916-8500. That's Little Women, April 5th through 7th.
This is Jacob Emma. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Your home. Dean Sharp, the house whisperer, that's me.
We're talking about spring stuff today because it is the first weekend of spring. I have to cough, hang tight. Okay, sorry. Live radio. It's Saturday morning. Let's all just relax, shall we? And be real. Okay. I plan on talking. I'm going to talk about this more tomorrow. But since Braden called and had a question about his pomegranate trees, I'm going to move up one little bit here and give you a preview of some of the other jewels that I'll be handing you tomorrow. Pearls, as it were, pearls of wisdom. Springtime, pruning trees, especially fruit trees like a pomegranate tree. What do you do? Well, if you've heard me talk about this before, you have learned that the best time to do a major pruning of a tree is not springtime, but actually fall, when the tree is about to fall into its dormancy. In other words, you give it a little, give it its big pruning job, its big cutback, before it falls asleep, and then you let it drain all winter long, becoming a big, beautiful tree. The best time, and that's when you run the least risk of shocking a tree, because it's already falling asleep, as it were. It's going out of its productivity cycle. And during the winter, it would be gathering its resources to break out and prove you wrong. I'm going to grow twice as many branches next year after you've cut me back like that. They do have these kind of personalities. I was working with my wisteria vine yesterday, one of them, and I tell you, if there's a plant that I feel holds resentment against me, it's our wisteria, because I cut them way back and they just glare at me like, you son of a gun. So anyway, so then they go and spend the rest of the year proving me wrong and bursting out, which is exactly right. So anyway, pomegranates is a fruiting tree, and fruit trees would be one exception to that rule, not a major exception. Again, major pruning back, definitely in the fall. But what do you do in springtime? Well, there are always certain kinds of pruning that you can do throughout the year. Okay, they are what we call the 4 Ds. Okay, dead, damaged, disease, and dysfunctional. Okay, so if any time throughout the course of the year you find dead branch, dead then clip it back, not a problem. Damage, always deal with damage, always prune it back. Disease, always, cut it off and get rid of it so it doesn't infect the rest of the plant. And dysfunctional. Now, dysfunctional, that's kind of where it would fall in the category of what Braden's looking for in regards to his pomegranate. It's like time to prune it back. Pomegranate trees, like so many, send out a lot of sucker growth right out of the root base, right from the base of the tree. A lot of suckers. Okay, there's the primary trunk, and then there's just suckers. All these little things shooting out. Those you want to knock back. You want to get rid of those. And springtime is the perfect time to do it. Probably you should do it very, very soon, right? If you're still listening, I'm sure you are, because optimal time to pruning back pomegranate is late February, early March, so we're right there. You don't want to let it go too far and interrupt the bursting out growth cycle. So always, regardless of the plant or tree, sucker growth. I'm going to explain this in more detail tomorrow. Sucker growth is never the growth point. All right, you want to identify the main trunk of the tree, and anything else that's growing out of the base of the tree, you always want to keep those cut back, no matter what time of year. And it's very simple if you get this kind of in your head. When you think about what a tree wants, remember what I said earlier in the show, the key to dealing with all of this growth in life outside your home is first and foremost understanding why it's there and what it wants. Whether it's a mouse, a rat, a rabbit, a bird, or bee And so if it's throwing out lots of branches and lots of leaves and sucking in a lot of sunlight and producing a lot of chlorophyll, and it's just like, feeling good, then guess what? That tree feels like it's thriving without any need of planning for future generations. Okay? Just like humans. Like some humans are like, listen, I'm living a great life. Why in the world would I ruin it with kids? Okay? So the point is, in the botanical world, when we let plants really just kind of go for it and without trimming them back, and they get to grow as many leaves and as many suckers and as many anything that they want, they settle in and they stop fruiting, because fruit is babies of the next generation. And so what you do, what's inherent in the botanical world is when you really cut back a tree or a plant, that tree or that plant instantly starts shifting gears, still dedicated to thrive, but now it's shifting gears towards, all right, well, I have to produce, offspring so that my kind will continue, because, I'm not doing as great as I thought I was going to go, so I'm going to have to get some kids out there and take my legacy forward. So the point is, plants are either going to be fruiting or they're going to be expending their energy growing more branches and leaves for themselves, right? The more you let them grow sucker growth, especially trees out of the base, the more energy they're putting into that, and the less energy they're putting into flowers and fruit, okay? The more you trim back and contain sucker growth and branch growth, the more energy they will invest in the future and produce flowers and fruit, because flowers and fruit are the same thing, essentially, when it comes to a tree or a plant that flowers or fruits. They are trying to seed out and reproduce. So they're either going to get fat and happy on their own and get lazy and do nothing except sit there and soak in the sun all for themselves, or you're going to force them to work harder and think of the future in that sense. So that's the point. The more sucker growth that you leave around a plant, the less it will fruit. The less that you leave, the more energy it'll put into flowering and fruiting, which out of a pomegranate tree is exactly what you want. So cut back all the unnecessary stuff, take out all the sucker growth. That's probably all the pruning you need to do at this point, except for the 4 Ds, managing dead, damaged, diseased, and dysfunctional branches. Otherwise, leave the massive pruning, like I need to change the shape and or size of this thing. Leave that for the fall. Just get yourself through spring and summer and do that in the fall. Does that make sense? You see? There is a good reason to listen to the program. You learn things. All right, more when we return. Your home, Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Brian Wilbur, as
the FBI is telling people who are on board the Boeing 737 MAX that lost a panel mid-flight that they might be victims of a crime because the issue was under investigation. More than 400,000 Starbucks mugs that were made by Nestle are being recalled after customers reported burns and cuts after filling them with hot drinks. They tended to come apart. And the Justice Department has sued Apple, saying the company allegedly legally monopolized the smartphone market. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 405 next.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get these nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit. No sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 fabric with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control the coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, introduce sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, savings of $369 a year. Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation's Let Us Do Good Village in Land O'Lakes, Florida, is a community of about 100 homes being built for the foundation's program participants. 3 families have already moved in. The goal is to help the family of 2 severely injured veterans. It's a special place where together families can heal. Make the Let Us Do Good Village the first of many communities like it. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
Every basket is better. With the most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations. Artesian. Helping you master mixology madness during the tournament, Artesian is offering a $50 discount with the Big Game Bundle. Artesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The Big Game Bundle includes the Artesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the Tropical Margarita, Vodka, Whiskey, and Gin Lovers collections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Artesian madness. Before your home erupts this spring, prepare for the party with Artesian. Order your Artesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at Artesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Artesian. Premium cocktails on demand.
Which is available? You can get it all without breaking the bank. And on top of all that, Dreamstime
also has a no-limit rollover for credits you don't use, unlimited downloads of print copies for images you've purchased, exclusive buyout rights, one-of-a-kind exclusive images you won't find anywhere else, and, yeah, it gets better, audio and video clips. Look, do yourself a favor and check out dreamstime.com today. You and your website deserve it.
If you think your car is a lemon, get my Lemon Law Lawyer on the case. Dial pound 250 on your cell and say the keyword Lemon Lawyer. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia. Get rid of that lemon. Also on the web at mylemonlawlawyer.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy.
If we really don't have holes, the bag will be empty.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
Should we call someone? I know that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
I like to tell you about the foods. Chain restaurants, fast food, mom and pop places, fancy chef-forward places, local bars, all of these things are part of the ecosystem that is the culinary scene here in the Southland and our culture. The Fork Report with Neil Savera this afternoon at 2 on KFR and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, welcome home. You know the problem with Saturday mornings? It's not that we start too early. It's just that the time goes by too fast. It really does. And it just evaporates on us. But it's a great start to the weekend, isn't it? Right? A little taster spoon, a little aperitif, a little bit of just getting you in the right mood, in the right frame of mind for what lies ahead. And tomorrow's program, Sunday, we get 3 hours and we really get to kind of deep dive. We're talking spring this weekend, today and tomorrow, as you know. I want to get back to and just kind of finish out today with
I got you. I forgot. You're going to go to bed. My bad.
I said this earlier, but I want to underscore the first rule of pest control for your house, understanding why I should say it's beyond pest control. The first rule of everything outside your home, outside the walls of your house, the nature around you, understanding why it's there and what it wants. Okay, we just I spent the last segment talking about trees and why and how we approach pruning trees in the spring. Not the best time to prune a tree in the spring. A couple of things, right? The 4 Ds: death, dysfunction, disease, and that's always the case when you're pruning a tree. Also, when it comes to dealing with pests, RED, the acronym RED, which is repel, exclude, and deter. Okay? Repel, exclude, and deter. The third rule is just this: build a habitat in your yard so that nature gets on your side as much as possible instead of waging war. Now, I'm going to be giving you a preview here of some of the things that we'll talk about tomorrow as well. I want you to, if you have a chance, if you've got pest concerns and you want humane pest and bird control options, okay, as humane as possible, then you should take a look at this website, nixalite.com. Nixalite. Nixalite. Nixalite.com. Nixalite. This is a company, all right, not a sponsor of the show. They've been around since the 50s. I'll tell you what this company is all about. This is how they made their mark back in the 1950s. You've seen this, right? You've seen those kind of porcupine spikes up on the tops of walls or commercial buildings, or on the edges of balconies or roof lines, right? You're like, wow, what's going on with those things? This is the company that designed those, that originally designed those back in the 50s. It's a humane way of keeping, pigeons basically from roosting on the edge of a roof and, doing their naughty business right down the front of the building that needs to be cleaned off all the time, right? So
humane. You haven't seen a pigeon impaled on one of those things, right? That's why, as nasty as it might look, the fact of the matter is they stay away from it. And so it's a way of controlling their behavior around the building. Anyway, not that I want you to put those stuff around your house, but the point is Nixolite, the company, they got into this business back in the 50s, and now they recommend and sell a wide range of pest control products that help get you manage the wildlife around your house without destroying the wildlife around it. So you should go check it out. It's a decent website to see all sorts of options that most people don't normally see. Most of you, I understand, you just go down to the big box store and you look around in the pest control aisle and, what do you find? Traps and poisons. And, there is a time and a place, but only after you've done everything else. And, my concern is that most people just jump to that and jump right over what could really benefit you and the family most, which is making this beautiful habitat out of your home. All right, so what is repel, exclude, and deter? These are techniques that we're using. These are goals and strategies for keeping the critters not out of your yard, out of your house, okay? If we have chickens like Tina and I do, you're going to have rats. We were looking at them last night running around the outskirts of our property. Not a problem. I don't care. They're out there. I have no problem with them. I don't want them in my attic. I don't want them in my living room. And so we've taken steps to make sure that doesn't happen. But I don't care if they're running around the corners of the property. You shouldn't either. Okay? They're cute. They really are. These are not New York subway rats. These are just, they're just out there doing their best in the world. Anyway, so much more tomorrow. Do not miss tomorrow's show where we will pick it all up right from here and move forward. Also tomorrow, we're going to talk about bees. Yeah, I don't want you to mess with them either, and I don't want them to mess with you. We'll find the balance. Until then, my friends, stay dry on this rainy spring day and get out there, build yourself a beautiful life.
The news is been updated. Click to refresh. KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app. Not taking the phone away. I'm Brian Bergman, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rebecca Grossman can still make phone calls from an LA County jail despite claims she tried to influence witnesses, jurors, and even a judge.
Prosecutors say in the days after Grossman was convicted of murdering 2 children in a crosswalk in Westlake Village in 2020, she tried to send someone named Tom to ask the judge for a retrial, asked her daughter to release evidence that had been sealed by the court, tried to get witnesses to change their testimony. A judge denied a prosecution request yesterday to revoke her phone privileges, saying she was just naive. Grossman faces 34 years in prison at sentencing, which was postponed until June. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The attorney who represented Rodney King and won a $3.8 million civil claim on his behalf in 1994 has been indicted on federal tax charges. The filing Thursday charges William Grimes with 1 count of attempted tax evasion and 4 counts of willful failure to pay more than $2.4 million in taxes starting in 2010. He's set to be arraigned in LA on April 10th. Donington Beach City Council has voted to leave a state lobbying group over its support of Prop 1.
Huntington Beach is now the second Orange County city to vote to leave the California League of Cities. The city council voted 4-3 this week to end its membership, protesting the league's support of Proposition 1. Ballot measure narrowly approved by voters. City leaders in Huntington Beach and Newport Beach expressed concern about the potential for an increase in group homes for drug addicts and mentally ill people. Prop 1 directs billions of dollars to support housing and treatment for the homeless, drug addicted, and mentally ill. It passed with only 50.2% of the vote. Michael Monks, KFI News.
ISIS has claimed responsibility for an attack on a concert hall in Moscow that killed at least 133 people and hurt more than 121 others. Russia's top security agency says armed men also threw explosives yesterday that caused a fire at the hall. Video shows plumes of black smoke and flames rising over the building. The mayor called it a terrible tragedy. The U.S. Embassy in Russia warned Russia weeks ago that extremists had plans for that attack in Moscow. The FBI's annual Internet Crime
Crimes report shows California was the #1 target for cyber crimes in 2023.
People in the Golden State lost more than $2 billion through investment fraud, tech support scams, and ransomware.
California, it's the fact that we unfortunately topped the list both in the numbers of complaints filed and the losses impacting California.
Agent Brian Willett says the FBI received nearly 80,000 complaints from Californians, with reported losses increasing more than $100 million from 2022. Nationwide, 880,000 complaints were filed, with potential losses exceeding $12.5 billion. Willett says to frequently change your passwords and don't click on suspicious links. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Some word is pouring in from around the world after Princess Kate of Wales announced she's been diagnosed with cancer. BBC's Victoria Murphy says the decision to wait to make the announcement yesterday was to protect her children.
They've been able to make sure that they can take their children away to a place where they can have space and privacy and shield them, which is very important to them, from the huge interest and uproar that has ensued as a result of this announcement.
Kim Middleton says that it's taken time to explain everything that's been happening to her kids. And the U.S. is in an all-time low ranking in the World Happiness Report. The country came in 23rd out of 143 countries. The report published on Wednesday. It's the first time the U.S. did not make the top 20. The study says Americans feel stressed about their lives and don't trust the government. Countries like Finland and Denmark consistently rank among the top 2 happiest countries. Taking a look now at KFI traffic, we've got an accident on the 405 in Sloboda Pass.
Northbound left of the 405, just past Mulholland Drive. Someone lost control of a van. That vehicle spun out and crashed into the center divider median and blocked the left-hand lane for a little bit. But it looks like that van has been straightened out and cleared away. No delays coming away from the west side, heading towards Valley on the northbound side of the 405. A similar incident on the west 118 before Sloboda Boulevard. A car hit the center divider wall. The car lane is now blocked. No slowing on the west 118 if you're making the drive toward Ventura County. Big problem south of there on the Ventura Freeway, 101 eastbound at Havenhurst. It's a crash in the left-hand lane, causing a backup to Reseda Boulevard. Caltrans busy this morning on the east end. And lanes between Fremont Avenue and Rosemead Boulevard. That project goes another couple of hours. Also have Caltrans busy in Diamond Bar, 60 eastbound transition to the 57 southbound. The connector road closed for another couple of hours because of Caltrans work. 101 southbound transition to the south 110 is an accident. It's blocking lanes for this connector road. KFI in the sky hopes gets there faster. I'm Mike Morris.
Placentero. Para mí, ese negocio de la banda de un baño con velas y los sonidos de una semática de fondo. Placentero.
Entregas gratis en un día de bombas de baño y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
Before AI can help your business predict demand, accelerate growth, inform decisions, automate tasks, reveal insights, and generate content, you have to trust them. Introducing Watson X Governance, helping you govern any AI as data, models, and policies change so you can scale it responsibly. Let's create AI that begins with trust with Watson X Governance. Learn more at IBM.com/governance. IBM, let's create.
You'll never know a feeling until you experience it here yourself at Disneyland Resort. Because here, every and is beyond anything you've ever felt before. It's where it becomes on Star Wars: Rise of the Resistance. It's every amazing feeling ever, all at once. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now.
Let's look at weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy with rain off and on throughout the day. Upper 50s to low 60s in the beaches, low to mid 60s in Metro, LA, and OC. Mid 50s to low 60s in the inland valleys, mid 40s to mid 50s in the Antelope Valley, and upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. There's a wind advisory for the Orange County coast. It'll start at 5 o'clock this evening, last until tomorrow morning at 8. Temperature's going to be in the 60s in the coming week. Right now it's 56 degrees in Brea, 57 in Anaheim, 58 in Inglewood, and 58 in Clover City. Weekly Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Bergman.
And good morning. Saturday morning, 3 hours of frivolity. After 3 hours of this and help you out along. As I tell you, you have no case. That's only, see, the problem is, I'm too honest about it. Because we do have
Same rules apply, and they have been since forever. And that is, what are the rules? I've already forgotten, even if I've been doing this forever. Oh, yeah. You call at the top of the hour, and you get in very quickly. There are times, it happens almost every week, where you can kiss it goodbye for an hour and a half. I mean, you call in, like, busy, but never at the top of the hour. It's particularly when the show opens up. So the number is 800-520-1934 if you would like a legal question answered. 800-520-1534. And yes, I will tell you if you have a case. Sometimes I say, you've got one hell of a case. And get off the phone right now and get on the phone and start calling lawyers, because the better a case, you can call HamiltonLaw.com. They're always ready to go to helping listeners, and that's been going on for years and years. So the number 800-520-1534. This is Handle on the Law, marginal legal advice, where I tell you you have absolutely no case. Now, the concept of illegal, which used to be called illegal aliens, can't do that anymore. Undocumented migrants, how's that? That come across the border, and of course that's a huge issue going on right now, as we know. And you'll see people at the border. I saw the news yesterday when they actually rushed the border, ran the border patrol. And so in the United States, they go, immediately asked to be arrested, turn themselves in to the Border Patrol, and go through the immigration system where they're allowed to have, matter of fact, per law, they're mandated to have a hearing to determine whether their claim for asylum is going to be heard, which it will eventually at some point in life. And then they're either allowed or not allowed to stay in the United States. If asylum is granted, they're allowed to stay. And there at that point, it becomes the road to stay in the United States permanently. The vast majority claim asylum get tossed. It doesn't work. Well, one of the ways that people who are here illegally can be able to stay and apply for a green card is marrying an American. Just marry an American citizen. And with that, there's a case here in Los Angeles, 4 Philippine nationals living in LA, sentenced for their roles in an $8 million scheme that arranged more than 600 fake marriages for green cards, claiming that these undocumented clients were abused by the American spouses. That is the basis, and that can be the basis of granting asylum. Certain things, persecution in your home country where your life is in danger, for religious persecution, spousal abuse, I mean, it goes on and on. Not economic, not to your economic detriment. That doesn't fly. You're starving to death, too bad. You know, you crawl across the border with no food for 5 days. I'm sorry, you can't do it. However, spousal abuse, that flies. Okay, so these 4 Filipino nationals who are here legally, don't know if they're American citizens or not, set up this agency, had an office in LA, and what they did is arrange marriages, submitting fake marriage and immigration documents for clients, and fake weddings were performed at chapels, parks, other locations, because you have to prove you're married, and you go in front of an immigration official, by the way, to get a green card, and you have an interview. And you got to prove that you're an American, that it's a legitimate marriage. Okay, here's some pictures. Here's where we got married. The Elvis impersonator who was the officiant in Las Vegas. They took fake pictures in front of prop wedding decorations. And they also had a whole team that recruited people to get married, to marry these undocumented. It costs between $20,000 and $35,000 in cash to do this. Well, they got caught, as you would think. They even had practice interviews with their clients. And the immigration, what they do, I mean, they're not stupid, the immigration people. So you come in, if there's any hint, they separate out the two. What kind of toothpaste do you guys use?
mean, they can get very specific. And you got to either be really good or you have to be legitimate. And if you're not, boom, we're gone. Deportation and criminal action. In this case, people that set it up were criminally liable. So, I wouldn't do that. Fair enough. All right, Deborah, let's start with you. Hello, Deborah, welcome.
Good morning.
Yeah.
I'm on a 50,000 policy back in the 80s. My husband passed away last year. I know they took their trustees with me. I sent them, they sent me their work. I sent them back what they needed.
Who is they? Who is they? Who is they?
Their life insurance company.
Oh, they're his life insurance policy. So we had a $50,000 life insurance policy, took out in the 50s. Okay, and so the company that issued it, and why couldn't you talk to them about anything? You have a dead husband, you're the beneficiary.
And that's what I said to myself too, but they wouldn't release any information to me.
That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. Who are they going to talk to? Your dead husband? That's difficult. Okay, so what happened?
So I was a $10,000 woman in that policy. So when he passed, I was told that the whole policy is going to be shut down. No problem.
Why?
So that.
I was going to tell you why.
To pay off the proceeds.
Proceeds of what?
Of the policy that I purchased.
Okay, and you purchase it, and you get 10,000 of it, or 50,000. How much do you get out of that policy?
Well, I was up in the assumption that I would have gotten $49,000, but they sent me a check for $39,000 to change.
Why would you only get $49,000 out of a $50,000 policy? I don't understand that.
Because back in the 80s, we took out $1,000. You know how they policy.
Okay, you took out $1,000 as a loan.
From it.
Okay.
They told us we didn't have to pay it back.
Okay, I understand. Okay, you know, 50,000. All right, so now what? They gave you $39,000 and change. They took $11,000.
Correct.
Okay, so what's your question?
My question is that they told me I was a writer, so they're going to put me paperwork out to.
What do you mean they told you you were a writer? Okay, I'm getting the terms confused here. They told you you were a writer. I don't understand.
I am a writer. Okay, so I purchased the $50,000, and only that is a family policy, which they don't say no longer. There's a family policy where $50,000, if something happened to me, $10,000, my husband put me away, and they have $10,000 put me away. They need to file policy at $20,000.
Okay, you got me on this.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. So what's your question?
Okay, my question is, instead of sending me the whole $49,000 and change, they only sent me $39,000 instead of they were going to send me.
Okay, but let me ask you this: they loaned you $1,000 out of the policy in the 80s.
Okay.
That's 40-something years ago. There's interest that builds on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So why would you get $49,000 out of $50,000 that you borrowed with interest for 40 years and not think it's going to go down?
Absolutely. And that's where I'm calling. Something is not right.
No, it sounds right to me. Because you're making absolutely no sense.
What's going on?
You know, nice way to start the show. I appreciate it. This is Amble on the Law, and Brian Berowman in the KFI 24-hour news center.
A driver California Highway Patrol says might have been under the influences and is under arrest after leading officers on a lengthy pursuit that started in Monterey Park and finally ended in Duarte last night. Santa Monica Ferris wheel is turning its lights out for an hour tonight in recognition of Earth Hour. And there's a dust advisory with high levels of particulate pollution for most of the weekend for the San Bernardino Pass in eastern Riverside County. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 118 next.
Hey, are you having a hard time dealing with high-interest credit card debt? It's normal, and a SoFi personal loan could help you save thousands by consolidating your DAPT into one low fixed monthly payment. You could get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required. It only takes 60 seconds to view your rate, and it won't affect your credit score. View your rate at SoFi.com/payoff. Loans originated by SoFi Bank and Primary Guest
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/speedball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar in it, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year. Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Artesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen, serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Artesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection variety. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Artesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Artesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to artesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Artesian. Premium cocktails on demand.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, interfillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target,
principles for everyday living? Want to gain a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
Small Business Saturday Spotlight. We feature a different small business every Saturday from now until the next Small Business Saturday in November of this year.
Kabbalah Sharp this evening at 5 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
KFI, AM 640, Bill Gamble here. It is a Saturday morning with the Law Show. Phone number, if you have lines open, as we're off to a reasonably slow start, but it builds up pretty quickly. And the number is 800-520-1534, 800-520-1534. And again, pretty quickly and not wait, as you can actually hear as I naturally try to destroy people who call in. And tell them they have no case, or tell them they do have a case, or call them once, which is very often. And we do have our share of idiots who call. By the way, here are the rules. If you are an idiot, you get up first. You're first in line. If you are in a mental facility, right there, and you're up at the top of the heap. If you are unintelligible, speaking some language that no one understands, even someone who speaks that language, first up. So, or any combination of those. 800-520-1534. Welcome back. Handle on the Law, marginal legal advice. Okay. Sheila. Hello, Sheila. Welcome.
Good morning, Bill.
Yes, ma'am.
I contracted with one of those online teeth straightening companies.
What? I'm sorry. What straightening companies?
It's a teeth company straightening. You know, you go direct as opposed to go to a dentist. You go online and they just take a mold and they send you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Teeth straightening. Okay, got it. I didn't hear that. All right. All right. So you go online with the teeth. Okay. And so now what?
Okay. The teeth straightening company financed through a health financing company. That's how I did it then on monthly payments through this health financing company that they are in junction with. The company itself went out of business. They repaid.
Which company?
It is Smile Direct.
Okay, no, the teeth straightening company went out of business. Okay.
Yeah, the teeth.
All right, I was confused which of the two companies. Okay, so they go out of business.
And then they send us a notice that they say you can no longer get a service with us. But here's a list of dentists that you can now go to continue your service.
Yeah.
I don't want to go to those services. I don't know those dentists. My question is, what is my obligation to that health financing company?
Okay, 100%.
What?
They just loaned you the money. They say, here's your money.
So,
you got to pay it back.
I do.
Yeah.
Whether I get the service or not.
Well, that's another. Yeah, it depends on the contract. Have they paid for it in full, or they paid for it in installments? How does your contract work?
It's installments. It's a monthly payment.
Okay, then what you do is you stop the monthly payments. They can go after you. They can. I mean, you owe the money. However, you're going to say it's a monthly installment, and therefore I want to stop the monthly payments because I'm not getting the service. The teeth straightening company went bankrupt, and here's the problem. If you read that contract, what it will say is you owe X number of dollars over X number of months, and if you miss a payment, the entire amount becomes due and payable. So, under the contract, you owe all the money. Now, you want to call up and negotiate, but you're not standing on very serious grounds, or you're standing on a situation where you have a lot of stability now, because you don't. They paid, they went ahead and loaned the money, and your argument, well, you haven't spent all the money. Okay, now you have an argument. But you borrowed the money, and
them, I'd negotiate. I mean, could they, you could argue, hey, this is monthly installments I can pay. Here is what probably happened. They paid all the money to the dentist. And you are paying them back with interest. That's where they make the money. Okay. So, yeah, you're pretty sweet. Yeah. And by the way, just go to one of the dentists. Go to another dentist. You want your front teeth sticking out? You want to look like a horse? Come on.
You got it. Okay.
Yeah, just do it. I mean, okay, I'd rather have my teeth sticking out of my gums through the front than go to another dentist that I don't know. All right, fine, whatever way you want. Hey, I want to talk to you about living in pain. It's tough. I know somebody. I live with someone who is suffering from chronic pain, and man, it is really heartbreaking to see that suffering because it's debilitating. Chronic means it's always there, and I'm going to suggest you listen to a podcast that's about living with, dealing with, studying what chronic pain is and the trauma that usually causes that pain. It's funny, it's encouraging, it's inspirational, educational, and it really is helpful. Whether it's you, whether it's someone you know, whether it's someone you work with, family member, it's the podcast is the Pain Game Podcast. Experts in the field, lawyers who are involved, stay-at-home moms, virtually everybody involved in there are chat rooms. There's a world of chronic pain. If you happen to be in that world, please join Lindsay Soprano, who is the host and has been for many years and deals with her pain. It helps people, and it's 24/7. A new episode drops every single Tuesday morning. Listen on any place where you get your apps, or podcasts. The Pain Game Podcast, the Pain Game Podcast. This is Handle on the Law, and let's check out Brian Perruman at the KFI 24-Hour News Center.
The Senate has passed the $1.2 trillion spending plan avoiding a partial government shutdown. The bill provides funding for defense, homeland security, labor, education, and health and human services.
There were a lot of naysayers who didn't believe that this divided Congress could pass full-year appropriation bills.
Bill now heads to President Biden, where the White House says there will not be any disruption to government services. The LA City Council has decided to stop any movement on a proposed aerial gondola project until the traffic study is completed. Eddie Alvarez of the LAOC Building Trades Union says he supports the study, but union workers are ready to build the gondola project.
We do not wish for this project to be delayed any further. Holding up the project for a traffic study would go against most other projects that we work on.
The proposed gondola would connect Dodger Stadium to Union Station with stops at the State Historic Park and Chinatown. The council voted 11-2 yesterday to adopt a motion ordering the review of traffic flow around Dodger Stadium and surrounding neighborhoods. A man in LA has been shot inside his garage. Police say they received a call regarding shots fired in the Wilmington area. They say the man was inside the garage when he heard a gunshot and realized he had been hit in the upper body. He was taken to the hospital and he's in stable condition. And California's largest home insurance company, State Farm, has announced it won't be renewing 72,000 home and apartment policies in the state. The spokesperson for the company says the decision wasn't made lightly, and they blame inflation and the increasing risk of natural disasters. The company says it will notify those people affected between July 3rd and August 20th. Taking a look now at KFI traffic, we've got an accident on the 101 in Universal City.
That would be the northbound side of the Hollywood Freeway before Lancaster. There's a two-vehicle accident. One vehicle from the center to Myers, the other over on the right-hand shoulder. The only good news, no delays coming away from Hollywood. Going to Mass on the north 101. South 101 right near the Civic Center just before Alameda. A vehicle spun out over to the right-hand shoulder. 101 Ventura Freeway heading east. Right at Havenhurst. Still have an accident. It's still in the left-hand lane. And you have a backup to White Oak Avenue. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris.
I just purchased a new house.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tidy Cat simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? Bitch, you hurt me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
college hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Valley in upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. There's a wind advisory starting at 5 o'clock tonight for the Orange County coast. It's going to last until tomorrow morning. Rain chances tomorrow also. Sun coming back though next week. Mostly temperatures going to be in the 60s. We lead local by from KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Bruman.
Step into the enchanting world of the March Sisters and Little Women, the Broadway musical, live at the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. Based on the timeless novel, this captivating production of Little Women has 4 showtimes: April 5th at 8 p.m., April 6th at 2 p.m., and 8 p.m., and finally, April 7th at 2 p.m. Follow Joe, Meg, Beth, and Amy March as they navigate life's trials and triumphs in this beloved blend of heartwarming melodies and poignant storytelling. From the sisterly bonds to the trials of love and ambition, this musical adaptation beautifully captures the essence of Louisa May Alcott's timeless tale of laughter, tears, and the power of family. Don't miss your chance to experience the magic of Little Women. Tickets start at just $49. Get your tickets to a matinee or evening showing of Little Women at CerritosCenter.com. That's CerritosCenter.com or call 562-916-8500. That's Little Women, April 5th through 7th.
Jim Cole of Cole Chevrolet Costa Mesa, and it's truck season at ColeChevrolet.com.
The House Whisperer meets the Horse Gambler. Dean Sharp joins Tim Conley Jr. every Thursday evening at 6:20 on KFI.
And this is the KFI Billy here on Saturday morning. Phone number for legal questions and advice, 800-520-1534. Welcome back. Handle on the Law, Marshall Legal Advice. Pamela, there's a name I'm not going to forget. My daughter's name. What can I do for you?
Yes, hi there, Bill. Thanks. This is a situation. I had a water heater leakage at a rental property, and I called the renter and I asked to please turn off the shutoff valve to the water heater, and they said okay. I was led to believe they would do that, but they decided not to turn off the shutoff valve. The plumber arrived 6 hours later. The water continued to flow into the house, causing more damage. I did speak with the renter later, and they told me they decided they did not want to shut off the valve because the husband did not want to get wet walking out to the garage.
Okay, fair enough.
Something else.
Okay, all right. So,
Didn't want to be responsible.
yeah, I get it. I understand. Okay, so what you did is perfectly reasonable. Say, hey, the place is leaking. You got to shut off the water valve. And he said, yep, I'll be more than happy to do it. Plumber shows up in 6 hours, which is totally reasonable, by the way. A plumber showing up in 6 hours on an emergency call is not unreasonable at all. So now, I'll tell you what the big issue. Well, let me start with this one. How much is it going to cost you to fix the place? Just to fix it. How much damage was it?
Well, it was expensive. It went into the living room, the kitchen.
Okay, so you have no idea. You have no idea what it's going to cost.
I do have an estimated cost. I've already had it estimated.
How much?
$23,000.
Okay.
$23,000.
Okay, you have insurance?
Yes.
Okay, call your insurance company, your home policy, and ask about that. Do they have renter's insurance?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a second insurance company you go to, because that's where you want to go. Because if you go after them, first of all, no renter has $23,000. That's for starters.
Second of all, everything that you said and you called and they didn't want to do it and they said they do it and failed to do it, that was all verbal, right? None of this was emails, none of this was text. It was just conversations we had, right?
Right.
Yeah, which is legitimate, by the way. I'm not holding you responsible for that. I mean, sometimes I hold people responsible because they're morons. You're not. What you did is everything reasonable. Here's what's going to happen. They're going to lie. They're going to lie. We never said that. She never called us. Now, you got phone records of phone calls, but you don't have what was said. And they're going to say, listen, well, here I am, I'm the man, and you come up and you're suing me, hey, you said you turned off the valve. No, he didn't say anything about a valve. All you said is you're calling a plumber. We didn't know what to do. You never told us what to do. So it's going to be insurance. Pamela, it's going to be insurance. Otherwise, you're named.
Okay.
Who are you going to sue? The renter?
But by the way, I did record the conversation.
You recorded the conversation. Oh, okay. But without their...
That's right, without their...
Call your insurance company and say I've recorded it. Okay? See what they say. Not that it matters, because it's damage. Now, if you sue them, you can't use the recording in court, because this is California. You need permission for both sides. So it's going to be insurance. You know, that's the only way around on this one. Georgie! Hi, Georgie. Welcome. Yes. Hold on. You're not helping me here with the phone call. You're not a speakerphone, are you?
Can you ever go now?
Yeah, I can. Okay, what's your question?
What information did you give me to get a living trust?
A living trust? Okay, let's start with, it's good to be alive. When people are dead, it's very difficult to create living trusts. Okay, that's for starters. Where do you go for living trusts? Well, you go to Disneyland and see if anybody's out there that can do it. Just sort of ask around. No, that's not a good idea. You go to a trust and estate or you can go on the internet, George, and you can, if it's a simple trust, you can write one through the internet, which I doubt you'll be able to do. But how complicated is your trust? How much money do you got that you want to leave to people?
About 1.5 mil.
Wow, 1.5 mil? Ooh. Okay, how many beneficiaries? I've just gotten much more impressed with you now. How many beneficiaries are you? 4. All right, how complicated is it? How is 1.5 million held? In one house, bank accounts, stocks, annuities?
One bank account, one house, and stocks.
All right, well, I would, based on $1.5 million, I'd still go to a trust and estate lawyer. Only because you want to do it right. I mean, that's a chunk of money. So just go to a trust and estate lawyer. That's it. You look them up. And you interview one or two, and you find out a couple $1,000 probably to write, maybe $1,500, and then you got your trust, and then you got your living will, okay? And then your job after that is just to die. That's it.
Got it.
Yeah, and if you have a problem with the living trust after you die, just call me. Yeah, we'll straighten it out. Francis, hello, Francis. Welcome.